When Wei Mingcheng led the soldiers inside the city to aid the army, the 50,000-strong Zhonglang city army had already left in defeat. They had gradually disappeared at the end of the horizon. Wei Mingcheng came before Su Hong, dismounted from his horse and knelt on one knee with cupped fists. "General, thank you for coming over to aid us. I am Wei Mingcheng, the Deputy General of Jian and City." Su Hong dismounted, stretched out his arms to help Wei Mingcheng up. "I am just a commoner. I cannot accept the general's praise." "General, it may be presumptuous, but can I ask what is your relationship with Lord Wooding?" Although Wei Mingcheng had roughly guessed the answer, he still wanted to confirm his guess. "Su Mu was my father." Wei Mingcheng nodded. "If not, no one else would be able to command the black armored cavalry in this world and for that strong army to serve him willingly. Brother, this is Zhao Qian's head. Take it home to pay homage to father and mother, so that they can rest in peace." Su Zimo came over, passing the head at his waist to Su Hong. Su Hong took the King of Yan's head and looked at Su Zimo. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. 16 years of forbearance, 16 years of planning. He did not expect that in the end, it was his younger brother who had to bear the burden of taking revenge for the Su family's blood feud. Su Zimo made no mention of the fight in the capital at all. However, judging from his fatigued look and the blood stains on his body, Su Hong knew that he must have gone through a very violent battle in the capital. He had barely made it back alive. "Is the king really dead?" Wei Mingcheng stared at the head of the King of Yan and let out a soft mumble. His eyes suddenly lit up and he looked toward Su Hong, speaking in a serious voice. "General Su, since the King of Yan is dead, all of us are willing to aid you to become king in Jian and City. We can attack the capital and clear Lord Wooding's name." Although the King of Yan had covered up the tragedy 16 years ago, in the hearts of the soldiers, they did not believe that Su Mu would revolt. Given Su Mu's influence and status back then, if he wanted to revolt and take the throne, he had many other opportunities to do so. Uncle Zhang and the rest jolted at his words. If Su Hong wanted to take the throne, this was the best opportunity. The King of Yan was dead and the country of Yan was in chaos. Su Hong could make use of this battle to build a good reputation in Jian and City. After he took the throne, Su Hong could reveal his identity. Given Lord Wooding's influence back then, there would definitely be someone among the 16 city lords in the country of Yan who would genuinely submit to his authority. It might be possible to unify the country of Yan. At the thought of this, Uncle Zhang whispered, "Young master, this is a rare chance." Lu Yu and the rest looked at Su Hong with anticipation, waiting for his reply. Su Zimo made no comments. No matter what his brother decided to do, he would support him unconditionally. Su Hong smiled after a brief silence, shaking his head. "I thank all of you for your support and love. I don't have those ambitions. I am sorry to disappoint all of you." Uncle Zhang and the rest looked disappointed. "General Su?" Wei Mingcheng wanted to persuade him. However, Su Hong waved his hands to stop him. Su Hong said, "When there's an outbreak of war, those that suffer are the innocent people of the country of Yan. By then, many people would be destitute and homeless, and separated from their families or orphaned. As Zimo said, if I sacrifice the lives of innocent people to satisfy my own ambitions, how will I be different from Luo Tianwu?" Su Hong paused before he cupped his fists toward Wei Mingcheng. "General Wei, I have to return to Pingyang town to worship my father and mother. Let's say our farewell here." With that, Su Hong mounted the horse and led the 5,000 black armored cavalry back to Pingyang town. Wei Mingcheng and the other soldiers stood there for a long time staring at the back of Su Hong as he left. Pingyang town, backyard of Su family's residence. Su Hong, Su Zimo and Su Xiaoning knelt in front of a grave. The King of Yan's head was placed at the front. Su Xiaoning had broken down in tears. Su Hong was in tears as well. All these years, Su Zimo had never seen his older brother shed a single tear. Even when he failed to assassinate the King of Yan, Su Hong was only disheartened, but he never shed a single tear. Now that they had taken revenge, the hatred and resentment that Su Hong had been carrying with him for the past 16 years was finally released, and he could not help but get emotional. Su Zimo did not shed tears. After taking some time to worship his parents, he got up quietly and left the Su family's residence, returning to the cultivation field right away. There was a flash of disappointment in Su Zimo's eyes upon entering the cultivation field. It was empty in the cultivation field. Daiyu was not around. Su Zimo stood in the same spot for a long time before taking a deep breath. He seemed to have made a decision. He returned to the backyard of Su family's residence, giving a glance to Song Qi, and turned to walk outside. Song Qi noticed it and quickly gave chase. "Second young master, is there anything that you want to tell me?" Song Qi asked softly. After a brief silence, Su Zimo took out a golden badge and handed it to Song Qi, saying, "This is Sky Treasure Gold Badge." Song Qi was startled. To him, Sky Treasure Gold Badge was something that was unattainable. Many Qi refinement warriors would not be able to have a Sky Treasure Bronze Badge until the day they died, notwithstanding a Sky Treasure Gold Badge that was 2 grades higher. "Second young master, what is the meaning of this?" Song Qi hurried to ask. Su Zimo said in a grim voice, "After my older brother is done with the worship of my parents, bring everyone in the Su family to Zhonglang City and hide in Sky Treasure Pavilion for the time being. Don't come out for now. As for the 5,000 black armored cavalry, break them into smaller groups and disperse them for the time being. Don't stay together." Song Qi had never seen Su Zimo being so grim and serious, speaking in such a deep and solemn tone. Song Qi was uneasy as he asked, "Second young master, did something happen? Does the Su family have some other more powerful enemies? I killed several Qi refinement warriors and offended a clan in the capital. The clan will find their way here in no time." Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. The reason why he could escape from the capital was because there were no Foundation establishment cultivators from the Joyful clan. Now that the Joyful clan had suffered such a big loss, it was impossible for them to take things lying down. Perhaps some Foundation establishment cultivators had already set off for Pingyang Town and were already on their way. Song Qi was aware of the seriousness of the situation. If a mortal offended the Cultivation clans, one would either die a light death or implicate the entire family. "Second young master, where are you going? Isn't it better for you to come with all of us to Sky Treasure Pavilion and hide there for the time being?" Song Qi asked. Su Zimo remained silent. Song Qi's heart sank. He suddenly thought of a possibility and exclaimed in shock, "Are you going to stop the Foundation establishment cultivators from the Cultivation clan?" Su Zimo said softly, "If I don't die, the Cultivation clan will never give up. The Su family can't possibly hide in Sky Treasure Pavilion for their entire lifetime. Once the Su family appears, they will be hunted down and no one would be able to escape. Moreover, 7 days have passed since the death of the King of Yen. Given the walking speed of the Foundation establishment cultivators, they might have already reached. If no one stops them, they will catch up to us even before the Su family reaches the Sky Treasure Pavilion at Zhonglang City. But, second young master, brother Song, don't be sullen. I may not die. I might even annihilate the clan." Su Zimo smiled, putting up a strong front. Song Qi sighed, saying no more. Song Qi knew very well that Su Zimo had made the right decision. But this was in fact using his own life to protect everyone in the Su family. To stop the Foundation establishment cultivators, it was tantamount to courting death. Su Zimo had no hopes of surviving. Su Zimo took out a storage bag from his clothes. This was taken from the one-armed Qi refinement warrior. He handed it to Song Qi, patting him on the shoulder, saying in a low voice, "I will leave the Su family to you." With that, Su Zimo turned to leave. It started snowing. This was the first snow in the early winter. Su Zimo ran all the way toward the direction of Zhonglang mountain range in the snow. He ran faster and faster, his eyes clear, his gaze steady. Su Zimo had barely shut his eyes and slept for the past half a month. In addition to the fierce battle in the capital, Su Zimo was thoroughly exhausted. Although Su Zimo had the essence that was sealed inside his body by the scarlet flame fruit, it was of no help as he was mentally drained. The next battle was the real test for him. A life or death ordeal. If Su Zimo was an ordinary Qi refinement warrior, he would definitely die this time. However, since Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, he was not without any chance of winning. Su Zimo kept thinking about the words that Dai Yu told him. Demon cultivators are best at skipping levels and killing opponents. Given your capabilities now, although you are not as good as Foundation Establishment cultivators, if you are able to be in their close proximity, you will still be able to instantly kill them. Su Zimo could only rely on close combat. However, the most difficult part was that the cultivators from the Joyful clan already had a taste of his abilities at close combat. They would be on guard, and he would not be given much chance at close combat. Moreover, Su Zimo had no idea about the fighting prowess of the Foundation Establishment cultivators. Was it simply manipulating spirit weapons? He knew that it would not be that simple. Su Zimo ran at his fastest speed, reaching Tsonglang mountain range in no time. Unlike ordinary men, if cultivators wanted to hurry on with one's journey, they would fly in the sky. If they wanted to reach Pingyang town in the shortest time, they needed to pass by the sky above Tsonglang mountain range. Su Zimo would wait here in ambush and kill the Joyful clan cultivators. Su Zimo felt an indescribable familiarity at being back in the Tsonglang mountain range. Here was his main battlefield. Su Zimo found a towering old tree and used his hands and legs to climb up the tree in no time. He was even more agile than the apes. He had to be in a high spot to be able to notice any suspicious activity and to make the first move. Su Zimo had to consider every detail in preparation for the big battle. This was his only way to turn the tide and survive the battle. Su Zimo sat on the old tree. He placed the cold moon saber horizontally in front of his knees, holding the sanguine crystal bow in his hand, and closed his eyes. This was his final chance to rest. The snow was getting heavier, kept snowing, covering the entire area. Tsonglang mountain range seemed to be covered by a thin layer of white snow. It was crystal clear, a stunning and breathtaking sight. The sanguine crystal bow and cold moon saber were covered with snowflakes. One could no longer tell its original appearance. Su Zimo rested while practicing the breathing and expiration methods of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. His body was heating up while white clouds of vapor rose from the top of his head. Su Zimo's body might be burning, but his heart became colder each second. He exuded a piercing cold and murderous aura. It covered every corner of Tsonglang mountain range. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked afar. A flock of birds in the forest at the far distance seemed to be given a shock. They spread their wings, soaring to the sky, emitting anxious hooting sounds. They were here. Only 2 hours had passed since Su Zimo reached Tsonglang mountain range. Su Zimo moved slightly and slid down from the old trees, quietly dropping onto the snow. He drew out the last 5 remaining sharp arrows from the quiver with a backhand grip, knocked all of them on the string, and moved stealthily toward the far direction. The spirit vessel was the most common flying spirit weapon in the cultivation world. It was steady, fast, and had a large capacity. One of the spirit vessels of the Joyful clan had entered the sky above Tsonglang mountain range, speeding forward. There were more than 100 people on the spirit vessel. Most of them were level 8 or level 9, or even perfected cultivators. The 5 leading cultivators were Joyful clan elders. 4 of them were early-stage foundation establishment, while 1 of them was mid-stage foundation establishment. In the Joyful clan, only foundation establishment cultivator could be conferred additional titles to be the elder. In order to kill Su Zimo, Joyful clan had sent almost half of their cultivators out in a hunt for Su Zimo. It proved that the Joyful clan highly valued the operation this time. If the opponent was a cultivator, even if he was a Qi refinement warrior, the Joyful clan would be wary, lest they provoked the clan that the cultivator belonged to. After all, Joyful clan was just a small clan. Otherwise, it would not have worked with one of the small states like the country of Yen. However, Su Zimo was just a mortal. Did he think that he could provoke the clan just because he had a strong physical body and he knew corporal mortification martial arts? If Su Zimo remained alive, and the Su family was not annihilated, the Joyful clan would become a laughingstock in the cultivation world. Elder Chun Su Zimo was terrifying in close combat. All of us dared not come close to him. You must be extra careful. You must not get too close to him. One of the Qi refinement warriors who was next to the elder smiled, trying his best to fawn on the elder, and to give him a kind reminder. To his surprise, Elder Chun looked upset and snorted. Is Foundation Establishment Cultivator the same as Qi Refinement Warrior? Do we need you to remind us? Another elder sneered. Not only would Su Zimo not be able to get close to us, even if he does, he cannot hurt us. Yes, yes, yes. Elder Gao is very right. The Qi Refinement Warrior looked embarrassed as he plastered a flattering smile on his face. The Qi Refinement Warrior seemed to think of something, but he hesitated and held back his tongue. Say what you want. The only mid-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivator said lightly. The Qi Refinement Warrior seemed to be in a panic, his heart still throbbing with fear. Elder Qian, the man, had a sanguine big bow. The arrows that were released from it were very powerful and fast. Although it was not as accurate, if it was within a short distance, it has a high lethality. All of the elders must be careful. Hee. Elder Qian smiled, a look of disdain in his eyes, but he remained silent. Elder Gao gave a loud laugh. All of you are a bunch of useless fools. As Qi Refinement Warriors, how can you be frightened by the bow and arrow of a mere mortal? You have shamed the clan. When we see him later, he could shoot as he likes. I will show you how I destroy his sharp arrows. Elder Gao was still laughing when a figure appeared at the old tree in front of the spirit vessel, holding a sanguine big bow in his hands. Bow like a full moon, and the arrows were ready. There is a murderous aura. Initially, Elder Qian assumed a lotus position on the spirit vessel. However, he was startled and he slapped his hands on the storage bag and a talisman landed on his palm. He squashed it and shouted loudly, "Be careful!" Swoosh! There was a loud sound of arrows piercing through the air. 5 sharp arrows glittered and it reached the joyful clan cultivators in no time. The 5 joyful clan elders bore the brunt of it. Elder Chun reacted very quickly. Just when Elder Qian squashed the talisman, he also squashed a talisman and he was shrouded by a sparkling light. The other 2 elders unsheathed their flying swords, blocking horizontally in front of them. Elder Gao was the only one who was still laughing wantonly. He was slow to react and there was a shock in his eyes. The cold light grew larger and larger in Elder Gao's pupil. Poof! A black light hit directly into the chest, coming out through the body, blood bursting out from Elder Gao's body. Although the arrow did not hit the heart, the terrifying power that came with it tore the wound open and destroyed all chances of survival for Elder Gao. Elder Gao stood motionless on the spirit vessel, blood spewing from his chest and mouth. There was a look of regret and blankness in his eyes. He muttered softly, "The arrow is so fast. Foundation Establishment, dead." Having lived in Songlang mountain range for 1 year, Su Zimo gained a deeper understanding on fighting. There were many factors affecting a fight. One's ability was the most basic factor but not the only one. Weather, mindset, environment, preparation, and various details could also change the circumstance and even affect the trend of the eventual victory. On this occasion, advanced preparation and the weather were Su Zimo's advantages. One party was totally unprepared while the other party had long been waiting. Coupled with the heavy snow flying and blocking one's views, there was low visual acuity. When the cultivators from Joyful Clan came to their senses, 5 sharp arrows had already appeared before their eyes. Clang, 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 clang. Out of the 5 arrows, 2 of them hit the respective glowing shields of 2 Joyful Clan elders. The glowing shield vibrated a little and the sharp arrows bounced off them. The other 2 arrows had been blocked by the flying swords unsheathed by 2 Joyful Clan elders. However, the arrow that shot Elder Gao resulted in devastating damage to many cultivators from Joyful Clan. Caught off guard, Elder Gao, who was an early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, was killed with 1 arrow. Seemingly, this arrow's power did not weaken as it continued to shoot through the air. The spirit vessel was not large. Over 100 Qi refinement warriors were divided into 5 rows as they stood behind the 5 elders, and there were 20 Qi refinement warriors standing behind Elder Gao. Even the Foundation establishment cultivator did not react in time, much less the Qi refinement warriors behind them. The 20 Qi refinement warriors felt piercing pains in their hearts even before sighting this sharp arrow. As the vitality in their body drained rapidly, their eyes dimmed and they fell off the spirit vessel. This arrow was too powerful. After piercing through the flesh and blood of 21 cultivators, it still had some strength left. It ended up on a towering old tree with its tail shaking and swaying vigorously. An entire group of 21 cultivators, including one Foundation establishment cultivator, were killed by one arrow shot by Su Zimo. That's him. It's Su Zimo. The few Qi refinement warriors on the spirit vessel recognized Su Zimo and yelled loudly, "Retreat the spirit vessel. Surround and kill this man." Enraged, Elder Qian hollered harshly. Although this arrow did not hurt the other 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, they could still feel the fear in their hearts. If they were to react slower by a bit, they would already be a corpse. Swash! 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 Many Qi refinement warriors on the spirit vessel rose to the sky, unsheathed their spirit weapons and attacked Su Zimo at the same time. In a split second, successive flashes of light appeared in midair. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Sword auras traveled through the wind and snow like frost, engulfing the heaven and earth. Of course, Su Zimo did not think that he had the capability to contend with a clan. He was already very lucky that the earlier arrow could kill the Foundation establishment cultivator. After shooting out 5 arrows, Su Zimo immediately fled as far as possible without hesitating. Gee! 2 joyful clan elders attacked simultaneously. There was a flash of light on each of the flying swords as they suddenly charged towards the back of Su Zimo's head at lightning speed. Even before the sword reached him, Su Zimo could feel his scalp exploding. A surge of bone-chilling coldness penetrated his body. I can't fight head-on. Su Zimo realized that he would still be gravely wounded if he were to erupt all his energy to block the flying swords of the Foundation establishment cultivators. Elder Chan unsheathed a long cloth from the storage bag and held it towards the direction of the wind. On the rectangular-shaped cloth was an eerie picture of something that looked like a fearsome ghost. All of a sudden, there was a flash of light on the long cloth. That fearsome ghost suddenly opened its eyes and stared at Su Zimo ferociously, giving him goosebumps on the scalp. Su Zimo felt dizzy. His eyes blurred and he began to feel a little dazed. He shuddered in his heart and dared not look at it again. Biting the tip of his tongue, he tried to maintain soberness as he dashed forward continuously, weaving and moving in the forest, and dodging the numerous spirit weapons constantly piercing at him from behind. It was only now that Su Zimo truly experienced the change that spirit perception had brought to him. Honestly, spirit perception's usefulness was not that apparent during one-to-one fights with cultivators. However, under such successive attacks with lights filling the air and dazzling the eyes, swords and sabers clashing, penetrating gold and splitting rocks, one's sight and hearing would be greatly affected. Even if Su Zimo could see the flying sword coming over, it would be too late for him to dodge it. Nevertheless, spirit perception was different. It could sense and avert danger without even looking or listening. Su Zimo did not need to look or listen. He relied completely on an incredible instinct that was beyond description while traversing through successive flashes of swords and shadows, and fleeing for his life. Earlier on, Su Zimo shot out 5 arrows at once because he realized that the other party might not give him another chance to shoot any arrows once the fight began. True enough, the attacks were raining on Su Zimo like raging storms and a devastating downpour. He would be instantly killed on the spot if he were to pause momentarily, let alone shoot an arrow. Ooh, ooh. Terrifying sounds that stirred the souls could be heard. Su Zimo's heart suddenly leaped. He had to force himself to stop charging forward. He then flipped his hand, unsheathed the cold moon saber, turned back and blocked off the dozens of flying swords piercing towards him. Riding on the forces from the flying sword, he tilted his body, fell on one side and rolled on the ground. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Zimo saw a ring-shaped spirit weapon smashing on the ground, creating a huge pit about 3 inches from the earlier spot where he paused his steps. If he had moved just half a step forward earlier, his entire body would have exploded upon the impact of this spirit weapon. Su Zimo took a closer look and saw 2 spirit patterns shining on this ring-shaped spirit weapon. It was a middle-grade spirit weapon. Seeing that Su Zimo had dodged the sure-kill move that he had been waiting for, Elder Qian sneered coldly. He redirected the ring-shaped spirit weapon towards Su Zimo to kill the latter again. Su Zimo crawled with both his arms and legs, moving close to the ground. His body was as flexible and agile as a python as he slithered across the snow, leaving behind a curvaceous trail. The flying sword was about to pierce Su Zimo. Yet, Su Zimo twisted his body in an eerie manner and dodged the attack just in time, never decreasing his speed at any point in time. The fury in many cultivators' hearts intensified, and they attacked even more viciously. Bang! 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 The spirit weapons came to nothing and smashed onto the ground countless times after brushing shoulders with Su Zimo. Su Zimo felt slight pangs of pain on his body as raging sandstones hit him. Su Zimo pursed his lips tightly. He looked calm as he gritted his teeth and hung on. The cultivators from Joyful Clan had never seen such movement techniques. He was alternating and interchanging between movements of a galloping horse, a swinging ape, and a swathing python with extreme ease. Su Zimo's physique was completely beyond the comprehension of the numerous cultivators. Even spirit beasts who were known for their strong and powerful bodies definitely could not achieve this. "Lad, you have to die today. I'll see where you can escape to," Elder Chun hollered furiously, waving the long cloth in his hands. The fearsome ghost on it opened its mouth and released a cloud of black mist. Who would have expected that due to strong winds and heavy snow? Just as the black mist was surging out, it was dissipated by the wind and snow and then reversed towards the direction of the Qi refinement warriors from Joyful Clan instead. Many Qi refinement warriors were caught off guard and stained by the black mist. All of a sudden, their complexions turned purplish-blue and foreheads blackened. They lost their balance in the air and were about to fall. Everyone hurriedly searched out an elixir from his storage bag and swallowed it before the poison gradually eased. Although Elder Chen's spirit cloth was only an inferior-grade spirit weapon, it could influence the opponent's mind and heart. The black mist that it released earlier was its trump card. If mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were slightly distracted, they would also suffer big time. Never did Elder Chun expect that his trump card would not injure Su Zimo but instead caused chaos on his own side. At the sight of this, Elder Qian hollered angrily, "What a fool! Put away that lousy cloth of yours and chase this lad properly. He can't hang on for too long." Elder Chun had an ugly look on his old face. He blamed it all on Su Zimo, and the murderous intent in his heart intensified. The Joyful Clan was in utter chaos. Su Zimo felt energized. He leaped up and charged diagonally, rampaging forward with the divine steed fleeting movement technique. Elder Qian and the group hurried and chased after him. At a place not far away in front stood a precipitous hilltop. The eyes of Elder Qian and the group shone. Su Zimo did not know flying techniques. He would have to make a detour in order to pass through this hilltop. As such, they could make use of this opportunity to round him up. They might even capture him alive. However, everyone from the Joyful Clan could not understand why Su Zimo neither reduced his speed nor changed his direction. Instead, he charged straight towards the hilltop in front of them. Perhaps this man is looking for his own death? He wishes to kill himself in the collision, muttered a Qi refinement warrior. Just as he finished his words, Elder Chun exclaimed in puzzlement. Before Su Zimo's figure reached the hilltop, strangely, he disappeared. The Joyful Clan people rushed forward to take a closer look. Turned out that there was a cave at the foot of this hill. It was quiet, dark, and deep inside the cave. A fearsome beast was seemingly bending over the ground with its big predacious mouth opened and waiting for everyone from Joyful Clan to enter it. Su Zimo actually escaped into this cave. The cave was dark and sinister, narrow and small. Be it Qi refinement warrior or Foundation establishment cultivator, they could not fly in the air. This meant that the Joyful Clan would not have any upper hand or advantages. On the other hand, Su Zimo turned extremely dangerous and could even possibly slay them. All of a sudden, a layer of haze engulfed the hearts of everyone from Joyful Clan. It was originally a sure victory, but for some unknown reason, everyone had a hunch that they had been led around by the nose. To chase or not? If they were to chase him, how should they do it? These two doubts flashed across everyone's minds. If this cave had a dead end, that would be the best scenario. Everyone could just guard at the cave's entrance and Su Zimo would die of starvation inside. However, if this was just a tunnel in the hilltop, Su Zimo would have long escaped when the Joyful Clan stayed put to guard the entrance. This was the most tricky part. If the cave had an exit, the people from Joyful Clan did not even know where it was. If they were to go their separate ways, it would be very easy for Su Zimo to attack and destroy them. However, if they look for the exit together but headed towards the wrong direction, Su Zimo would have long escaped without a trace. Damn! This inferior commoner! Elder Chun was boiling with fury, and he clenched his teeth and scolded. Elder Qian pondered deeply for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Chase!" After pausing for a while, Elder Qian said again, "Chun Bin, we have talismans to protect us. Even if Su Zimo closes in on us, he won't be able to break both of our defenses. We will lead the group and guard Gong Liangjing and Lu Wenqing well." Gong Liangjing and Lu Wenqing were the other two elders of Joyful Clan. Although they were Foundation Establishment cultivators, they did not have any talismans. The weapons that they controlled were also inferior grade ones. In the cultivation world, it was common for Foundation Establishment cultivators to do without talismans and control inferior grade spirit weapons, especially small clans such as Joyful Clan. This was also the reason why Elixir Refinement Master, Weapon Refinement Master, and Array Formation Master had special statuses in the cultivation world. If the Weapon Refinement Master could refine middle-grade spirit weapons, many Foundation Establishment cultivators would have worn out their doorsteps to make friends or exchange spirit stones for their services. With a layer of glowing shield on both Elder Qian and Elder Chun, they entered the cave first. Right on the heels of them were the rest of the Joyful Clan. The grounds in the cave were uneven and full of bumps and hollows. The Qi Refinement Warriors had many treasures in their storage bags, but they could not light up the place. They could only rely on the faint glow from the protection talisman on Elder Qian and Elder Chun to move quickly forward. The rest of Joyful Clan following behind the elders were ghastly pale. Everyone was high-strung as they surveyed the surroundings, for the fear that Su Zimo would suddenly jump out and catch them off guard. Although Gong Liangjing and Lu Wenqing were Foundation Establishment cultivators, their palms were also drenched in sweat. They were treading in the cave with fear and trepidation. The atmosphere was getting increasingly stifling. Each time there was a slight movement of grass or wind in the cave, it would cause a commotion among the crowd. Elder Qian and Elder Chun were leading the group at the front. They first observed what was below their feet, followed by what was before them, but did not look up at all. Under everyone's subconscious mind, Su Zimo did not know flying techniques. Naturally, it was impossible for him to appear from the top of their heads. However, they had forgotten one point. This was a cave. There were stone walls on the ceiling of the cave. At this moment, someone was attaching himself closely to the stone wall on the ceiling, narrowing his eyes and staring coldly at the people of Joyful Clan who were striding below him. Suddenly, Elder Qian paused his steps and said in a low voice, "Something is amiss. There is a stench of blood and it's very strong. This lad is nearby." Before he could finish his words, a flash of blinding light broke the darkness in the cave. Poof! A large skull flung off, splashing fresh blood all over the crowd. Everyone from Joyful Clan suddenly exploded in shock. Elder Lu! Elder Lu is dead. Where is he? At the top. Ah! There was another miserable scream. One of the Qi Refinement Warriors died on the spot. Prior to this, Su Zimo once shot out 5 arrows and managed to find out which 2 of these remaining 4 Foundation Establishment cultivator had defensive tactics similar to the Augmentation Talisman. With his current capability, he could not break such defenses at all. Hence, this slash of Su Zimo's were aimed at Lu Wenqing and Gong Liangjing, who did not have the talisman to protect them. However, Gong Liangjing was more alert. At that instant when Elder Qian paused his steps, he realized that something was not quite right. Hence, he bent down without a care about his pride. As such, he avoided a calamity. When Su Zimo dropped from the stone ceiling and wanted to chase after him, Gong Liangjing had already ran behind Elder Qian and Elder Chan and broke out in a cold sweat. At this very moment, Su Zimo landed in the crowd of Qi refinement warriors. In the narrow and small cave, the Qi refinement warriors from Joyful Clan barely had any space to dodge. In his panic, someone even bumped into Su Zimo when he was trying to flee. Su Zimo's sinister and cold laughter resonated in the dark. Ha 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 ha! You wish to kill me? Such a small number of people is not enough. Poof! 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 Su Zimo did not even need to look. With the cold moon saber in his hands, he could slay the Qi refinement warriors on sight easily with any casual wave of his saber. Along with the miserable screams of Qi refinement warriors, flashes of blood appeared constantly as they splattered everywhere. In this cave, Su Zimo was like a tiger moving into a herd of sheep, chopping those on the left and slashing those on the right, going on a rampage. The Qi refinement warriors from Joyful Clan could not retaliate at all. Even escaping was wishful thinking. This was an ambush targeted at the Joyful Clan that could be described as perfect. Su Zimo made use of his familiarity with the Zhonglang mountain range terrain to successfully lure the other party into the deep, dark, and quiet cave. The cultivator's advantages were minimized, whereas Su Zimo's merits were unleashed to the maximum. The three elders of Joyful Clan stood rooted to the ground, perspiring on their foreheads but did not make any moves. It was not because they did not want to. It was because Su Zimo had been moving about in the crowd continuously. His movement techniques were swift and agile. The cave was already very dim. Once they attacked, they would definitely injure their own clan disciples by mistake. At the sight of the decreasing number of clan disciples, viciousness flashed across Elder Qian's eyes. He said in a low voice, "Attack!" "What?" The other two elders were stunned. "I said, attack!" Elder Qian said coldly, "We can't worry so much now. Even if we kill our clan disciples by mistake, it is better than letting all of them die in this lad's hands." In the darkness, the three elders from Joyful Clan wore capricious expressions. Simultaneously, the trio unsheathed their spirit weapons. There were 2 inferior-grade weapons and 1 middle-grade one. Swash! 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 The spirit weapons shone brightly, exuding cold and sinister murderous intents and charging forward. Poof! Poof! 2 clan disciples from the Joyful Clan were unprepared and killed on the spot by the spirit weapons of the Elder Qian trio. Unabated, the spirit weapons continued to charge at the vital points on Su Zimo's body. In the small and narrow cave, the people from Joyful Clan barely had any space to avoid the attacks. Nevertheless, this also meant that Su Zimo's movements would be greatly restricted. Su Zimo did not expect the 3 elders of the Joyful Clan to be so ferocious and merciless. They actually attacked forcefully without caring about the safety of their clan disciples. Su Zimo tilted his head and averted the ring-shaped sword weapon which was the greatest threat to him. He lowered his body and dodged a flying sword. Using a reverse grip on his saber, he slashed all the Qi refinement warriors in front of him. Poof! At the same time, a dot of cold light suddenly appeared on this Qi refinement warrior's chest. Another flying sword came out from this person's chest and pierced towards Su Zimo's throat. It was too close. Given the distance, Su Zimo could not avoid it at all. Su Zimo retracted the cold moon saber and then blocked the flying sword. Clang! Clashing sounds of sword and saber could be heard and sparks flew everywhere. Su Zimo's entire body had taken a huge blow. His perlicue split upon the impact and blood was spilling out from it. The cold moon saber was almost flung out of his hands. Since both parties started fighting, Su Zimo had been trying to avoid a direct confrontation with the Foundation establishment cultivators. As expected, the power of the flying swords controlled by the Foundation establishment cultivators was definitely not something that his body could endure. Su Zimo's entire right arm felt numb. He could not exert any strength at that point in time. The inferior-grade spirit weapon directed by an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was already so powerful. If Su Zimo were to forcefully receive Elder Qian's ring-shaped middle-grade spirit weapon, he feared he would become paralyzed on the spot. Of course, this slash of Su Zimo's was not completely useless. Elder Qian's flying sword should have pierced Su Zimo's chest, but due to colliding with the Cold Moon saber, it deviated slightly and penetrated Su Zimo's scapula region, splattering fresh blood everywhere. This was Su Zimo's first injury since the start of the fight. The piercing pain in his shoulder region was unbearable, and he could no longer use his left arm. It is so powerful! Su Zimo was secretly astonished. Su Zimo could escape without the slightest bit of injury when he fought perfected Qi refinement warriors head-on. However, the power of early-stage foundation establishment cultivators had crossed into a different level. Fortunately, although Su Zimo's right arm felt numb, it did not suffer too huge a blow. After resting for a while, he could still continue with the fight. Su Zimo no longer dared to remain in this place. He used Mountain Reliance to send the few Qi refinement warriors who blocked his way flying, executed movement techniques, and dashed towards the outside of the cave. Su Zimo was unaware that, at this very moment, the Elder Qian trio were feeling even more stunned, their faces full of disbelief. He didn't die? He actually blocked Elder Qian's sword? How is that possible? He is actually still alive and jumping, and has the energy to escape outside? Elder Qian decisively shouted, "Hurry up and chase him. This lad is injured and can't run too far away." The three elders followed after Su Zimo first, while the remaining Qi refinement warriors from Joyful Clan hurried over. They really did not wish to stay any longer in this cave. Before entering the cave, there were still more than 80 Qi refinement warriors. Now, there were only about 50 Qi refinement warriors left. Most of them died in Su Zimo's hands, and a few in the hands of the clan elders. In fact, everyone was aware in their hearts that, no matter the outcome, the Joyful Clan had already lost. 5 foundation establishment cultivators had led about 100 Qi refinement warriors to chase after Immortal. That was almost half the strength of the clan. Yet half of the forces were killed. 2 elders were dead. The remaining Qi refinement warriors were still badly shaken, terrified and wondering what happened. "We have to kill him." Elder Qian clenched his teeth and said with a sinister and gloomy expression. Elder Chun revealed a ferocious expression and said viciously, "It will be best if we can capture him alive. I want to make him suffer endless tortures for the rest of his life, and then crush this lad's bones into ashes and chop his corpse into 10,000 pieces. We can't let the Su family off too. We will ensure that their blood flows like a river, and even the fowls and dogs will not be spared." Gong Liangjing said coldly. Everyone from Joyful Clan chased after Su Zimo. Although it was still snowing heavily outside, it was spacious and open. They had finally got rid of the suffocating pressure felt inside the cave. "Over there." Elder Qian pointed to a place in front. Not far away, Su Zimo was dashing continuously, holding onto his left arm, dripping blood and appearing extremely eye-catching on the snowy ground. "Chase!" Everyone from Joyful Clan rose to the sky and charged forward. "Brother Qian, the spirit Qi on the protection talisman can't hold on for too long. We have to subdue this lad as soon as possible," Elder Chun said in a low voice. "Once the protection talismans lose their effect, our lives will also be in danger. Once the talisman was released, it could not be effective all the time. After sustaining itself for a period of time, it would lose its effect when the spirit Qi on it dissipated." Elder Chun had such a protection talisman on him. Once the effect was gone, he would be no different from Gong Liangjing. If he were to encounter the same situation in the cave, it would be hard for him to escape death. Elder Qian nodded. In fact, he had another protection talisman in his storage bag. However, protection talismans were very precious and he did not wish to waste it. Elder Qian stepped onto the flying sword, clasped both hands and muttered a sutra. In the wind and snow, as if they had been summoned, a mysterious flow of energy suddenly surged into Elder Qian's fingertips. Ground caving skill. Elder Qian suddenly pointed to the direction in which Su Zimo was escaping. Long before this, Su Zimo had sensed a wave of trepidation in his heart. Upon hearing Elder Qian's voice, he quickly paused his steps. Boom! The ground right in front of Su Zimo seemed to have suffered a powerful impact. It suddenly collapsed and a huge pit appeared. If Su Zimo was unprepared and his legs wobbled, he would have fallen directly into this deep pit. What is this? Su Zimo's eyes were alternating between shock and puzzlement. He had already foreseen that Foundation establishment cultivators would have some mysterious means, but the scene before him was truly beyond his knowledge. Vinewood twining skill. In that split second that Su Zimo was distracted, another sound rang in his ears. MMM? Su Zimo was stunned and he secretly cursed. He wanted to go around the huge pit in front of him and run towards the other side. Unexpectedly, just as Su Zimo got up, a few withered branches and vines suddenly crept up from the snow below his feet and ensnared both his legs. Swoosh! 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 Sounds of spirit weapons breaking through the air could be heard. It was terrifying and soul-stirring. At this moment, Su Zimo's body was restrained and he could not move or dodge. Once he was hit by the spirit weapon, he would die instantly. Su Zimo remained calm in the face of danger. He dropped to the ground directly, reverse-gripped the cold moon saber and slashed hard on the vines holding both his feet. Snap! The vines broke. At the same time, spirit weapons successively appeared before him. Su Zimo clenched his teeth, twisted his body till the limit and contracted his large tendons. Crisp and cracking sounds could be heard coming from the bones in his body. He had an extremely close shave with the 3 spirit weapons from the Joyful Clan elders. After successfully dodging the 3 spirit weapons, no matter how, Su Zimo could not avert the over 50 other spirit weapons that were coming towards him. Although all of them were from Qi Refinement Warriors, more than 50 Qi Refinement Warriors attacked at the same time. Hence, this was a frightening force not to be underestimated. All of a sudden, the situation became extremely dangerous and Su Zimo was on the brink of death. He had no choice but to fight head-on. In a split second, Su Zimo circulated body petrification. His entire body muscles tightened, large tendons pulsated, and he unleashed his strength to the maximum. Holding the saber in one hand, he swiftly drew an arc in front of him. There were numerous flashes of saber shadows and icy cold lights. Clang! 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 Spirit weapons continuously clashed in the shadows of the sabers in front of Su Zimo. Successive sounds of weapons clashing with one another could be heard. Sparks were flying everywhere. Su Zimo's steps were clumsy and he retreated continuously. There was a sweet taste in his throat as he held a pool of blood in his mouth, refusing to spit it out. Su Zimo gritted his teeth and endured. Once he released this breath, he would instantly lose his life. Bang! Su Zimo's body landed heavily on a huge pit not far away, his mouth vomiting fresh blood. He lost his grip on the cold moon saber, and his palms were mangled and trembling. Although he had blocked the attack of more than 50 Qi Refinement Warriors, Su Zimo was gravely injured. Under such powerful and intensive blows, Su Zimo's body crumbled. He was covered in cuts and his green robe drenched in blood. Snowflakes that dropped onto Su Zimo's body were instantly melted by his body warmth. Su Zimo was ghastly pale. He murmured a little before struggling to sit up. However, he only felt his tendons and bones about to break, and piercing and intensive pain constantly stimulating his brain. Under such aggravating conditions, Su Zimo's body shivered and twitched uncontrollably. Everyone from the Joyful Clan surrounded the huge pit and looked at Su Zimo from the sky. Their eyes were full of excitement, mingled with some fear and reservation. Finally, this person was going to die. Everyone actually felt relieved of a huge burden. If they were to continue with the chase and this person hid in another cave, everyone including Elder Qian dared not guarantee that they would be courageous enough to enter it. The Elder Qian trio had been in the cultivation world for more than 10 years and had gone through many life and death battles with cultivators. However, they had never encountered someone who was so difficult to deal with. The most terrifying thing was that this person was not a cultivator but a mortal without any spirit chi. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo started laughing. Each time he laughed, more fresh blood would spill out from his mouth, making one's flesh creep. At the sound of Su Zimo's laughter, many Qi refinement warriors felt chills down their spine. Damn, he's really a madman. Some Qi refinement warriors cursed in a low voice. Gong Liangjing was having goosebumps from Su Zimo's laughter. His face dimmed and he said coldly, "I'll go and kill him." Having said that, Gong Liangjing unsheathed his flying sword, wanting to cut off Su Zimo's head. "Wait a minute." Elder Chun stopped Gong Liangjing and sneered. "He looks half dead. Are you still afraid that he will escape? We'll spare his life first, then bring him back to the clan and give him a good round of torture. We'll make sure that he begs for death." "What are you laughing at?" At this juncture, Elder Chen suddenly asked. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Zimo. There was a flash of mockery in Su Zimo's eyes. Tilting his head, he spat out a mouthful of blood, raised his brows and said, "Do you really think that you will surely win? Mark my words. Song Lang Mountain Range will be your tomb." Just as he finished his words, he gave out a deep and deafening roar. Sanguine Ape Transformation. The Sanguine Ape Transformation was the last style of the Sanguine Ape Tri-style. In Dai Yu's words, this style was the essence and also a forbidden skill that could not be used unless one was on the brink of death. Su Zimo rampantly circulated the incantation of Sanguine Ape Transformation and constantly did breathing and expiration. If he did not use this style at this juncture, he would no longer have any chance to do so. At the sound of the three words, Sanguine Ape Transformation, everyone from Joyful Clan jumped in shock. Elder Chen and Trio shuddered and moved a step back instinctively. Everyone's expression was grave as they fixed their gazes at the Su Zimo in the deep pit, preparing to attack at any point in time. However, after about 10 moments of breath, Su Zimo was still sitting in the pit, looking expressionless and still. Nothing changed. Su Zimo's heart sank deeply to the bottom. How could this be? After circulating the Heart Sutra of Sanguine Ape Transformation, there was no change to his body. Su Zimo could still feel the pain from the various parts of his body. He felt drained and listless. Previously, when he was rounded up by the wolf packs, Su Zimo had just cultivated Tendon's transformation and was not qualified to release Sanguine Ape Transformation. Now, Su Zimo had already begun cultivating the bones strengthening section. Why did nothing happen when he circulated the Heart Sutra and incantation for Sanguine Ape Transformation? This was Su Zimo's last trump card. In the end, he discovered that he could not use this trump card when he took it out. As the Sanguine Ape Transformation was a forbidden skill, Su Zimo had never released it before. This was his first time. Su Zimo's first reaction was that he did not cultivate it correctly. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Su Zimo racked his brains and tried to figure out this puzzle. However, this was not the cultivation field and Dai Yu was not beside him. Instead, a group of cultivators full of murderous intent in their eyes were staring at him ferociously. No one would help him clear his doubts and the other party would not give him that much time. After waiting for a while, everyone from the Joyful Clan discovered that they could not find the slightest bit of change on Su Zimo. They had been tricked. Everyone was enraged. Damn! This inferior commoner can still think of fooling us. One Qi refinement warrior cursed and scolded loudly. "Kill him! Kill him!" Everyone was aggravated and many Qi refinement warriors were shouting above him. Almost everyone had their attention on Su Zimo, but no one noticed that, in the forest behind them, amidst the wind and snow, a tall and huge figure was swinging on the tree branches and approaching them at lightning speed. Eyes flickering with flashes of blood. His murderous intent was strong. "MMM?" Su Zimo exclaimed in puzzlement. He suddenly smelled a familiar and pungent odor and looked up instinctively. Right behind everyone from Joyful Clan, a tall and huge figure leaped down from the towering old tree, dropping from the sky with a furor. Holding an alloy steel rod in one hand, it was swinging it towards the Qi refinement warriors in front of him. Poof! 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 The skulls of a total of 5 Qi refinement warriors were smashed by this rod. Their brains split and their headless corpses fell into the pit. Spirit beast! It's a spirit beast! Be careful, everyone! A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Damn monkey! Su Zimo rejoiced greatly in his heart. The big and tall figure that rushed here to help was none other than the spirit monkey, whom Su Zimo had lived together with for 6 months in Songlang mountain range. The alloy steel rod in the spirit monkey's hands was the inferior-grade spirit weapon left behind by that joyful clan Qi refinement warrior who died in Su Zimo's hands previously. He did not know when the spirit monkey picked it up to become its weapon. Just as the joy in Su Zimo's heart rose, it completely turned into worries. Although the spirit monkey was powerful, he could only defeat the Qi refinement warriors. After all, it had not advanced to the realm of a spirit demon. Furthermore, the spirit monkey had the same weakness as Su Zimo. Could not fly in the sky. At the thought of this, Su Zimo hollered, "Damn monkey, quickly scram! Ga! Ga!" The spirit monkey opened its mouth and laughed, seemingly oblivious to Su Zimo's shout. After killing all 5 Qi refinement warriors at once with 1 hit from the rod, it did not pause as it leaped into the pit, grabbed Su Zimo and carried the latter on its back. Thereafter, it tried to escape out of the pit without even turning its back. The spirit monkey was very smart. Although he could not differentiate the realms that the cultivators were at, it knew how to assess the situation. Since Su Zimo had been beaten up so badly to the point of no escape, he was definitely not their match. Hence, the spirit monkey's first thought was not to forcefully fight with the joyful clan, but to bring Su Zimo out of the place. Which bastard dares to wreck the important matter of my joyful clan? Elder Chen was instantly enraged. After a moment of distraction, he leaped onto the flying sword in the sky and led everyone from the joyful clan to chase after them. Flashes of lights streaked across the sky. Elder Chen's face was ghastly pale as he glared at Elder Chen, clenched his teeth and scolded, "Look at your jinxed mouth." Earlier on, Elder Chen had just said that it was impossible for Su Zimo to escape given the latter's grave injuries. In the end, an unknown spirit monkey sprang out of nowhere and killed a few of the clan disciples. It even saved and took Su Zimo away. Elder Chen wore an innocent expression. For the sake of chasing and killing this Su Zimo, Elder Chen had already been scolded harshly by Elder Chen twice. He was also enduring a bellyful of anger and had nowhere to vent his frustration. Elder Chen looked at the spirit monkey who was dashing far ahead. His eyes filled with resentment and malice, he said coldly, "This bastard's speed is not fast. It can't run for too long." Similar to what happened 6 months ago when Su Zimo was surrounded by the wolf packs. At a time when he faced critical danger, it was the spirit monkey who stood up for him and saved him from the doors of hell. However, the situation this time was different from that 6 years ago. The spirit monkey was clever at ascending hills and adept at climbing rocks. Could also leap and swing with extreme ease in the forest. However, speed was not its forte. Furthermore, the spirit monkey was carrying someone on his back. Su Zimo made use of environment, terrain, and external factors to cause the joyful clan to suffer heavy casualties. However, these factors also made it very hard for the spirit monkey to steer away from the joyful clan's line of sight. These external factors were a double-edged sword. It could benefit both the self and the enemy. It was the beginning of winter and heavy snow was falling. Although the withered trees were still around, they were barren. Without the green, luxuriant forest and camouflage of thick, dense branches and leaves, the trails left behind by the spirit monkey's escape were visible with one glance. Su Zimo felt listless all over. He leaned on the spirit monkey's back and listened to the winds howling by his ears. His heart was full of sorrow and misery as he said in a low voice, "Damn monkey. We can't escape. Put me down and leave on your own." The spirit monkey did not utter a sound. Streams of mist surging out from its nostrils, it dashed forward continuously, sweating profusely. Obviously, it was already using all its might and exhausting a lot of energy. The sounds of clothes flapping in the air were coming closer and closer. The speed of the Qi refinement warrior's sword kinesis flight was obviously much faster than that of the spirit monkey. Su Zimo sighed gently, "Monkey, these people only want to kill me. Put me down and you still have hopes of escaping. Otherwise, if we continue like this, they will catch up with us in less than 15 minutes. We will both die here." The spirit monkey continued to keep mum. His expression was obstinate and his gaze sharp. He stubbornly dashed ahead. Su Zimo clenched his teeth and punched the spirit monkey's shoulders harshly. He said loudly, "Leave me alone and only one of us will die. If you take me along, both of us will die. This is such a simple logic. Why can't you understand? Why can't you understand? Damn monkey, aren't you very smart and quick-witted? You've become a fool. Quickly scram. Roar. Roar." The eyes of the spirit monkey reddened. It suddenly roared loudly, shaking the heaven and earth. Upon the impact, snowflakes on the surrounding old trees fell one after another. The joyful clan group following closely behind were shocked at the sudden roar from the spirit monkey. Fear? Furor? Or hopelessness? They did not know. However, Su Zimo understood. Yours truly wants to do so. It's none of your business. This was the spirit monkey's response to him. The spirit monkey was not stupid. From the moment that it saved Su Zimo, it already knew that they would possibly die here. However, the spirit monkey still saved him. 6 months ago, the spirit monkey saved Su Zimo because of its enmity with the wolf clan. 6 months later, the spirit monkey saved Su Zimo because it saw him as his buddy. A buddy that he could share weals and woes with and live and die together. This was the chemistry between a man and a monkey. There was telepathy without the need to communicate in words. Su Zimo was silent for a while. He then laughed. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo laughed heartily. The joyful clan group looked puzzled. They did not understand why Su Zimo could still laugh, and in such a hearty and happy manner. Their hearts were already numb, and they could not understand the friendship between Su Zimo and the spirit monkey. In the eyes of everyone, the spirit monkey was basically a beast that had not attained spirit intellect, and Su Zimo was a man struggling on his deathbed. However, the more Su Zimo laughed happily, the angrier they felt. Attack! Elder Qian gave orders. Many flying swords tore the wind and snow and dashed towards them, filling the air. With just a bit of effort, and the distance between the two parties had closed so much, they were already within the joyful clan group's geographical scope of attack. The spirit monkey ran left and swung right. Bending its body at one point and leaping at another, it dodged the attacks with all its might. Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. The spirit monkey trembled for a while and staggered. Thereafter, it straightened its back and continued to dash on, pretending that nothing had happened. Su Zimo looked down and saw that the spirit monkey's thigh had been pierced through by a flying sword. It was bleeding heavily non-stop. A striking and scarlet bloody trail was left on the snow behind it. Su Zimo's heart ached. He could clearly sense that, earlier on, this sword was heading towards the middle of his back. However, at the 11th hour, the spirit monkey suddenly jumped. The spirit monkey noticed Su Zimo's concern, tilted its head and smiled. It looked a little silly, seemingly wanting to make Su Zimo feel assured. Su Zimo's sight gradually turned blurry. He was not sure if it was because the snowstorm was too strong or other reasons. The spirit monkey's speed had obviously slowed down. Its steps were also not as swift and agile as before. It was limping, looking a little unkempt and pitiful. Its thigh had been pierced through and it must be dying of pain. How could it be all right? However, the spirit monkey still did not give up. Suddenly, the spirit monkey threw away the alloy steel rod in his hands, hurled Su Zimo in front of his chest and carried him. This was just a simple action, but Su Zimo understood further. The spirit monkey was worried about the flying swords coming from behind. It was worried that the flying sword would hit Su Zimo first. Hence, it carried Su Zimo in front of its chest while bearing its own back to the flying swords. The joyful clan group was right on their heels and closing in. All of a sudden, the corner of Su Zimo's eyes twitched vigorously. His scalp was blistering and he broke out in goosebumps. It was extremely dangerous. Without the cold moon saber by his side, Su Zimo took out the sanguine crystal bow immediately. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a ring-shaped spirit weapon amongst the many flying swords behind the spirit monkey. 2 dazzling and eye-catching spirit patterns were shining on it. The spirit monkey did not sense the threat of his ring-shaped spirit weapon. could barely dodge the many flying swords. More wounds appeared on its body, and flesh and blood could be seen. It was a gruesome sight. This ring-shaped spirit weapon was charging towards the middle of the spirit monkey's back. They could not avoid it anymore. Su Zimo bit the tip of his tongue. He exhausted all of the remaining strength in his body, raised the sanguine crystal bow and smashed towards the ring-shaped spirit weapon. Clang! Su Zimo's entire body was shaken. The sanguine crystal bow left his hands. A cloud of bloody mist erupted from Su Zimo's entire right arm. His skin burst open and his large tendons broke. All the bones in his arms were fractured and hanging down. This was a middle-grade spirit weapon, and the mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator launched the attack with all his might. Su Zimo could not endure it at all. The ring-shaped spirit weapon paused momentarily upon the impact of the sanguine crystal bow, but it still smashed heavily on the spirit monkey's back eventually. Bang! The spirit monkey's back caved in deeply. Horrifying sounds of bones breaking could be heard. His entire body was shaken. Carrying Su Zimo, it was directly hurled into the air before falling onto the snowy ground nearby. A man and a monkey fell onto the cold and snowy ground. The spirit monkey vomited a huge mouthful of blood that coincidentally landed on Su Zimo, splattering all over the latter's face. Su Zimo's mouth was filled with the spirit monkey's warm blood. The spirit monkey turned to his side with his eyes drooping and pupils losing focus. He stared blankly at Su Zimo, his eyes filled with some indignation, some nostalgia, some reluctance, and some regrets. Finally, closed both its eyes. "Monkey!" Su Zimo called out, his heart trembling. The spirit monkey did not move the slightest bit. The vitality in its body was draining rapidly. The mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator had unsheathed the middle-grade spirit weapon and attacked with all his might. That had a devastating impact to the spirit monkey. If Su Zimo had not blocked the weapon with the sanguine crystal bow, and the weapon were to pierce through the spirit monkey's body, the monkey could have disintegrated. Su Zimo wriggled his body in the snow and crawled to the spirit monkey. He reached out his uninjured left palm and patted the spirit monkey's cheeks continuously, speaking in a trembling voice. "Monkey, wake up. Please don't die." The spirit monkey did not utter a sound. It looked like it had fallen asleep. Su Zimo bowed his head. His black hair scattered down and covered both his eyes, which were gradually reddening. It was not light or dark red. It was a bloody scarlet red. It was striking, eerie, and frightening. Su Zimo was already covered in wounds. After being splashed with and swallowing the spirit monkey's blood, a trace of the spirit monkey's blood had already been integrated into his blood and veins. This trace of blood from the spirit monkey was circulating rampantly in his body and resulted in many strange and chaotic changes. Su Zimo's veins and blood were boiling. Besides Su Zimo himself, the Joyful Clan people would not be able to sense such changes. The Joyful Clan people floated in mid-air, encircling a man and a monkey. They finally heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Chun looked as though he had a weight off his shoulders. He swallowed his saliva and smiled lightly. Although there were some hiccups, we still didn't let them escape. At the sound of these words, Elder Chin's face dimmed. Just as he wanted to ask Elder Chun to shut his jinxed mouth up, he heard a sound filled with cold and pervasive murderous intent. "All of you have to die today." Everyone glanced at the source of the sound, only to see Su Zimo, who was kneeling on the snow, suddenly standing up and gradually turning his head back. As the cold wind blew past him, a pair of bloody red eyes were revealed. Pest! After being glanced at by this pair of bloody eyes, everyone suddenly felt chills down their spines and could not help gasping in cold. "Sanguine ape transformation." Just as he finished his words, the energy in the blood and veins of Su Zimo's body surged rampantly. His large tendons pulsated, flesh and blood recharged. Body expanded into a strong and huge figure that actually reached a height of 10 feet. 10 feet was already slightly more than 3 meters tall. He was 2 times taller than an ordinary man. Although the Joyful Clan people were flying in the air, they were at most at the height of about 10 feet. If they were too far away, their control of the spirit weapons would definitely weaken. However, Su Zimo's current height was already 10 feet. Both his eyes were at the same level as the joyful clan people. In comparison to Su Zimo, everyone suddenly looked relatively small and insignificant. What monster is this? Some of the Qi refinement warriors were so scared that they turned as white as a sheet. Their voices were trembling. Giant. Wrong. This appearance did not belong to the human clan. Sanguine ape transformation's transformation was not restricted to the body figure and height. Even Su Zimo's appearance had undergone a drastic change. He looked ferocious and frightening, and bore a resemblance to the spirit monkey who was lying on the ground. A giant ape. The muscles on Su Zimo's body were knotted together like metal casing. They were flickering with metallic shine and filled with an explosive strength. That pair of bloody eyes were exuding endless murderous intent. Wind and snow seemed to have solidified at every nook and crook swept across by that bloody glance. Kill! Su Zimo gave out a deep and furious roar. He strode forward, reached out his left arm, opened his hands and simply grabbed Gong Liangjing, who was in midair. Su Zimo hated these 3 foundation establishment cultivators of Joyful Clan to the core. If not for them, the spirit monkey would not have been injured, and its life or death unknown. Gong Liangjing's reaction was a tad slower. He had just wanted to reverse his flying sword and dash higher into the sky. However, he had a surprise blackout as Su Zimo's palm had already enshrouded and clutched him. Su Zimo squeezed hard. Poof! A mist of blood filled the air. Gong Liangjing, who was at the early stage foundation establishment realm, was crushed by Su Zimo. At this moment, Elder Qian and Elder Chun had just flew to a height of 20 feet. When they looked back instinctively, their eyes met with this gruesome and bloody scene. They could not help shivering with shock and fear in their hearts. It is no wonder that this Su Zimo's body is so scary. It is because he is not human but demon. He is a spirit beast, Elder Qian said coldly. He could still feel the fear in his heart. Should we report this to the clan first and get more reinforcements to come here? Elder Chun was also feeling a little scared. Elder Qian waved his hands and said, "We don't need to worry. This Su Zimo must have used some demon techniques to stimulate the potential of his body. He can't hang on for too long." Just as he finished his words, Elder Qian saw something from the corner of his eye and was scared out of his wits. He did not even have the time to call out to Elder Chun as he started fleeing to one side. Bang! Both Su Zimo's feet stepped on the ground heavily. His legs bent slightly and then jumped into the air. Initially, there was nothing to be alarmed about a jump. However, Su Zimo's leap actually covered a height of 10 feet. How strong must the body be in order to erupt such frightening strength? Elder Chun heard a deafening sound. Slightly distracted, he felt his vision dimming and he looked up instinctively. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had already appeared at the top of his head. A humongous footprint landed and trampled with the power capable of destroying everything. Bang! The footprint landed on top of Elder Chen's head. The protection talisman was shining brightly and shaking vigorously. Lines of cracks appeared on its surface. This protection talisman had been released for a long time. Hence, there was very little spirit chi left on it. On the impact of Su Zimo's violent strength, it was instantly on the verge of collapse and could shatter to pieces at any point in time. Once the protection talisman lost its effect, Elder Chun would be no different from other chi refinement warriors in front of Su Zimo. Elder Chun turned pale with fright. Just as he wanted to flee from the spot with the flying sword, another soul immediately trampled. There was hardly any pause in between. This time it was even more ferocious, strong and powerful. Divine steed trampling. With every successive step, the strength would increase and become stronger. Snap! The protection talisman shattered. Another step came. Poof! Elder Chun was directly trampled till death by Su Zimo and ground into minced meat. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of the remaining 3 elders of Joyful Clan had died. Only the mid-stage foundation establishment Elder Qian was left. Elder Qian knew that Su Zimo would definitely target him next. Swoosh! Elder Qian controlled the flying sword and rose continuously in the air. wanting to distance himself from Su Zimo as much as possible. No matter how strong Su Zimo was or how astonishing the powers he erupted, he could not fly, and that was his weakness. 30 feet, 40 feet. In the blink of an eye, Elder Qian had already risen to the height of 50 feet tall. It was only until now did Elder Qian's expression gradually ease. After calming down, he looked back. Elder Qian was stupefied. He exclaimed in puzzlement, "Where is he?" Su Zimo actually disappeared from the battlefield. How was that possible? He could not have escaped from the place in such a short time. At this moment, the few Qi refinement warriors not far away pointed to the front of Elder Qian with shock and fear written on their faces. They seemed to have witnessed a terrifying sight. Swoosh! Sounds of snowflakes falling could be heard coming from behind Elder Qian. Elder Qian was stunned and he looked back instinctively. Behind him was a tall and old tree. It was sturdy and straight with a height of about 70 to 80 feet. Using both his hands and legs, Su Zimo was climbing up the tree like a giant ape with extreme ease. He had already reached the height of 50 feet. Elder Qian traveled by air while Su Zimo relied on the old tree to climb up. Yet there was not much difference in their speeds. Relying on the energy of the blood and veins, Sanguine Ape transformation could not only improve Su Zimo's body strength within a short time frame but also cause major transformation to his body's agility, coordination, and flexibility. His speed had thus increased exponentially. The moment that Elder Qian looked back, Su Zimo had bounced off the old tree. The bloody shine in his eyes intensified and the murderous aura was towering. He reached out his gigantic palm, almost engulfing Elder Qian. Su Zimo's palm looked soft and weak like a tongue. He gently wrapped it on Elder Qian's body but erupted the strength of twisting and crushing someone. It was extremely cruel and savage. Pa! Elder Qian's body shook violently. The protection talisman shattered on the spot. Go! Elder Qian's expression changed greatly. Stepping on the flying sword, he tried his best to balance his body. In the panic and chaos, he quickly unsheathed the ring-shaped spirit weapon in his hands and smashed it towards Su Zimo's chest. The two parties were very close to each other. Su Zimo's body was in mid-air and he had no place to lean on. Facing the oncoming ring-shaped spirit weapon, he had to fall on his back with his face facing the sky in order to dodge the attack. But if that were to happen, Su Zimo would also drop from the sky. Su Zimo's bloody eyes were filled with viciousness. Facing the ring-shaped spirit weapon, he neither retreated nor dodged. His palm transformed into a fist. Using the fist as a seal, his left arms drew a gigantic arc in the air. Boom! The gigantic seal landed. Following Bovine Tongue Saber was Sanguine Ape Fist Seal. Su Zimo would rather take the hit by the middle-grade spirit weapon so that he could kill Elder Qian with his palm. Elder Qian was really panicking. He could clearly sense Su Zimo's determination to perish together with him. Just as the ring-shaped weapon left his hands, Elder Qian did not think twice about patting the storage bag and took out another brand new protection talisman. He immediately tore it with a pinch of his fingers. Elder Qian's face revealed a pained expression. To him, every talisman was very precious. This was reserved by Elder Qian to save his life. It could block a wave of attacks from Foundation Establishment Cultivator. But now, he actually had to consecutively waste 2 protection talismans when chasing Immortal. Bang! The ring-shaped spirit weapon crashed onto Su Zimo's chest directly, as if it had hit something strong and hard. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Su Zimo's chest caved in deeply. His blood and flesh were mangled. If Elder Qian had not been distracted by the tearing of the protection talisman and, as a result, caused insufficient energy to condense on the spirit weapon, Su Zimo would have died instantly when he released Sanguine Ape transformation. Simultaneously, Su Zimo's fist transformed into a gigantic seal and smashed on the top of Elder Qian's head heavily. Bang! The gigantic fist collided with the glowing shield formed by the protection talisman and erupted a deafening sound. Waves of air gushed and turned the falling snowflakes in the surroundings to vapors instantly. I blocked it! Elder Qian did not care about rejoicing. He escaped from the place on his flying sword as soon as possible. On the other hand, Su Zimo's figure dropped from the sky. Fresh blood was spilling from his mouth, but the murderous gleam in his eyes did not reduce. He was still glaring viciously at Elder Qin, who was fleeing towards a greater height. Bang! Su Zimo landed on the snowy ground heavily. Soon after, he turned and got up, panting and gasping heavily. Each breath of his was accompanied by a strong stench of blood. This were signs of grave injury to his internal organs. The injury to tendons and bones could heal fully after resting for 100 days. However, it was extremely hard to cure injuries to the vital organs of the body. Furthermore, no one was clearer than Su Zimo about the condition of his own body. The earlier hit by Elder Qin had already crushed his internal organs. He could not live for too long. Elder Qin hid and loitered in the air. He did not leave. In Songlang mountain range, none of the other old trees had that kind of height. Elder Qin would not give Su Zimo any more chances to come close to him. Su Zimo clenched his fists. Suddenly, with his back facing the spirit monkey whose life and death was still unknown, he rampantly charged towards a direction. Although the sanguine ape transformation could increase Su Zimo's strength exponentially within a short time, it could not nurse his injuries. This meant that the injuries on Su Zimo were still present. After an intensive battle, the injuries in his body had worsened. The sanguine ape transformation made Su Zimo turn into berserker mode. His nerves were numb and he thus could not feel any pain in the body at all. Although Su Zimo was swift and succinct in his movement techniques, his body had already crumbled both inside and out. He was only relying on the strength of his blood and veins to hang on with one breath. When the time of the sanguine ape transformation was up, Su Zimo would revert back to his original state and become even weaker. At the sight of Su Zimo escaping, Elder Qin chased him hurriedly on the flying sword. The joyful clan suffered heavy casualties this time. He was the only one left among the 5 elders. If he did not kill Su Zimo here, how could he explain this to the clan when he returned? Since Elder Qin had decades of experience in the cultivation world, he could tell that Su Zimo was now an arrow at the end of its flight and could not hang on for long. Although the remaining 5 Qi refinement warriors from Joyful Clan also rushed over, they dared not get too close and kept a huge distance from Su Zimo. Su Zimo's speed gradually decreased. His body also began to shrink as he slowly reverted to his original appearance. Waves of fatigue surged in his heart and mind. He began to feel the pain on his various body parts intensifying. Su Zimo gritted his teeth and continued to dash ahead. Not far away at the front was a valley. The steep hilltops surrounding it were straight, tall, and had strong walls. They looked ordinary and were very quiet. Su Zimo came to the center of the valley and revealed a trace of a smile. The time for sanguine ape transformation was almost up. Su Zimo arrived at the middle of the valley and paused his steps. With his back facing the spirit monkey, he began to climb up the stone walls. The surrounding stone walls at the valley had many cave entrances. It was pitch dark and there was no light inside them. The Joyful Clan people looked at the Su Zimo who was covered in wounds but still dared not move forward casually. They watched on as Su Zimo climbed into a cave without any further movement. Everyone finally could not endure any further. They flew on their flying swords and arrived at the top of the valley. At the sight of the cave entrances of various sizes on the surrounding stone walls, Elder Qin frowned. Suddenly, a trace of uneasiness flashed across his heart. At that very moment, Su Zimo suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave, holding a purple gigantic bird in his hands. He looked at Elder Qin and started laughing. That laughter was a little eerie and horrifying. It made people's hearts shudder. Pierce! Su Zimo tugged with his might and simply broke the neck of this purple gigantic bird. Fresh blood flowed and a unique stench of blood filled the air in the snow and wind. Chirp! 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 Suddenly, waves of hurried chirps of birds resonated and echoed in the valley. The pitch was getting higher and the sound getting clearer. Commotion could be heard coming from inside the caves of various sizes. At this very moment, Su Zimo's voice could be heard. It was calm and still but made everyone's heart instantly sink to the bottom. I have said, Songlang Mountain Range is your tomb. Just as he finished his words, Su Zimo threw away the gigantic purple bird in his hands and wriggled into the cave. In the cave surrounded by valleys, beams of purple lights shone in the darkness. Their lively eyes actually emanated endless murderous intent. Chirp! Another shrieking chirp could be heard, penetrating gold and cracking stones. Initially, they were still far away. When the joyful clan people came to their senses, a huge shadow had already engulfed the top of their heads and shrouded the wind and snow. The joyful clan people looked up, only to see a gigantic eagle with a huge pair of purple wings circling the skies above the valley. Its gigantic wings were spreading and shrouding the sky and sun. The wings on the purple eagle were impregnable and had an illustrious, metallic shine. Its pair of claws was strong and powerful, seemingly able to crush the hilltop. This was obviously the leader of the purple-wing eagles. Both its eyes exuded boundless fury and murderous intent. A spirit demon? Elder Qian's voice was trembling and his face drained of colors. In the eyes of cultivators, spirit demons could be divided into two categories: Foundation Establishment Realm and Golden Core Realm. The purple-winged eagle in front of them should be at the Foundation Establishment Realm, but it was obviously much more powerful than Elder Qian. Most importantly, this spirit demon could fly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirping sounds of furor could be heard coming from the caves surrounding the valley. Numerous purple-winged eagles flew out of the cave. At one glance, there were hundreds of them. Although these purple-winged eagles were spirit beasts, there were more than enough of them to tear the joyful clan people into pieces. There was really nowhere to turn to. They could not even escape. Su Zimo's earlier words resonated in everyone's mind. In that moment, everyone understood. Su Zimo came here because he wanted to borrow the powers of these purple-winged eagles in Songlang Mountain Range to wipe them out in one swoop. This place was their tomb. No, we didn't kill it. That purple eagle. No, it's that man in the cave. A Qi refinement warrior spoke incoherently. He was so frightened that his lungs and guts were splitting. It was just that this explanation sounded too feeble. The spirit demons had a strong sense of territory possession. Even spirit beasts and spirit demons who intruded their territory would be viciously attacked by the purple-winged eagles, let alone cultivators from the human clan. Although Su Zimo killed that purple eagle, in the eyes of the purple-winged eagles, they had long classified the joyful clan people in the same category as Su Zimo. The detestable human clan. Chirp! The purple-winged eagles circling in the high skies chirped. In the next moment, hundreds of purple-winged eagles pounced on the joyful clan people murderously. At the same time, the leader of the purple-winged eagles dived down, opened its sharp claws and dashed towards Elder Qian to grab the latter's head. Everyone from the joyful clan felt devastated. This was a doomed situation. The moment that they stepped into the valley, they could no longer get out of it. The winds outside the cave were cold and pervasive. Nevertheless, it was very warm inside the cave. Thick straw mats were placed on the cold ground. Lying on top of them, Su Zimo could hear the miserable cries coming from outside. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. Monkey, did you hear that? This group of people who harmed you are all going to die. Su Zimo said softly. The spirit monkey was lying by Su Zimo's side. Its eyes were shut and it did not respond. Having lived in Songlang Mountain Range for 6 months, Su Zimo knew this place like the back of his hand. Both he and the spirit monkey knew which areas were frequented by spirit demons and which areas posed extreme danger. Su Zimo had planned this well in advance. This was the key reason that he chose Songlang Mountain Range as his battlefield. On the warm straw mat were a few oval-shaped bird eggs with faint purplish lines on the eggshells. They looked very beautiful. Su Zimo casually took 2 of the eggs and knocked them against each other using the remaining bit of his strength. Crack! Crack! Lines of cracks appeared on the eggs and purplish gold liquid flowed out of them, emitting a strong fragrance. Su Zimo placed one of the eggs by the spirit monkey's mouth and the other by his own mouth. He sucked the liquid bit by bit. He could not help smiling when he said, "Monkey, haven't you been longing for this egg? I have brought it here for you today." The spirit monkey often mentioned to Su Zimo that eggs of purple-winged eagles were extremely nutritious and tasty. However, there was a purple-winged eagle at the spirit demon level. On normal days, the two of them dared not even approach the eggs. The spirit monkey felt proudest about one thing in its life. He secretly ate an egg belonging to a purple-winged eagle and escaped safe and sound thereafter. The purple-winged eagles were one of the rare birds that would go through various stages of hibernation during winter. A man and a monkey already had plans to come here to steal the eggs once winter was approaching and when the purple-winged eagles were hibernating. They would be less sensitive to the outside world at that time. Unfortunately, Su Zimo left at the beginning of winter. The spirit monkey's lips were tightly shut. The purplish gold liquid flowed down the corner of its mouth and dropped onto the straw mat. There was no response from it all this while. At the sight of this, Su Zimo's eyes dimmed. The fragrant liquid in his mouth suddenly turned tasteless. The miserable cries outside gradually faded. Elder Qian's hysterical shout could be heard. Su Zimo, you can't leave here even if I am dead. Do you think this group of beasts will let you off? Ah! Elder Qian cried in pain, and there was no more noise thereafter. Su Zimo smiled. Since he had arrived here, Su Zimo did not intend to leave this place alive. The objective of this plan was for everyone to perish together. It was just that Su Zimo did not expect to implicate the spirit monkey in the end. Su Zimo struggled to stand up and walk out of the cave. Looking at the over 50 corpses beyond recognition in the valley, devoured and torn to pieces by the purple-winged eagles, he shook his head. A flash of mockery streaked across his eyes. So what if they were Foundation establishment cultivators? So what if they were an immortal clan? Eventually, they still died in an obscure corner of this Tsong Lang mountain range without anyone knowing. In actual fact, one would say that the death of the joyful clan people was due to Su Zimo's trap rather than being devoured by the purple-winged eagles. From the moment the joyful clan people stepped into Tsong Lang mountain range, they had already fallen into an invisible net. Led around the nose by Su Zimo, they were heading to the abyss of death with every step that they took. In mid-air, the leader of the purple-winged eagles sensed something as it suddenly lifted its head and landed its icy cold gaze on Su Zimo. The murderous intent was akin to that of a saber. Su Zimo had seen it before on his first night in Tsong Lang mountain range. The numerous purple-winged eagles gradually stopped devouring the corpses. Flapping their wings in the air, they fixed their gazes on Su Zimo, only waiting for the order from their leader before they charged forward to tear Su Zimo into pieces. Chirp! The spirit demon-level purple-winged eagle chirped loudly. Swoosh! Numerous purple-winged eagles swarmed over like a turbulent purple sea that would drown Su Zimo in the next moment. Facing the incoming death, Su Zimo was calm. He neither retreat nor panic. From the moment that he embarked on the path of cultivation, Dai Yu had told him that he would face unimaginable dangers and could lose his life at any time. He should not expect her to save him. At that moment, Su Zimo replied that life and death were preordained. This moment had eventually arrived. It was just that Su Zimo did not expect it to come so soon. All of a sudden, in Su Zimo's line of sight, a flash of unrivaled, stunning scarlet color that seemingly wanted to dye the entire world red suddenly flashed across that purple sea. It was impossible to overlook it. The shadow of a figure appeared and blocked the front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly. There was first shock in his eyes, followed by endless delight and happiness. The intruder was clad in a long, blood-colored robe. Back facing Su Zimo, she had a slim figure and her dark tresses were hanging loosely around her neck, blowing in the breeze. You dare touch my people. Then you shall die. The calm tone, pleasant voice and lazy drawl. Yet, the dominance in it was suffocating. Su Zimo suddenly felt like crying. He had fantasized countless times about Dai Yu appearing in the times of critical danger but had been repeatedly disappointed. She still came. Su Zimo opened his eyes wide to catch a clear glimpse of Dai Yu's every move, but waves of fatigue hit him. No longer able to endure it, he collapsed. From the battle in the capital to the slaying of Luo Tianwu in Jianan City, the ambush in Songlang Mountain Range to the journey of running for his life, He had not slept or rested for more than 2 weeks. Having traveled day and night, Su Zimo had already exhausted the last bit of strength in his body. The moment that he shut his eyes, Su Zimo could only see Dai Yu stretching out her fair palm and blocking that torrential purple sea with extreme ease. In the next moment, Dai Yu clenched her fists. The purple sea exploded instantly, emanating a sorrowful yet breathtaking mist of blood. Su Zimo fainted. Not knowing how long had passed, Su Zimo gradually regained his consciousness. He could sense a familiar aura when he opened his eyes. This was the cultivation field. Su Zimo was soaked in the wooden barrel. He seemed to have returned to 1 year ago. Dai Yu sat on the green stone not far away with a cold and aloof expression. He did not know what she was thinking. Where is the monkey? How is he? The first thing that Su Zimo did when he woke up was to check on the spirit monkey's condition. Dai Yu did not reply. Su Zimo hurried to explain. There is a spirit monkey lying in that cave. He is my friend and suffered grave injuries in order to save me. Miss Dai, you must save it. Su Zimo was anxious, but he could not continue further. Given Dai Yu's temperament, it was already surprising that she would appear to save him. Why would she care about the life of a spirit beast? After some time, Dai Yu said nonchalantly, "You don't need to bother about it. Its physique is much stronger than you." Ah! Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Thereafter, he was overjoyed. He pursued, "The monkey is still alive?" Dai Yu was silent, seemingly like she could not be bothered to respond. Su Zimo could not help smiling. He continuously nodded and muttered to himself, "Not bad. Not bad. Since I managed to survive and that damn monkey's physique is stronger than mine, it must still be alive." After putting down his worries, a trace of doubt arose in Su Zimo's heart again. He could not help but ask, "Miss Dai, although I am not part of the demon clan, after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, why is my physique still incomparable to that damn monkey?" The corners of Dai Yu's mouth pursed slightly. "You have only cultivated 3 sections, body tempering, tendons transformation and bone strengthening, and only attained initial success for them. The most difficult part of this skill that will cause great changes to your body are all at the later sections. You're still far from it." Su Zimo nodded. Looking at his body, he discovered that his right arm, which had almost become invalid, was completely fine now. There were no traces of injury on his body at all. "How long have I been sleeping?" Su Zimo asked. 10 days. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. He had suffered such grave injuries. Initially, he had felt very fortunate to have escaped death and thought that he would not recover completely. Unexpectedly, he was almost fully recovered in just 10 days after Dai Yu saved and brought him back. It was not just that. After this battle, Su Zimo felt that his body had become significantly stronger and more powerful. His bones were tough and strong. He had attained initial success in the bones strengthening section. This could be called bringing the dying back to life with a miraculous cure. Was there anything else that Dai Yu could not do? Although Dai Yu had told Su Zimo from the beginning that he was not allowed to inquire about her background and identity, Su Zimo often pondered deeply about it in private. Who exactly was Dai Yu? At what cultivation realm was she at? Suddenly, Su Zimo sensed something and looked over. On the green stone, Dai Yu was looking at Su Zimo calmly. Both her eyes were as crystal clear as water. They were beautiful and glistening with traces of ripples. For some unknown reason, Su Zimo suddenly felt a little nervous. "Miss Dai Yu, I have to go now." Su Zimo's expression froze, and his mind went blank. "You're not coming back?" "Yes." Su Zimo was silent and in low spirits. In that instant, the joyful feelings of surviving a calamity vanished completely into the thin air. Dai Yu said, "I can't teach you anymore. Hence, I have planted a spirit root in you. The quality won't be any lesser than the heaven spirit root. For your next steps, go look for an immortal cultivation clan to join." "Can a spirit root be planted?" "Others cannot, but I can." Dai Yu seemed to have thought of something. She smiled faintly and said, "After going into immortal cultivation, You can also execute sword kinesis flight. You won't be in such embarrassing situations again. Cultivators could execute sword kinesis flight and take down the enemy's head within 1,000 miles. It would be untrue if one were to say that he was not envious of this. If he had heard this news earlier, Su Zimo would definitely feel thrilled and overjoyed. However, Su Zimo really could not lift his spirits now. Why? After a long time of silence, Su Zimo looked up and asked, "Do you know why I led you onto the path of cultivation?" Daiyu questioned him instead. Su Zimo shook his head. 1 year ago, when Su Zimo was down and out and almost lost everything, Daiyu appeared before him and asked, "Do you wish to cultivate?" That scene, those words. Su Zimo would never forget them for life. However, Su Zimo did not know why Daiyu had imparted him Demon Clan cultivation technique and taught him cultivation. There are 2 reasons. First, when we met 3 years ago, I was at my weakest state. It can be considered that you saved my life by bringing me here. Over the next 2 years, you prepared meals and sent them to my doorsteps every day, never stopping once. Although I ignored you, I remember all of it. At the mention of this, Daiyu's slender figure left the green stone. Her entire charisma transformed, exuding an air of arrogance overriding the heaven and earth and could not be overlooked. She raised her voice and said, "I, Daiyu, had never pleaded with anyone or owed anyone anything, except for you. Imparting you cultivation techniques is considered the closing of this karma." Su Zimo was stunned. Who could be so certain of not pleading with anyone in their entire life? Even immortals could not help feeling fearful at times. To not plead with anyone for life and attain Daiyu's success, it was hard to imagine the adversities that one would need to experience. There is also another reason. I saw my old self in you. Daiyu looked at Su Zimo and said, "Your exterior appearance is frail and weak, but you have the prowess of a tiger at heart. It is just that this ferocious tiger has been in a deep slumber. 1 year ago, the departure of your childhood sweetheart and the bullying by perfected Song Lang had awakened this ferocious tiger in your heart. Do you still remember your reaction when that rogue came to murder you 1 year ago?" Su Zimo pursed his lips gently and did not utter a word. "You almost killed him," Daiyu continued. "Who would imagine that a frail and weak-looking scholar would have such a calm look in his eyes when he felt murderous? Your wrists were so steady. At that moment, in my eyes, you were a jade that had not been carved and polished. You are born to venture into the cruel and bloody cultivation world." Su Zimo felt a little emotional. If Daiyu had not led him onto the path of cultivation back then, he would most likely have died of depression in the remaining years of his life, much less to mention the blood feud of the Su family. Even if he was a tiger at heart, he did not have a spirit root. Hence, he could only be an old tiger without any claws. Seemingly sensing Su Zimo's thoughts, Daiyu furrowed her brows gently and said in puzzlement, "Your endowment is 1 in a million, but you lacked a spirit root. Logically, everyone should be born with a spirit root. It is just that there is differentiation between the stronger and weaker spirit roots. However, in this part of the world, many people don't have a spirit root. This is very strange." After pausing for a while, Daiyu shook her head and said, "Forget it. There are hidden secrets in every part of the world. I don't have the time to probe either. I should be leaving." Having said that, Daiyu's figure moved and she headed outside. Su Zimo hurriedly jumped out from the wooden barrel, casually grabbed a piece of clothing to cover himself and chased after her. "Miss Dai, where are you going?" Su Zimo chased all the way to the courtyard, feeling reluctant to part with her. He called out loud, "Of course it's back to my world." Daiyu turned around and looked at Su Zimo with a smile on her face, as she said jokingly, "You and I are from 2 different worlds." This was what Xianxia said to Su Zimo when she left him back then. Now that the same words were spoken by Daiyu, there was no contempt in it. Instead, it seemed as if they were very good longtime friends and were joking with each other. Of course, there was a hint of melancholy to it. Daiyu had never used this tone when she spoke to Su Zimo. She seldom smiled at him. It was not until now that Su Zimo realized that Daiyu was really leaving him. But you haven't taught me the remaining cultivation techniques of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. How can you leave? Su Zimo racked his brains and finally came up with a reason. Daiyu shook her head. You already have the spirit root. You should join the Immortal sect. Don't continue with your demon cultivation. Why? Su Zimo frowned, saying, I want to continue with demon cultivation and to learn immortal cultivation. Immortal and demon cultivation? Daiyu's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly. She could not help but smile. You are quite ambitious. Daiyu paused briefly before she said, Spirit chi can nourish and temper the body. Although the body will not be as strong as the demon clan, it is still fairly strong. But do you know why most of the cultivators have a weak body? Why? There is a limit to one's energy. No matter whether it is immortal cultivation or demon cultivation, one cannot live forever. One cannot escape from life and death. If one continues with immortal cultivation and demon cultivation, there is a high possibility that one cannot reach the end for either cultivation. Su Zimo thought about it and said, I want to give it a try. Daiyu continued, I won't stop you if you want to go ahead with immortal and Buddha cultivation. But immortals and demons belong to different worlds. Immortal is immortal while demon is demon. If you insist on doing immortal and demon cultivation, both sides would not tolerate you. Now that you just started demon cultivation, you should give it up now. I don't want to give up. Su Zimo insisted stubbornly. Even if the entire world would turn against you? So what if the entire world turns against me? To Su Zimo, this cultivation technique was imparted to him by Daiyu. It had an important significance. Even if the whole world stopped him from cultivating, he would continue with it. After a brief silence, Daiyu said, The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness will get more and more difficult. You won't be able to succeed without me by your side. Daiyu sighed at the obstinate look in Su Zimo's eyes, finally giving in. There was a demonic glitter in Daiyu's eyes. Thereafter, there were several more sutras in Su Zimo's mind. Daiyu looked at Su Zimo, saying softly, These are the remaining sutras. Remember, if it is too difficult to cultivate, don't waste your effort on them. Also, if the monkey at Songlang Mountain Range runs into trouble in the future, do give it a helping hand. Su Zimo had a moment of realization upon hearing her words. Daiyu had other intentions when she arranged for him to go through training at Songlang Mountain Range. Without the spirit monkey, Su Zimo would not be able to master Sanguine Ape Tri-Style within a year. Without the spirit monkey, Su Zimo would not be able to activate the Sanguine Ape transformation. Although Daiyu never showed up during his 1 year of training at Songlang Mountain Range, she had been keeping a silent watch over him. Otherwise, she would not appear at the final crucial moment. After all, Daiyu cared a lot for him. Su Zimo gazed at Daiyu quietly. His gaze was intense and somewhat irrational. It was as if he wanted to remember Daiyu's facial features and imprint it deeply in his memory. If you want to continue with immortal and demon cultivation, you will experience a lot of unimaginable sufferings. But you must bear in mind that these sufferings will only make you stronger. There is a saying in the Avatamsaka Sutra of the Huayan school that I would like to give you as parting words. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. With that, Daiyu turned around, waving to Su Zimo. Daiyu took a small step and she was in midair. Under Su Zimo's unwavering gaze, her graceful figure gradually disappeared into the air, transforming into a sanguine butterfly, with 2 bright crescent moons imprinted on the pair of wings. I left behind 3 gifts for you. The first gift is the spirit root in your body. As for the remaining 2 gifts, they may be of use to you in the future. Daiyu flapped her wings and the surrounding space collapsed and turned into fragments. Cracks formed as a dark void could be vaguely seen in the distance, stirring up chilly wind. It was unnerving. The butterfly flew into the darkness and gradually disappeared. Daiyu! Su Zimo ran a few steps and shouted toward the direction that Daiyu flew to. I will go to look for you. The surrounding space gradually returned to normal and the cracks fused together. Right then, a sound was heard coming from the void's abyss. Sure, I'll wait for you. Dai Yu had transformed into a butterfly and left. It was only when Dai Yu left did Su Zimo realize that he had developed a strong attachment and dependence on Dai Yu. Su Zimo stood rooted on the ground, constantly thinking about what happened here over the past 1 year. He was lost in his thoughts. The sun rose, breaking through the dark clouds. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had stood under the peach blossom tree for an entire night, not moving at all. Finally, Su Zimo raised his head. Looking into the distance, his eyes finally regained focus. He concealed the pain of separation and reluctance to part with Dai Yu deep in his heart. He took a deep breath before he turned to leave. Su Zimo passed by the Su family's residence and halted in his tracks. Supposedly, everyone in the Su family should be hiding at Sky Treasure Pavilion at Songlang City. But right now, the door to the mansion was opened and he could vaguely hear sounds coming from within. Su Zimo felt perplexed and went in to check. Second young master? Second young master is back. Everyone in the Su family's residence was elated to see Su Zimo. Su Hong came out with the rest to welcome Su Zimo. Zimo, are you all right? Su Hong came forward, grabbing hold of Su Zimo's shoulder and sized him up. I am all right. Su Zimo shook his head, asking, why aren't all of you at Sky Treasure Pavilion? Song Chi said, we were going to leave Pingyang town when a red-robed lady turned up all of a sudden to stop us. As Song Chi was recollecting what happened, he still could not hide the shock that he felt back then. The lady was very powerful. She did not need to leverage any external objects and she could fly into the air. She must at least be a golden core cultivator. She told all of us to wait for her, saying that she would bring you back. And she disappeared right in front of us. At the mention of the lady, everyone in the Su family could not hide their appalled and shocked expression. Su Zimo hung his head. No one noticed the loneliness and sadness in his eyes. Zimo, is that lady your master? Everyone in the Su family could tell that Su Zimo had undergone a total transformation. He had changed from a frail scholar to a warrior who could slay Qi refinement warriors. It must be due to the mysterious lady. She is not my master. Su Zimo shook his head. Although Dai Yu taught him demon cultivation, Su Zimo had never treated Dai Yu as his master. Where is the lady? We have to express our gratitude to her. We must not neglect her. Su Hong continued to say. She's gone. Su Zimo said softly. Everyone was silent. Su Zimo recovered himself and smiled. Brother, what plans do you have next? The Su family's situation was tricky. They could not go to the country of Yen, and they could not stay in the country of Qi. They could only leave their homeland to stay in other states. I have no idea as well. Su Hong sighed softly, looking toward the country of Yen that was far in the distance as he said in a low voice, I still can't bear to leave. Right then, a black armored cavalry galloped from afar and shouted loudly even before he reached. Report, young master, the country of Yan's army are closing in. There are at least hundreds of thousands of them. Among them were cultivators as well. The army of the country of Yen? Su Hong frowned, feeling perplexed. The country of Yen is without a leader. The first thing right now should be to elect a new king, and to keep the army and the officials' morale high. Why would they lead an army to deal with us? It doesn't make sense. Uncle Zhang shook his head as well. There are hundreds of thousands of soldiers. That is the entire army of the country of Yen. Will they go to this extent just to deal with the Su family? I don't think so. Cultivators. There was a coldness in Su Zimo's eyes and he thought to himself. It must be the Joyful Clan. 10 days ago, the Joyful Clan sent hundreds of cultivators to hunt down Su Zimo. In the end, all of them were slain in Songlang Mountain Range. The Joyful Clan could not possibly take this lying down. Furthermore, the Su family and Su Zimo had no interaction with the cultivation world. Their only enemy was the Joyful Clan. Brother, bring the Su family to retreat to Songlang City first. I will follow thereafter, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. Su Zimo had just finished his sentence and he seemed to sense something, looking into the far distance. At the far end of the sky, There was a group of more than 1,000 people rushing over in alarming speed. All of them were cultivators, and they were executing the sword kinesis flight in mid-air. Su Zimo squinted his eyes. He could see them very clearly. The cultivators were moving at a fast speed. They were already at the Foundation Establishment realm. This was a group that was made up entirely of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Could the joyful clan be so powerful? It's too late. Song Qi looked grim as he shook his head. Su Hong clenched his fists, saying in a cold voice, "I will gather the black armored cavalry. We can't possibly sit here waiting for our deaths." "Wait a minute." Su Zimo stopped Su Hong, shaking his head. "Don't act rashly. We will act according to the circumstances." Regardless of whether it was Su Hong or Song Qi, they had not sparred with Foundation Establishment cultivators before. But Su Zimo knew the abilities of the Foundation Establishment cultivators very well. If the group of more than 1,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators attacked them, a 50,000-strong black armored cavalry would be wiped out, notwithstanding a 5,000-strong black armored cavalry. They were not at Songlang Mountain range. Su Zimo was not the opponent of one Foundation Establishment cultivator, let alone 1,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators. They could do nothing but wait. The 1,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators reached the sky of Pingyang Town in no time. They were dressed uniformly, and they exuded the harsh and murderous aura. They did not look like cultivators, instead they seemed more like the National Army. At the furthest front of the 1,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators was a graceful and magnificent carriage that floated in the air. It was adorned with brilliant jewels and pearls, dazzling and sparkling in midair. Although no one carried the carriage, it floated steadily in midair. There was sparkling bead curtain at the front of the carriage. There seemed to be someone seated in the carriage. One could not tell the person's facial features due to the bead curtain. Everyone in the Su family was shocked. Song Qi, who was a Qi refinement warrior, had never seen such a large army either. He was dumbstruck. "Something is wrong," Uncle Zhang said softly. The markings on the cultivators' costumes seemed to be that of the Great Zhou dynasty. Every Foundation Establishment cultivator who was in midair had an exquisite 5-clawed golden dragon imprinted on the sleeves. It was very realistic and majestic. Right then, the leader of the Foundation Establishment cultivators came out from the crowd. He wore a golden Taoist robe and stood floating in the air. He swept his sharp gaze over everyone in the Su family, pausing slightly when he saw Su Zimo. He then took out a golden silk from his storage bag and spread it out. Su Hong and Uncle Zhang had a big shock at the sight of the golden silk, exclaiming in surprise, "The Emperor's Imperial Edict." The Great Zhou dynasty was the only one who had the right to issue the golden silk, and it was from the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. Who was the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty? He was the supreme leader of the Great Zhou dynasty. He had achieved a lot of meritorious deeds, surpassing the ancients and dazzling contemporaries, holding absolute power in his hands. If the emperor was angered, millions of people had to die. Since the imperial edict was issued, every state in the Great Zhou dynasty had to submit unconditionally. Otherwise it would be seen as an act of defiance, and they would be punished by the Great Zhou dynasty. King Qian of Yen was unscrupulous and framed loyal subjects, causing chaos to his country and governance. It is right that he be removed. It was said that Su Hong is the son of Su Mu, and he is well loved by the people and has courage and wits, loving the people like his own. He is qualified to be the next king. I hereby issue this imperial edict crowning him as king. Everyone is to spread the news and not to hinder the spreading of this edict. The golden armored leader who was in midair rolled the imperial edict. He stared at Su Hong and said in a deep voice, "Su Hong, accept the imperial edict." This? Su Hong froze in place, looking shocked. There was disbelief in his eyes. The Great Zhou dynasty hardly intervened in the affairs of the various states. It was rare that it would issue imperial edicts, let alone crown someone as the king of a vassal state. It was not that Su Hong did not want to be the king. The reason why he rejected Wei Mingqing's proposal was that he was worried that if he was crowned king, war would definitely break out and it would implicate the innocent people of the country of Yen. But right now, with the imperial edict, Su Hong could be crowned the king, and yet there would be no wars in the country of Yen. If anyone had objections and launched a war, he would not be going against Su Hong, but the imperial edict. No one would be so foolish to do such things. It was akin to courting death. More importantly, everyone in the Su family would no longer need to leave their homeland to go to other states, and the black armored cavalry would finally have a place to stay for good. Young master, hurry. Accept the edict. Uncle Zhang was excited. He could not hide his happiness and he urged him softly. But Su Hong was in a difficult position. He had never seen the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty before, and the imperial edict came all of a sudden. He could not help but feel worried and perturbed. Su Hong looked toward Su Zimo automatically. Su Zimo frowned, shaking his head. He had never seen anyone from the great Zhou dynasty as well. The only possibility was that it was Dai Yu's doing. Before Dai Yu left, she told Su Zimo that she had left 3 gifts for him. One of them was the spirit root, but she did not tell him the remaining 2 gifts. Could it be that one of the gifts was the crowning of his older brother? But that did not make any sense. Su Zimo felt baffled. He whispered to his older brother, "Brother, you should accept the edict first." Su Hong nodded and took a deep breath, making a bow, before he knelt down on one knee, saying in a low voice, "Su Hong accepts the imperial edict." The golden armored leader waved his hands and the imperial edict landed softly on Su Hong's hands. It sparkled with gold radiance, exuding a majestic aura, as if the emperor was here. Right then, fumes and dust billowed in the wind from not too far away. There was a thunderous sound of hooves. The country of Yen's army had just arrived. They were led by famed generals of the country of Yen. Among them was Wei Mingcheng, the general of Jian and City. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers came galloping over. There were so many of them, one could not see the end of the line. The generals at the front line dismounted and knelt down on one knee at sight of Su Hong, shouting loudly, "We pay respects to the king! We pay respects to the king!" Hundreds of thousands of soldiers yelled and the loud voices resonated. The Su family finally realized that the hundreds of thousands of soldiers were not here to seek revenge. Instead, they were here to pay respects to the new king of the country of Yen, and to welcome him back to stand guard at the capital. Although this was a good piece of news, the Su family seemed to be at a loss. They felt that everything was surreal and they seemed to be dreaming. Su Zimo raised his head, looking toward the carriage that was floating in midair. He fixed his gaze on it as if trying to see through it. Swoosh! A porcelain white fair arm reached out from the carriage to lift the bead curtain. A beauty came walking out from the carriage. She was dressed in a yellow long dress, with a ribbon tied at her waist, fully accentuating her exquisite figure. The lady had complexion that was fair as snow. She looked refreshing and mesmerizing. The moment she exited the carriage, the graceful and magnificent carriage seemed to pale in comparison to her. "Zimo, didn't I say that we will definitely meet again?" The lady waved her hands at Su Zimo, smiling. Upon hearing what the lady said, everyone present could not help but brim with curiosity. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone fixed their gaze on Su Zimo. The Su family gaped in shock. Everyone could tell that the lady in front was from a noble family and had a powerful background. She could likely be from the great Zhou dynasty's royal family. From the tone of the lady, the Su family were further surprised that the lady seemed to be on close terms with second young Master Su. The Foundation establishment cultivators behind the lady stared at Su Zimo, envy and jealousy evident in their eyes. There was a hint of provocation in the eyes of the golden armored leader. Yao Shui controlled a flying sword and landed on the ground, gazing at Su Zimo, who looked astonished. She pursed her lips as she smiled. "Don't you recognize me? You?" Su Zimo finally recovered himself, smiling. "Are you the disciple from Azure Frost sect?" "Yes." Yao Shui nodded, pausing before she continued. "However, I am a princess of the great Zhou dynasty as well. My surname is Ji. Back then we came together by chance and I hid the fact from you. Will you blame me for that?" Su Zimo smiled, shaking his head. Ji was not a common surname. If Yao Shui revealed her surname back then, he would most likely have guessed her background from her surname. But now that he thought about it, there were some clues that pointed to her identity. Ji Yaoshua knew everything about Sky Treasure Pavilion and could gift Su Zimo with a Sky Treasure Gold badge casually. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to do that. We are old acquaintances. Aren't you going to invite me for tea? Ji Yaoshua bent her head to the side, blinking at him. Sure. Come over to my place. Su Zimo nodded to Su Hong, telling him to rest assured before he brought Ji Yaoshua to his mansion. The golden armored leader brought several Foundation establishment cultivators with him and followed them to the mansion. He seemed to be worried that they would be spending time alone. Su Zimo and Yao Shui sat at a round table at the courtyard. There were 2 cups of fragrant tea that were piping hot. The golden armored leader and the rest stood behind Yao Shui. The golden armored leader stared at Su Zimo. There was hostility in his eyes. Su Zimo had already noticed it, but he did not let it bother him. Yao Shui. Why? Audacious. Su Zimo had a lot of doubts and was just about to ask Yao Shui some questions when he was yelled at by the golden armored leader. It is a taboo for a mere mortal to call the princess by her name. The golden armored leader sneered. There was contempt in his eyes as he stared at Su Zimo. Dai Su. Without waiting for Su Zimo to speak, Ji Yaoshua arched her eyebrows, speaking in a low voice. It is none of your business how Zimo addresses me. Wait by the side. Third princess, the emperor ordered me to ensure your safety and not to leave your side. Dai Su bowed slightly, cupping his fists. Then keep your mouth shut. Ji Yaoshua gave a sideways glance to Dai Su, sending him a look of warning. Yes, princess. Dai Su looked upset. He glared at Su Zimo before he answered. Su Zimo remained composed. He ignored Dai Su's provocation and did not look in his direction. Ji Yaoshua smiled apologetically at Su Zimo and said, A few days ago, there was a secret report from Sky Treasure Pavilion and I happened to chance upon it. From the description, I guessed that you were the one who killed the king of Yen. Therefore, I begged my father to issue an imperial edict and came with all of them. Ji Yaoshua did not tell him everything, but Su Zimo could roughly guess what was going on. Before that, the emperor must have sent people to conduct a detailed check on the Su family. Are you pleased with this arrangement? Ji Yaoshua smiled as she asked. It's pretty good. Su Zimo nodded. With this imperial edict, Su Hong could be crowned the king without engaging in any fights, and the surrounding states would not dare to intrude on the country of Yan's territory. To him, this was a big favor. But Su Zimo was not someone to flatter people. Instead, he would remember their kindness deep down inside his heart. Why do you bring so many Foundation establishment cultivators with you? Su Zimo continued to ask. Ji Yaoshua frowned slightly, saying, After returning to the clan, I conducted some investigations on Joyful Clan and discovered that the cultivators are involved in evil deeds. They always abducted women and made use of their yin energy to supplement their own yang energy to aid their cultivation. I intend to eliminate this clan, but... Ji Yaoshua paused slightly. There was a flash of doubt in her eyes. But what? Su Zimo could roughly guess the reason, but he did not reveal anything. Ji Yaoshua continued. But I found out that more than 100 Joyful Clan cultivators had died at Songlang Mountain Range, and they had been through a very vicious fight. It felt as if they were hunting down one man but was instead killed. At the mention of this, Ji Yaoshua raised her head to look at Su Zimo. Back then, the Joyful Clan had caused quite a commotion when they hunted down Su Zimo. The entire capital of the country of Yen had witnessed it. Oh! Su Zimo expressed his shock at hearing the news. His reaction was appropriate and suitable. Ji Yaoshua thought to herself, although Zimo is very capable, and he is very powerful in close combat, he would not have the capabilities to slay Foundation establishment cultivators. It should not be him, instead it must be someone else. After a brief silence, there was a flash of surprise in Ji Yaoshua's eyes. This is not the worst part. When we reached the place where the Joyful Clan inhabited, we realized that the entire clan was reduced to rubble, bones and corpses were strewn everywhere. No one was alive. Ah! This time, Su Zimo really had a shock. Although Su Zimo killed hundreds of cultivators from the Joyful clan, the clan was still around. If there was a chance, the Joyful clan would definitely seek revenge. 10 days had passed, but there were no news from the Joyful clan. Su Zimo could not help but be on tenterhooks. He did not expect that the entire clan was wiped out. The person who did it was way more powerful than the cultivators of the Joyful clan. It seemed as if every cultivator of the Joyful clan died instantaneously. It was definitely a different person from the person on Songlang Mountain Range, Xianxia said. Su Zimo was reminded of a red-robed figure and a cold and stunning face. According to what Xianxia had said, Su Zimo could not think of a second person who had the ability and would do such a thing. Before Dayu left, she must have been worried that the Joyful clan would seek revenge on him. Therefore, she decided to take drastic measures by annihilating the entire clan, so that he would be free of troubles. However, Su Zimo would never tell anyone about this. Xianxia let out a long breath before she smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. Other than to crown a new king, there is another reason why I made this trip, and it is because of you." "What is it?" Su Zimo asked. Xianxia took a stone that was the size of a fist out from her storage bag, placing it on the round table. She smiled as she asked, "Zimo, do you know what this is? Spirit stone?" "Unlikely." Su Zimo shook his head. "This is a testing spirit stone. It can tell whether someone has a spirit root and as well as the grade of the spirit root." Xianxia went on to explain. "Zimo, given your capabilities, if you have a spirit root, even if it is the most ordinary spirit root, you will have huge achievements in the future. The clan has promised that I can bring someone with spirit root to join the clan. It doesn't matter even if it is the most ordinary spirit root. Zimo, you should give it a try." Su Zimo looked at the testing spirit stone. He did not stretch out his hands, instead he seemed to be pondering. Before Dayu left, she had planted the spirit root for him. He knew that it might be as good as the heaven spirit root. Su Zimo had no doubts about that. Su Zimo had another thought after listening to what Xianxia had just said. Xianxia thought that Su Zimo did not really know much about her clan. That was why he was reluctant to stretch out his hands. She began to explain. In the Great Zhou dynasty's territory, there are 5 strongest clans. Zimo, you can be assured that the clan Azure Frost sect that I am in is among the 5 strongest clans. Su Zimo was interested and he asked all of a sudden, "What are the 4 other clans?" The 5 main clans are Iridescent Clouds Palace, Southern Mountains Clan, True Fire Sect, Azure Frost Sect, and Ethereal Peak. Su Zimo lowered his head, blowing lightly at the tea leaves floating on the tea. There was a fleeting coldness in his eyes at the mention of Iridescent Clouds Palace. Su Zimo looked up, his expression normal as he asked, "I suppose for those who join the 5 main clans, they have a high requirement for the spirit root. Is that so?" Xianxia nodded and said, "If you want to join the 5 main clans, one needs to have at least a superior class spirit root. Having a pseudo-spirit root and ordinary spirit root will not meet the mark. However, Zimo, you can rest assured that even if yours is a pseudo-spirit root, I can bring you to join the clan as well. The spirit root could be categorized into 5 grades: pseudo-spirit root, ordinary spirit root, superior class spirit root, earth spirit root, and the most rare heaven spirit root." That was to say, since Zhou Dingyun and Shin Mingqi were chosen by perfected Songlang from Iridescent Clouds Palace, they must at least have the superior class or higher grade spirit root. Su Zimo smiled and took a sip of tea, asking casually, "Is there any feud between the 5 main clans? Or rather, which among the 5 clans is stronger?" "Feud?" Xianxia shook her head. "This I do not know, but Iridescent Clouds Palace and True Fire Sect are situated quite close to each other and have been getting along well. The 5 main clans are similar to each other in terms of capabilities and each has their own strengths, of which Ethereal Peak is the most mysterious. In the Great Zhou dynasty, we will hold a grand match between clans every 10 years. Every clan within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty can take part in it, regardless of its size. The 5 main clans have ranked the top 10 in terms of movement techniques, elixir refinement, weapon refinement, and creating talismans. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes, seemingly pondering about something. Since True Fire Sect and Iridescent Clouds Palace were on close terms, Su Zimo would never join them. As for joining Azure Frost Sect, Su Zimo wanted to give this opportunity to Su Hong and Su Xiaoning. As to who would join the sect, it was entirely up to their destiny. That left Su Zimo with only Southern Mountains Clan and Ethereal Peak. Su Zimo asked again, among the 5 main clans, which is closest to the country of Yen? Ji Yaoxue took out a map made from animal skin out of her storage bag. She took a closer look before saying, the closest is Ethereal Peak. Su Zimo nodded, not saying any more. Zimo, why do you ask all these? Hurry, you should check your spirit root. Ji Yaoxue urged him once again. Su Zimo smiled lightly. Some cultivator had checked for me and said that I don't have a spirit root, so I won't do the testing. Ah! Ji Yaoxue could not hide her disappointment. But she wanted to give it another try, and so she tried persuading him again. Perhaps the person had seen it wrongly. You should check it again. Su Zimo said in a low voice, Yaoxue, this is a good chance. I have 2 closest kins and I would like for them to give it a try, to see whether they have a chance to join Azure Frost Sect. This is good as well. Ji Yaoxue hesitated slightly before she agreed. Su Zimo stood up to thank her, and he came out with Su Hong and Su Xiaoning, explaining to them briefly how the testing spirit stone worked, and telling them to give it a try. Su Hong waved his hands, shaking his head. I don't need to try. Even if I have spirit root, I won't take the cultivation path. Among the 3 of us, one has to inherit our father's legacy and continue with his work. Xiaoning, you can go ahead to test it. Su Xiaoning was hesitant. She seemed afraid, looking towards Su Zimo for help. Su Zimo smiled, holding his sister's little hand to the round table, as he spoke in a tender tone. Don't be afraid. All you have to do is to hold on to this stone. Su Xiaoning nodded, still feeling worried, but she seemed to have made up her mind. She went forward to grab hold of the testing spirit stone. At the moment when Su Xiaoning held the testing spirit stone, 5 rays of light in different colors shot out from the testing spirit stone. This was the first time that Su Xiaoning saw something like this. She had a shock and she threw the stone away automatically. The 5 different rays of light represented the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was the pseudo-spirit root, the worst spirit root among all. Su Zimo rejoiced greatly in his heart. In any case, this meant that Su Xiaoning had a spirit root, and she could join one of the 5 main clans, Azure Frost Sect. In fact, even without his relationship with Ji Yaoxue, Su Zimo was able to join Azure Frost Sect with the spirit root that Dai Yu planted for him. However, Su Zimo could vaguely sense something amiss and wanted to try to keep a distance between he and Ji Yaoxue. What was Ji Yaoxue's identity? She was the 3rd princess of the Great Zhou dynasty. She was of noble birth. Su Zimo was aware that their encounter this time had riled the guard behind Ji Yaoxue, and he was hostile toward him. If he continued to be on close terms with Ji Yaoxue, he might invite trouble for himself. He was not being afraid of them. It was just that he was still not as powerful and he could not protect himself. But Su Xiaoning was different. She was after all a female, and she would not invite the hostility of others. Indeed, after witnessing the scene, there was a flash of delight in Dai Su, the golden-armored leader's eyes. He let out a sigh of relief, and he seemingly relaxed his guard. Su Zimo looked at Ji Yaoxue, his expression solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. Since that is the case, please bring Xiaoning with you. She is timid, and she has not been to faraway places. Do take extra care of her during cultivation in Azure Frost Sect. You can rest assured that I will definitely take good care of her, Ji Yaoxue said. Brother, I don't wish to part with you or to leave Su family. Su Xiaoning curled her lips, tears welling in her eyes. She was on the brink of crying. Su Hong laughed and said, It's good to cultivate. It is a golden opportunity. You must not miss the chance. Besides, when you are stronger, I will be asking you for help in the future. Su Xiaoning turned tears into smiles upon hearing Su Hong's teasing words. She nodded seriously. I will work hard to cultivate and come back to help brother in the future. Go along to pack your things and say goodbye to Uncle Zhang and the rest. Su Hong left with Su Xiaoning to pack her things. There was a smile in Su Zimo's eyes as he watched them left. Zimo, you... Ji Yaoxue wanted to say something but held back her tongue. Su Zimo smiled, standing up to bow to her as he said, I have to thank you for rendering help this time. It is because of you that the Su family have a place to stay and Xiaoning has a chance to join Azure Frost sect. If you have anything to ask of me in the future, I will definitely agree to it. Humph? Dai Su smirked. A hint of sarcasm flashed across his face. He curled his lips. How dare you boast without shame? She is the third princess of the great Zhou dynasty. How will she ever need your help? Su Zimo smiled lightly, not rebutting his words. Nobody would have imagined that the promise that Su Zimo gave right now would carry a lot of weight in the future. Next day morning, the Su family and many Foundation establishment cultivators stood on the long street of Pingyang town, bidding their farewell. In the middle of the long street, one man and one lady stood facing each other. The man was dressed in a green robe, clean and plain, with a handsome appearance, while the lady wore a long pale yellow dress that reached the ground. Her black hair cascaded down her back. Her complexion was flawless. There was a touch of melancholy in her sparkling eyes. Zimo, are you really not leaving with me? Even if you can't join Azure Frost sect, given your capabilities, you will have great achievements at Great Zhou, Ji Yaoxue said softly. No, Su Zimo smiled. I am used to leading an unbridled life. I am unaccustomed to the rules and regulations of the palace. Zimo, are you interested in joining the Ethereal Peak? Ji Yaoxue was smart. She could vaguely sense that Su Zimo was deliberately keeping a distance from her. There was surprise in Su Zimo's eyes, but he did not respond. Ji Yaoxue continued. It is more difficult to join Ethereal Peak than other clans. There are many tests to pass. The testing of the spirit root is only one of them. I heard that many high-level Qi refinement warriors could not join the Ethereal Peak. You? Su Zimo sighed in his heart at the look of concern in Ji Yaoxue's eyes. He knew that Ji Yaoxue was being genuinely good to him. Perhaps it was to return his kindness or for some other reason. But no matter what, he could not leave with Ji Yaoxue. Although Dai Su had concealed his intentions well, he could not hide from Su Zimo's spirit perception. The man had murderous intent toward him. It was all right if it was Dai Su who wanted to kill him, however. If it was the Emperor of Great Zhou who wanted him dead, this was bad news to Su Zimo as well as the Su family. The Imperial Edict might seem like a reward, however, the Emperor was giving them a warning as well. Since the Emperor of Great Zhou could crown Su Hong as king, he could easily annihilate the Su family as well. The Emperor's power was vast and mighty, and one could not predict his next movement or intention. Dai Yu might have been ruthless when she sent Su Zimo to the Zhonglang mountain range, but she was teaching him at the same time that regardless of whether it was the mortal world or the cultivation world, it was no different from the Zhonglang mountain range, where the strong ruled over the weak, and that was the only way to survive. One had to be able to survive Zhonglang mountain range in order to be able to venture into the cultivation world. If one was not powerful enough, one could only be passive and be powerless when others preyed on them. Zimo, what plans do you have? Ji Yaoxue continued to ask. Su Zimo replied, to travel 1,000 miles beats reading 1,000 books. I might embark upon an adventure. Su Zimo paused briefly before he bowed to Ji Yaoxue, cupping his fists. Miss Ji, let's bid farewell today. Please take care. Ji Yaoxue looked dismayed upon hearing that Su Zimo addressed her as Miss Ji. After a brief silence, she nodded. Young Master Su, take care as well. Ji Yaoxue boarded the carriage and the bead curtain dropped to cover her from view. The two of them seemed to be thrown into two different worlds, and they might not be able to see each other again. Su Xiaoning sat on the carriage and looked outside, tears falling down her cheeks. Ji Yaoxue sighed softly as she took Su Xiaoning into her embrace, saying softly, let's go. The carriage flew up into the air and more than 1,000 Foundation establishment cultivators maneuvered their swords and followed behind, surrounding the carriage to protect the princess. They disappeared from the sky of Pingyang Town in no time. At the end of the procession, one of the Foundation establishment cultivators came up to Dai Su and asked softly, "Leader Dai, do we still need to kill Su Zimo?" "No need. At least he is tactful. He did not reach out for a yard after taking an inch." Dai Su sneered. "He is just a mere mortal. He is but a frog in a well. Just let nature run its own course." In the carriage, Su Xiaoning seemed to be overly upset. She collapsed in Ji Yaoshua's embrace and fell into a deep sleep. The tears at the corner of her eyes were still evident. Ji Yaoshua gazed at the bead curtain, looking forlorn. She frowned slightly, sorrow etched in her features, looking pitiful. "Princess, don't be sad over that man. It's not worth it," Dai Su said softly outside the carriage. Ji Yaoshua did not seem to have heard him. Dai Su continued, "Princess, you are of noble birth and you are from the royal family. He is just a nobody. He is not worthy of you." Ji Yaoshua frowned. She checked on Su Xiaoning, who was deep asleep in her embrace, before she turned her head and said softly, "If he is a nobody, then what about you? You don't have to care about my business. You are not qualified." Ji Yaoshua was harsh, but she kept her volume down so as not to wake Su Xiaoning up. "Princess, don't blame me for being meddlesome. You will definitely be a golden core in the future and you will have a lifespan of 500 years. While he is just a mortal and his lifespan is only about 100 years. It is not practical to choose him as your Dao partner." Dai Su continued. Ji Yaoshua's expression darkened, asking all of a sudden, "Did my father say anything to you?" "No, nothing." Dai Su paused momentarily before he quickly denied. Ji Yaoshua clenched her fists in silence, saying in a cold voice, "Dai Su, let me warn you. Don't you dare to do anything to Su Zimo or the Su family." Dai Su's expression hardened, but he remained silent. After a brief silence, Ji Yaoshua sighed softly, feeling upset. 100 years will pass by in the blink of an eye. I am afraid that I will never have the chance to see him again. Upon hearing this, Dai Su breathed a sigh of relief, finally putting his heart at rest. Ji Yaoshua had finally realized that if she and Su Zimo were on close terms, it would not be helpful to Su Zimo. Instead, it would bring disaster to him. Ji Yaoshua looked forlorn. She did not notice that Su Xiaoning, who was in her embrace, batted her eyelashes but did not open her eyes. Pingyang Town. Su Hong and others were about to return to the capital with the army of the country of Yen. "Zimo, why don't you stay in the capital with me for a period of time?" Now that Su Hong was going to the capital, he would not be returning to Pingyang Town anytime soon. He was worried at leaving Su Zimo behind by himself. "Brother, you should go now. I will stay in Pingyang Town for a while before I embark upon an adventure." "You don't have to worry about me," Su Zimo said. Su Hong frowned. "There is no one at the Su family's residence and we don't have any acquaintances in Pingyang Town. You are by yourself?" "I am not alone." Su Zimo smiled. Su Hong was surprised. Su Zimo did not explain. Instead, he gave Su Hong a pound on the chest, smiling. "You should hurry to the capital now. There is no need to worry about me. If there's a chance, I will go to the capital to visit all of you." "All right, we will leave now." Su Hong mounted the horse and nodded towards Su Zimo. Under the protection of the country of Yan's army, Su Hong and the others of the Su family left for the capital, galloping away. The cold wind howled. Su Zimo walked on the empty long street amidst the wind and snow, looking lonely and desolate from the back. Xiaoning had left, so had Su Hong. Everyone seemed to have left him within a day. When Su Zimo reached his own mansion and he pushed the door open, the wind and snow seemed to have stopped and he could feel a sense of warmth rushing toward him. There seemed to be a lady in a bloody red robe standing under the peach blossom tree. It seemed real and yet ethereal, as she turned to smile at him. Su Zimo was not alone and he did not feel lonely. When he came back to his mansion, it was as if Dai Yu was by his side, watching him cultivate as usual, kicking and beating him occasionally. Su Zimo smiled and closed the door. Su Zimo had no intention of leaving Pingyang Town right away. He was waiting. He was waiting for someone. Just like that night 1.5 years ago, winter had passed and spring was here. 2 years ago, perfected Song Lang inadvertently passed by Pingyang town and brought 2 people away with him, and that directly or indirectly changed the fate of many people. Zhou Dingyun was one of them. During the 2 years of cultivation in Iridescent Cloud's palace, Zhou Dingyun often thought to himself that without perfected Song Lang, he would still be at the prison in Pingyang town, munching on the cold buns, drinking the icy water, trying hard to please the prison guards. But right now, Zhou Dingyun was a Qi refinement warrior. He was a disciple of Iridescent Cloud's palace. Although he was an outer sect disciple, whenever Zhou Dingyun went to the mortal world, he would be respected and envied by the surrounding mortals. He could decide the life and death of every mortal. Although he was an outer sect disciple, he wore the Taoist robe of Iridescent Cloud's palace. The cultivators from the small clans might have higher cultivation base, but they would show respect for him whenever they saw him. Zhou Dingyun enjoyed this feeling very much. However, that was not enough. Whenever Zhou Dingyun enjoyed the glory of being a Qi refinement warrior, a scene would flash through his mind automatically. There was no moon that night. He knelt in front of a green-robed scholar, tears on his face as he begged for mercy. This scene felt like a thorn that was stuck deeply in Zhou Dingyun's throat. It had become increasingly intolerable and uncomfortable over the past 2 years. The higher Zhou Dingyun's realm was, the more he could not forget the scene. No matter what achievements he had accomplished, it could not erase what happened that night, as well as the shame that the scholar brought him. After cultivation, Zhou Dingyun knew very well that if he did not remove this thorn, it would become his mental demons in the future. The solution was simple. He would return to Pingyang town to kill the scholar and annihilate his entire family clan. And right now, the time had come. Zhou Dingyun had the earth spirit root. He managed to reach level 8 Qi condensation within 2 years. His speed of cultivation was ranked the top few among other cultivators in his sect. Of course, Shinmengqi, who joined the sect with him, had heaven spirit root. She had reached perfected Qi condensation and was only one step to breaking through Foundation Establishment realm. There is definitely no way to defeat senior martial sister Shin. But level 8 Qi condensation is enough. I suppose there is no Qi refinement warrior in the entire Pingyang town. Seeing that Pingyang town was right before him, Zhou Dingyun could feel his blood boiling. He could not help but laugh. In the eyes of the normal folks, there was nothing more proud and happy than a glorious homecoming. And right now, Zhou Dingyun had done even better than a glorious homecoming by coming back as a Qi refinement warrior. Zhou Dingyun was here not only to annihilate the Su family, but also to make Su Zimo kneel in front of him and to torture him viciously, as well as to reduce the prison of Pingyang town to rubble, killing all the prison guards that used to humiliate him. By the way, Su Zimo's younger sister has good looks. Cannot kill her. Haha. Zhou Dingyun smiled with a lecherous grin. By the time Zhou Dingyun reached Pingyang town, it was already midnight. It was a dark and gusty night. It was no different from that night 2 years ago. There was no one on the empty street. Zhou Dingyun maneuvered his flying sword to reach Su Zimo's mansion. Zhou Dingyun felt deeply about the familiar mansion. 2 years ago, when he was here to assassinate Su Zimo, he had to climb over the wall carefully to get into the mansion. Right now, he could be open about going into the mansion. To put it more accurately, he could fly into the mansion. He wondered how Su Zimo would react when he saw him execute sword kinesis flight. Would he be scared stiff? Would he kneel down right away, kowtowing to him, begging him for mercy? Zhou Dingyun was full of anticipation. Zhou Dingyun came to the courtyard and looked around. It was no different from how it was 2 years ago. It was the beginning of spring. The peach blossom tree at the courtyard looked the same. The flowers had blossomed and the petals had fallen to the ground. The only change was that there were a sanguine bough and a long saber on the stone table under the peach blossom tree. There was a squeaking sound. The door to one of the rooms in the courtyard opened and out came a green-robed scholar. The green-robed scholar carried a jar of wine, looked calm and composed. He went to the stone table in the courtyard and took a seat casually, pouring 2 bowls of wine. He looked at Zhou Dingyun, who was in mid-air, as he said calmly, "Come down. I will treat you to a drink." Zhou Dingyun was stunned. He had thought of all kinds of possibilities when they met, but the scene in front of him was totally beyond his expectation. There was no shock. There was no fear. There was no pleading for mercy. There was nothing at all. The green-robed scholar looked calm and indifferent, making Zhou Dingyun even more eager to kill him. What's with the pretense? Zhou Dingyun sneered. He had done a check on Su Zimo. He had no spirit chi. This meant that 2 years had passed and Su Zimo was still immortal. Zhou Dingyun was fearless as he descended into the courtyard, coming up to the stone table, asking all of a sudden, "You seem to have known all along that I will be back. Is that so?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. "When I let you off 2 years ago, I knew that you would return." "Haha. Scholars are indeed smart." Zhou Dingyun broke out into laughter. There was mockery in his eyes, but he changed his tone right then. "However, your so-called wits seem childish to me." Zhou Dingyun had been observing Su Zimo. He was hoping to sense something from his expression. But Zhou Dingyun was disappointed. Su Zimo looked at him calmly. His eyes were clear, and there was not even the slightest bit of fluctuation in his mood. Zhou Dingyun smiled dryly. "Fate is so amazing. No one would have imagined that the ruffian from Pingyang Town 2 years ago would become a chi refinement warrior and underwent such huge changes. Oh, by the way, do you know what is a chi refinement warrior?" Zhou Dingyun looked at Su Zimo with provocation in his eyes. Su Zimo sighed softly with emotion as he nodded. "Yes, the changes are tremendous. Do you know why I chose this time to come back?" Zhou Dingyun asked with a raised eyebrow. "Why? 2 years ago, right here, at a night like this during the same season, it's the two of us as well, but—" Zhou Dingyun no longer hid his murderous intent in his eyes, as he said coldly, "The outcome tonight will be vastly different from that night 2 years. Su Zimo smiled and suddenly pushed the wine bowl toward Zhou Dingyun. He nodded and said, "Take a drink, MMM." Zhou Dingyun was on alert. He could not understand why Su Zimo was so calm and composed. At the sight of the bowl of wine in front of him, a thought flashed in Zhou Dingyun's mind. He could not help but sneer. "Second young Master Su. I suppose there is something about the wine? So this is what you are counting on. Hee. It's a pity that I have seen through it." Zhou Dingyun thought that Su Zimo had poisoned the wine and was in a hurry for him to drink the wine. "There is nothing with the wine. But there is indeed something with the name of the wine." Su Zimo shook his head. "What is it?" Zhou Dingyun asked automatically. "This the wine to send you on your way." Su Zimo raised his head to look at Zhou Dingyun, as he said calmly, "After drinking this bowl of wine, I will send you on your way." Upon hearing this, Zhou Dingyun could feel the chills on his back. The glance that Su Zimo gave him reminded him of that night 2 years ago. Zhou Dingyun seemed to have gotten a big shock. He jumped up, retreated a few steps, reaching his palm toward the storage bag at his waist. He narrowed his eyes and looked solemn. Calm down, Zhou Dingyun assured himself. "I am a level 8 chi refinement warrior. I underwent a total transformation and am no longer the same person 2 years ago. I will never be frightened by a scholar. Su Zimo is a mere mortal. What could he count on? Aren't you going to drink?" Su Zimo smiled, shaking his head. "If you don't drink, you won't have the chance anymore." "You are bluffing." Zhou Dingyun gave a loud shout. He slapped his palm on the storage bag, maneuvering a flying sword, shooting out a ray of spirit chi from his fingertip. The flying sword shone brightly. Inferior grade spirit weapon. Gee! Zhou Dingyun had the flying sword in his hand. He calmed himself and pointed forward. Right then, the flying sword turned into a ray of light, reaching Su Zimo within seconds. Su Zimo did not move a single inch. He seemed like a monk who was in meditation. The flying sword was right in front of Su Zimo's glabella. It would pierce into it if it went 1 inch further. However, Su Zimo maintained his composure, and he did not bat his eyelids at all. Zhou Dingyun thought that Su Zimo must be scared stiff. He could not help but grin hideously. "Su Zimo, if you kneel down to beg me for mercy, I can consider not killing you. I think you have gotten something very wrong here." Su Zimo stretched out his palm, gently holding the flying sword in front of him as he said calmly, "It is the same place, the same season, the same night, and the two of us, but there will not be too much of a difference in the outcome." There was a look of malice in Zhou Dingyun's eyes, as he saw how Su Zimo used his palm to grab hold of the sharp inferior-grade spirit weapon. What a fool. Su Zimo continued, "If there are any changes, it would be that 2 years ago I let you off, but today you won't be able to leave. Damn! How dare you speak conceited nonsense? I will maim one of your palms first." Zhou Dingyun yelled, ruthlessness in his eyes. He maneuvered the flying sword, exerting force for it to spin. In the meantime, Su Zimo's palm rapped and hit the sword. Pa! There was a sound as loud as thunder. Zhou Dingyun was given a shock. It was not the flying flesh and spurting blood that he was expecting. Instead, Su Zimo's palm was intact. Zhou Dingyun was even more surprised that he had lost control of the flying sword. How could this be? The next moment, Zhou Dingyun turned from shock to aghast at the sight that he witnessed. Su Zimo spread his palm and the flying sword lay quietly on his palm. It was covered with cracks. Su Zimo released his hand and the inferior-grade spirit weapon turned into fragments, scattering onto the ground. An inferior-grade spirit weapon was deemed useless. Zhou Dingyun stared at Su Zimo, whose eyes had gradually turned cold. His heart sank deeply to the bottom as well. He finally realized that 2 years had passed and he had become a level 8 Qi refinement warrior. But second young Master Su, who was in front of him, was no longer the frail scholar back then. He suddenly realized that when Su Zimo said that everything had changed tremendously just now, Su Zimo was not referring to him but to Su Zimo himself. The bowl of wine on the round table was really meant to send him on his way. But Zhou Dingyun still could not figure out why Su Zimo could shatter his inferior-grade spirit weapon with his blood and flesh. Zhou Dingyun did not wish to find out the reason. Right now, his only thought was to leave this place and try his best to steer clear of Su Zimo. Zhou Dingyun took out a flying sword from his storage bag. This was a pseudo-spirit weapon. It was already unimaginable for outer sect disciples to receive inferior-grade spirit weapons in Iridescent Cloud's palace. However, it had been shattered by Su Zimo's palm. Zhou Dingyun stepped onto the flying sword, rose into the air and flew out of the mansion. Before he left, Zhou Dingyun could not help but look back. Su Zimo was not in a hurry to get up. He drank the bowl of strong wine on the stone table unhurriedly before he stood up, tied the long saber to his waist, carried the quiver on his back and took the sanguine bow in his hands. Zhou Dingyun swallowed his saliva, feeling nervous. He turned and used all his energy to maneuver the flying sword, speeding toward the far distance. The wind howled in his ears. Zhou Dingyun could not help but shiver as the wind blew at him. He did not know since when he broke out in cold sweats. Zhou Dingyun left Pingyang town in no time. The Zhonglang mountain range was not far in the distance. It was pitch dark and he could vaguely hear growling sounds made by the spirit beasts. Zhou Dingyun let out a long breath, putting his heart at rest. Right then, Zhou Dingyun heard a cold voice coming from behind him. "Do you still remember the vow you made on that night 2 years ago when you knelt down to beg for mercy?" Zhou Dingyun was terror-stricken upon hearing this. He almost lost control of the flying sword, causing him to lose his balance and almost fall off from mid-air. Su Zimo. This was Su Zimo's voice. How was that possible? How did he manage to catch up? Zhou Dingyun's face was as white as a sheet, breaking out in cold sweats. He tried all his best to maneuver the flying sword to speed forward while he looked backward. Su Zimo was right behind him. He looked calm, as if he was just casually walking. However, every stride that he took was as far as 20 to 30 feet. He is not using his full force. At the thought of this, Zhou Dingyun seemed to have descended into an icehouse. He felt chills all over his body. Su Zimo's voice was heard again. "On that night 2 years ago, you swore that even if you were lucky enough to join the Immortal sect, you would never seek revenge on me. If not, you will suffer a painful death where countless of arrows pierced through your heart. Well, since that was the case, you will get what you wished for." Upon hearing this, Zhou Dingyun finally understood what the sanguine bow on the round table was meant for. Don't! Zhou Dingyun turned around quickly. He had just uttered a word and he was shrouded by a black shadow in front of him. Hoo hoo hoo! Dozens of arrows pierced through the air one after another. Poof! Zhou Dingyun felt pain in his chest. It was as if he had lost something in his body. He felt weak all over and he dropped from mid-air. Zhou Dingyun made a loud thumping sound as he flopped down onto the ground. He was covered with mud and the ground that he lay on had turned blood red. Zhou Dingyun lowered his head to look at his chest. It was a bloody mess. There was a bloody hollow as large as a bowl on his chest. His heart was pierced through and shot away by dozens of sharp arrows. Pierced through the heart by countless arrows. Everything seemed to be fated and predestined. There was a breeze in the air. Zhou Dingyun could see a corner of the fluttering green robe in front of him. Zhou Dingyun lay on the ground, looking up at Su Zimo who stood in front of him. There was a strange smile on his face as he spoke, but his words were indistinct. I am iridescent clouds. Palace, since you killed me, you won't be able to escape. One day, perfected Song Lang will come looking for you? Su Zimo squatted down and smiled. I will go look for him before that day comes. You will be the first to go. Perfected Song Lang will be next in line. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dingyun's head dropped to his side as he took his last breath. Su Zimo pulled the storage bag from Zhou Dingyun's waist and kept it. He then grabbed his corpse, took a few steps forward before he threw it directly into Song Lang mountain range. It would not take a day before Zhou Dingyun's corpse was devoured by the spirit beasts. This was getting rid of the corpse to destroy the evidence of one's crime. No one would know what happened tonight. The reason why Su Zimo did not leave Pingyang town immediately was to wait for Zhou Dingyun. If Zhou Dingyun was to return to Pingyang town and he could not find Su Zimo, he would definitely target the Su family instead. The imperial edict might be a deterrence to the states, but it might not be useful to Qi refinement warriors. Moreover, he was the disciple of Iridescent Cloud's palace, which was one of the 5 main clans. Unless Zhou Dingyun died, Su Zimo could not leave in peace. As what Su Zimo had said to Zhou Dingyun, from the moment he let him off, he knew that Zhou Dingyun would be back. It was just that Su Zimo did not know when Zhou Dingyun would be back. But he was willing to wait. Perhaps it was because he could not ease his concern because of Zhou Dingyun, or that he had a sense of nostalgia and attachment to the mansion, the cultivation field, and the particular someone. He had waited for half a year. During the past half a year, Su Zimo was not in a hurry to cultivate the 4th section, marrow cleansing of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Instead, he continued to cultivate the first 3 sections, namely, body tempering, tendons transformation, and bones strengthening, to strengthen his body and to refine the essence in his body that was sealed by the scarlet flame fruit. Su Zimo had moved on to another realm. He had almost reached phenomenal success for the first 3 sections. In his spare time, Su Zimo would also practice archery in the cultivation field. It was due to his hard work in practicing archery in the past half a year that he was able to shoot dozens of arrows accurately at where the heart was. Now that he had killed Zhou Dingyun, Su Zimo no longer had any reason to stay at Pingyang town. Unexpectedly, he felt an unexplainable sense of loss. Su Zimo went back to the mansion. He stood at the door, watching the peach blossom tree not far away. His eyes were blurred, and he stood there for a long time. The dark clouds seemed to have dispersed, and the moonlight was clear as water. The petals of the peach blossoms fell off the tree. It was like that night 2 years ago, however the lady was no longer around. Su Zimo recalled a poem that he once read. Last year in this villa on the same day, on blushed face the fine peach blossoms portrayed. Today, oh you're gone my fair. But where, please? Peach blossoms are still smiling in spring breeze. When he was young, Su Zimo could not understand the artistic conception of the 4-line poem. And now, Su Zimo was 19 years old. He was no longer young and inexperienced. He could finally understand the sense of sadness that one felt when things had remained the same, but people had changed. Su Zimo would never be able to forget that it was that night when he was at his lowest, feeling frustrated, lost and helpless. when a lady stood among the falling peach blossoms and brought him into the cultivation world. Su Zimo smiled. He stretched out his hands and closed the door to his mansion slowly. Now that he closed the door, Su Zimo was shutting the mansion and the very precious memory that he held dear to him, to a close as well. Only when he reunited with that person would he open the door to this memory. Su Zimo looked forward to that day. After a long time, the sky gradually brightened. Su Zimo took a deep breath, his eyes clearing up. He took out a map made of animal skin from his clothes and looked carefully at it, taking big strides towards a certain direction. A ray of light broke through the dark clouds in the sky behind him. The morning sun rose from the eastern horizon. A new day had begun. In the southwest region of the Great Zhou dynasty, there was a place in the vicinity that was very famous. There would be dense fog all year round. If one watched from afar, it was as if it was enveloped by countless unpredictable clouds. It was ethereal and it did not seem like the mortal world. Curious men and women once went into the fog to find out what it was, but they would always end up in the same place that they started out. In the course of time, all the nearby villagers knew that this was the place where immortals resided and mortals were forbidden entry. Every year, there would be a few days whereby the villagers could vaguely see a mountain peak within the thick fog. It towered into the clouds, looking majestic and grandiose. During these few days, the nearby villagers would kneel down in the direction of the mountain peaks, praying for favorable weather and good health. This day, a green-robed scholar came to their village. It was not really accurate to call him a scholar. The man looked handsome. However, there was a long saber at his waist and a sanguine bow at his back. His outfit was quite odd. The green-robed scholar was none other than Su Zimo, who had left Pingyang town. Xianxia was correct. Su Zimo had indeed thought of joining the ethereal peak. On one hand, since even Xianxia found that the ethereal peak was mysterious, it must be extraordinary. On the other hand, since the ethereal peak was the closest to the country of Yen, if anything happened, Su Zimo would be able to rush back as soon as possible. It was just that, on the map, it only marked the approximate location of the ethereal peak. Once Su Zimo reached the place, he was enveloped by thick fog, and he could not find its exact location. Su Zimo had walked for a day and he always ended up at the same spot. He was clueless. Su Zimo could not see clearly in the thick fog. The visibility was low. Given his eyesight, he could only see 10 meters away. The place seemed like a maze. He kept walking in circles in the thick fog, but he could not find the exit. Weird. Su Zimo was back to the original spot again. He stared at the fog in the distance as he brooded. Xianxia once told him that if one wanted to join the ethereal peak, it was far more difficult than joining other sections. Other than having a high-grade spirit root, there were many tests to pass. Many high-level chi refinement warriors could not join the ethereal peak as well. However, this was exactly what made the ethereal peak so attractive to Su Zimo. If it was like the iridescent clouds palace where they only took in disciples based on the different grades of spirit root, Su Zimo felt that this kind of sect had nothing special at all. I guess I have to put in some effort to join the ethereal peak. Su Zimo vaguely guessed that the thick fog in front of him might be the first test that he had to go through in order to join the ethereal peak. If he could not pass this test, he would not be able to see the ethereal peak, let alone join the clan. Seeing that it was getting late now, Su Zimo decided to find a place to rest for the night and to think of ways to get through the maze before he decided what to do tomorrow morning. The thick fog in front of him must be there for a reason. It was useless to barge around without a plan. Not far away was a small village. A woman was preparing dinner while a strong man was chopping some wood. A hunter carried his prey on his way home, and two elders squatted at the entrance of the village, a table right in front of them, playing chess on the chessboard. Children from the village were playing and running about. This was a happy and pleasant scene. Su Zimo could feel a sense of warmth at this scene. There was a smile on his face as he took quick steps toward the village. "Grandpa, I am Su Zimo, from the country of Yen. I don't have a place to stay for the night. Can I stay at your place for a night?" Su Zimo reached the entrance of the village, making a bow as he asked the two elders who were playing chess. The two elders did not seem to have heard him. They were engrossed in the game and they could not be distracted. Su Zimo coughed softly and repeated his question. The two elders still did not reply to him. They each held a chess piece as they stared intently at the chessboard. They would make a move occasionally, looking very serious. Su Zimo felt awkward. Since the two elders did not respond, it would be rude if Su Zimo rashly entered the village. Su Zimo smiled and turned to leave. Given his abilities, he could sleep in the open. It would not be a problem to him. The reason why he wanted to stay for a night in the village was because Su Zimo could feel a sense of warmth that he had not felt for ages. Just when Su Zimo was about to leave, his eyes inadvertently rested on the chessboard of the two elders and he stopped in his tracks. This was an intense game. The two parties were in a stalemate. Even the slightest mistake in every move might cost them the game. Since Su Zimo had nothing else to do, he decided to watch them finish the game before he left. Therefore he stood by the side to watch them as they played. After a long while the game ended. The elder who was defeated waved his hands, disinterested, mumbling to himself, "I don't feel good today. I will let you win today. Let's play another game tomorrow." The elder placed his hands behind his back, with his palms facing upward, walking leisurely back to the village. The remaining elder had rosy cheeks and looked energetic. He picked up the chessboard while looking at Su Zimo, smiling as he said, "There are very few young men who are as composed as you. Let's go. Follow me to the village." "Thank you, Grandpa." Su Zimo smiled, expressed his gratitude and followed the elder into the village. On the way, Su Zimo passed by several villagers. They gave him a glance before returning to whatever they were doing. They did not find it odd. They seemed to have become inured to the unusual. "There is no extra room here. Young man, are you okay with sleeping in the woodshed?" the elder asked. "I am okay with that." Su Zimo smiled as he answered. The sky had darkened and most of the villagers had yet to turn in for the night. The elders who had their dinner took leisurely strolls in the village, while the women did their needlework, mending clothes. They led a down-to-earth, simple and peaceful life. This seemed to be a hidden land of peace and prosperity. There were no bloody fights. Instead, everyone seemed to carry a content smile on their faces. Su Zimo sat down at the entrance of the woodshed, watching the scene quietly. He emptied his mind of all thoughts and the fatigue he felt on the journey seemed to have lightened tremendously. The sky gradually darkened. The moon was bright and there were few stars. The elderly, the women and the men had returned to their rooms to rest, except for some energetic and bubbly children who were still playing around on the street, refusing to go home to sleep. Su Zimo stood up, returned to the woodshed and closed the door, getting ready to sleep. Just then, he heard the bright and sweet voice of a young child coming from the village. "Where shall one find the traces of the immortal?" Looking far into the distance of the ethereal peak, it was deep in the mountains where the thick clouds were. Su Zimo had an idea. He turned, pushed the door open and went in the direction of the voice. Not far away was a 7- or 8-year-old child. The child smiled and jumped, moving in his direction. Su Zimo thought for a while before he walked forward. He squatted and asked with a smile on his face, "Young child, you were saying something just now. Whom did you hear it from? Who said it?" The child bent their head to the side and blinked, looking confused. "I have no idea, but all of us know it. Is it just a nursery rhyme?" Su Zimo mused. "Big brother, are you interested in immortal cultivation?" the child continued to ask. "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and smiled. "How do you know?" There was a flicker of craftiness in the child's eyes. The child stuck out the tongue. "Every year there will be many people like you, but most of them won't get to see the immortals." "Haha, what should I do to see them?" Su Zimo was interested, feeling like teasing the child. "I don't know as well." The child pouted their lips and shook their head. Su Zimo smiled faintly. He was just about to stand up to leave when a thought flashed across his mind. He asked the child, "Where shall one find the traces of the immortal?" Looking far into the distance of the ethereal peak. However, the ethereal peak is covered by thick fog. How can one be able to see it? This is easy. The child raised the chin, feeling proud. The fog will gradually disperse a few days later. If you stand here, one can vaguely see the mountain peak. However, it will only last for 3 days. If you miss it, you won't be able to see it. Zimo was elated. As long as he could see the ethereal peak and moved forward in its direction, he would definitely be able to reach the foot of the mountain. Zimo certainly did not think that he only needed to pass through the thick fog to be able to join the ethereal peak. This was just the beginning. Zimo stayed in the village for 7 days. On the 7th day, the thick fog gradually dispersed and he could vaguely see a majestic and towering mountain looming in the distant clouds. Zimo bade farewell to everyone in the village and stepped into the thick fog once again. In the thick fog, all the senses had been dulled and one could not have a good sense of direction. Zimo felt that after turning eastward and westward, he seemed to be retracing his steps at times. As the thick fog gradually dispersed, he could tell the exact location of the peak in the far distance despite being shrouded in fog. Zimo threw caution to the wind and tried to ignore the wrong impression he had because of his senses, moving forward according to the location of the mountain peak. All of a sudden, gurgling sounds could be heard coming from deep in the fog. It was frightening and eerie. It seemed as if spirit beasts were moving about, stepping on the grass. It was getting closer and closer. A faint, bloody smell wafted over him. Zimo squinted and stopped, looking in the direction where the sound came from. He waited for a long time, but he did not see any spirit beast. It was a strange feeling. Zimo did not sense any danger with his spirit perception. However, he had indeed heard the sounds made by the spirit beast and detected its aura coming from that direction. Zimo spent 1 year in Songlang mountain range. The smell was too familiar. He would never be mistaken about it. Weird. Zimo murmured and continued to move forward. Roar. Soon after, there was a loud tiger growl. It was deafening and it had a formidable aura. Proved that the spirit beast was very powerful. It could even be of the same level as a spirit demon. Zimo frowned. Logically speaking, if there was a powerful spirit beast or spirit demon in front of him, Zimo should be able to sense the danger with his spirit perception. However, strangely his spirit perception could not detect anything, while his senses kept telling him that there was danger. In this case, there could only be 2 possibilities. The surrounding fog had shrouded Zimo's spirit perception, or that it had confused his 5 senses. The answer was obvious. These methods were meant to scare off those who wanted to take the path of immortal cultivation or those who were weak-minded. The tiger growl and the bloody smell were just methods to deceive people. After figuring out the purpose of the thick fog, Zimo smiled and ignored all the sounds that he heard from the surroundings, walking deeper into the fog without any care. Nevertheless, it was a brilliant move to make use of the thick fog to confuse one's senses. If Zimo did not have spirit perception, he would be trembling in fear and taking careful steps along the way. Zimo gradually sped up and he walked out of the thick fog in no time. Everything became clear in front of him. As far as the eyes could see, there were verdant and lush vegetation, clear waters and green hills. It was full of vitality. He felt as if he was in the immortal world. There was a stone gate not too far away. At the back of the stone gate was a mountain road that was paved with green stones. The path winded around the mountain and led all the way to the deep, dark end of the fog. On the 2 sides of the stone gate stood 2 young, smart-looking children who cultivated Tao. One of them was plump while the other was thin. At the sight of Zimo, the plump child smiled and nodded. "Young master, you are the first to reach. Please wait here. We will only open the gate and accept disciples 3 days later." Zimo was not in a hurry. He waited by the side silently. Many people kept coming out from the fog. Most of them were mortals who had not been cultivating. They looked pale and beads of perspiration could be seen on their forehead. It seemed that they were scared stiff during the journey. Some of them were Qi refinement warriors who maneuvered flying swords to break out of the fog. They breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the stone gate. A few Qi refinement warriors swept their gaze over Zimo. They relaxed slightly upon knowing that he had no spirit chi. Some chi refinement warriors took a glance at the bow and saber that Su Zimo had with him and sneered. They could not help but smirk. There were people from all walks of life. 3 days passed in no time. Within 3 days, more than 500 people had gathered before the stone gate. Most of them were mortals who had not cultivated before, and there were a couple dozens of chi refinement warriors. Once the 3 days had passed, the fog behind them turned murkier and impenetrable. Even if anyone outside wanted to join Ethereal Peak, they could only wait for the next year by now. Notwithstanding the 500-odd people waiting outside the stone gate, even the 2 children could not really conceal their fatigue after the 3 days as they stood there chatting idly. "Senior brother, how many of these people do you think can get to join the sect?" "5 at most." Through that vast forest, the sound of birds singing and running water was all around. As such, the discussion of the 2 children was almost like mosquito buzzing, and no one could hear them. Yet, within the crowd, a bow and saber-carrying scholar frowned as a look of shock flashed through his eyes. Cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness did not merely change one's body. The body-tempering aspect would heighten their sense of smell, the tendons transformation aspect their sense of vision, and the bone-strengthening aspect their hearing. The changes were all-encompassing. Even though Su Zimo was of the human race, his physical body and 5 senses were even sharper than those of spirit beasts. Despite the soft voices of the 2 children, Su Zimo heard everything clear as day. Only 5 out of the 500 of them could be accepted into the sect. That was a ratio of 1 to 100. How could anyone imagine that? Su Zimo had initially thought that he would be able to enter Ethereal Peak with ease with his borrowed heaven spirit root. But now it seemed like he couldn't just rely on that. The conditions for one to be able to join Ethereal Peak must be extremely stringent, or there wouldn't be so many people eliminated. Just as Su Zimo was contemplating on what he should do, he heard the 2 children continue. "Who do you think stands a greater chance, senior brother?" "The couple that doesn't really seem to fit in. Even though they're only at level 5 chi condensation, they look like they have an extraordinary aura. They're decent. Oh, that little fatty too. He looks rather sharp, so he should be fine. Junior brother. He's even fatter than you. Hee hee." Su Zimo swept his gaze at him. Amongst the crowd, a man and woman stood by their own somewhere slightly further, not fitting in with the crowd. Su Zimo was around the same age as the man who wore a purple robe with sharp brows and an edged chin. He looked haughty as his hands rested behind his back with eyes closed, standing still. It looked as though he was one with the environment. The woman was wearing a flawless white blouse and looked beautiful like a fairy. Yet, her ravishing looks carried a cold expression where one could sense from a distance away. Su Zimo had a feeling that the reason why the man did not want to fit in was out of disdain, and the woman merely did not want to. As for the little fatty, to be exact, he was not little at all and looked to be around 16 years old. His neck and waist could not be made out, and he merely resembled a water bucket that had 2 elephant legs as he rolled about the crowd without stopping. His rotund face carried small beady eyes that fluttered about. In just 3 days he was already one with the crowd. "Senior brother, what about that bow and saber-carrying scholar? Do you think he has a chance?" the fat child asked. Su Zimo was curious when he heard the conversation being steered to him, intrigued to find out what the skinny child thought of him. "That man is a little strange. Even though he's a scholar, he's carrying a huge bow and saber. I suspect that there must be more to his weapons." Right then, a gentle ray of sun shone through the greenery. The sun had risen. Arranging their attire, the 2 children stood on either side of the stone gate with a stern expression. The skinny child spoke. "Ethereal Peak's disciple acceptance consists of 3 stages. First is the immortal affinity stage. There is a certain affinity required for one to attain immortality. I believe that all of you have that for being able to make it through the mist here. The second stage is the spirit testing stage. Those with a superior class spirit root, earth spirit root, or heaven spirit root will be able to make it to the 3rd stage once they pass through this gate. The 3rd stage is called the life and death stage. Those who the 2nd stage can head up the stone steps behind me and you'll pass once you reach the peak. But let me remind you guys, this is an extremely treacherous peak. Any misstep and you'll fall to your death without a corpse. Please do be careful and not force yourselves. At that thought, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat as they all looked unnerved. The reason why they wanted to join Ethereal Peak was because they wanted to attain immortality. If they were to lose their lives joining the sect, how could they achieve immortality? The tip of the peak was shrouded in clouds and could not be seen. It was clear that the path would not be that easy to climb. The dozens of Qi refinement warriors present smiled, looking confident. All of them could tread the skies with their swords. Climbing the peak posed no challenge to them at all. Amongst the group, one of the mortals was dissident as he yelled, "How is this fair? All of those Qi refinement warriors can easily fly their way to the peak, but we have to climb it step by step." "Humph!" One of the Qi refinement warriors harumphed coldly and scoffed. "There's nothing such as fairness in this world. If you want to speak of fairness, come to me after you achieve Qi condensation." "You!" The mortal was speechless and indignant. The two children of the ethereal sect were not annoyed in the slightest as the fat one chuckled. "Everyone, you're overthinking it. The path is definitely fair for everyone. Even Qi refinement warriors may not be able to reach the peak. If they're not careful, they'll end up losing their lives as well." As though he was about to let something slip, the fat child looked flustered for a moment as he changed his statement. Most people merely thought that the fat child had said something wrong by accident. At that reply, many of the mortals present heaved a sigh of relief. However, the dozens of Qi refinement warriors looked terrible. They had cultivated earnestly, with some of them even at level 9 Qi condensation. If they were to die here just because they wanted to join a sect. Su Zimo glanced sideways. The purple-robed haughty man still had his eyes closed as though he was indifferent to what the two children had said. The white-bloused woman maintained her cold expression with an unyielding gaze that seemed to be frozen. The little fatty among the crowd was still laughing and looking nonchalant. "Come, the first person." The skinny child raised his hand and indicated for the first person to enter the stone gate. It was a level 7 Qi refinement warrior. The man was somewhat nervous as he paused before the stone gate. Bowing to the two children, he smiled and asked, "Fellow Taoists, can an ordinary spirit root work? Is there any leeway?" The two children shook their heads. Sighing, the man walked towards the stone gate. The moment he reached the stone gate, a water barrier appeared across it with 4 shimmering lights. For elements, it was an ordinary spirit root. The man tried his best to barge through the stone gate, but he was blocked by the water barrier. In the blink of an eye, he was bounced back from it. Failure. The fat child looked apologetic as he nodded to the man before raising his voice to the crowd. "Next. Pseudo-spirit root. Fail. Ordinary spirit root. Fail. Superior class spirit root. Pass." Everyone continued proceeding to the stone gate where more than half of them were rejected. Only those with a superior class and above spirit root could get to pass the spirit testing stage. In the blink of an eye, there were only a couple dozens of people left with the haughty man, the white-bloused woman, the little fatty, and Su Zimo. There had yet to be a single heaven spirit root amongst the tested yet. There were tens of earth spirit roots and the rest were all superior class. The two children could not hide their looks of disappointment as they placed their remaining hope in the last dozens of people. Right then, the little fatty walked through the stone gate all smiles. The moment he reached the stone gate, a roaring sound rang out, scaring everyone. Bang! Boom! Boom! The water barrier turned yellow right away before materializing slowly into a sturdy mud wall. Earth element, heaven spirit root. Out of the 500 over applicants, there was finally a heaven spirit root. The two children nodded to the little fatty with a kind smile, their eyes sparkling. As he crossed the stone gate with ease, he came to the two children with smiles and pulled their hands together like long-lost friends. Casually, he started engaging the both of them in conversation. Both of them were a little stunned and they nearly spilled everything about themselves within a few mere sentences. At that sight, Su Zimo smirked internally. That little fatty looked to be amiable and cute from the outside, but her was sharper than any of them. Before long, The skinny child was the first one to recover as he coughed gently and swung the little fatty's chubby hand away and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, please respect yourself and wait at the side instead of distracting us." Yes, yes, self-respect. I understand that I've got a huge self to respect. The little fatty giggled without looking awkward at all. The skinny child rolled his eyes and got rid of the little fatty before yelling toward the stone gate. Next! Someone tried and failed once more. The number of people remaining was diminishing. Finally, the haughty man opened his eyes as he turned to look at the white-bloused woman not too far away. Giving a slight grin, he headed for the stone gate. His actions attracted everyone's attention. It was as though he was a born ruler where every single move he made would attract the gazes of the masses. The little fatty stopped smiling and looked at the stone gate. Frowning slightly, the white-bloused woman raised her head and her eyes followed the haughty man coldly too. The haughty man stopped himself before the stone gate where the water barrier showed no indication of color. Hee. After a temporary silence, giggles spread from the crowd. What's he putting a show on for when he doesn't even have a spirit root? I know, right? And here I was thinking that he was someone incredible. Wait, something's not right. How did he become a chi refinement warrior without a spirit root? The moment that sentence was spoken, everyone fell silent. It was as though an invisible hand had covered the mouths of the mocking crowd as they watched with agape eyes. The two children had a stern expression as well. The little fatty was in deep thoughts. As though he had realized something, his chubby body shivered slightly as he could not contain his shock. Ooh, ooh. Right then, a bizarre howling sound came out of the stone gate as the water barrier shimmered, looking like a breeze had just passed through it. Wind element, variant spirit root, the two children yelped. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat too. Of the 5 types of spirit roots, the heaven spirit root was the best and rarest. However, there was a single spirit root that was even rarer than that, the variant spirit root, containing elements such as wind, thunder, ice, light and darkness, etc. One could say that a heaven spirit root could only be found in 1 out of 10,000 men. Yet, a variant spirit root was tenfold rarer than that. Naturally, a variant spirit root only had a single element as well and was a type of heaven spirit root. However, that did not mean that it was stronger than the usual 5 elements. It was just extremely rare. The haughty man smiled and crossed the stone gate with ease. Excitedly, the skinny child whispered, "Junior brother, stand guard over here. I'll go inform the peak master and be right back." Yes, yes. Hurry on, senior brother. The fat child replied hastily. Right then, the white-bloused woman outside the stone gate moved as well. Hold on, senior brother. We can wait till this one's done too. The fat Dao child called back the skinny one. Nodding his head, the skinny child watched the white-bloused woman keenly, seemingly even more nervous than her. When she arrived before the stone gate, there was no color on the water barrier still. This time round, no one dared to mock anymore. Could it be another variant spirit root? The eyes of both children widened in disbelief. Everyone else watched the stone gate with bated breath. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a layer of frost covered the water barrier before freezing it into ice. Ice element, variant spirit root. Everyone gasped. It's been tens of years since a variant spirit root has appeared at Ethereal Peak. But now there's 2 in one go? No, I've got to hurry and report it to the peak master. The skinny child drew out a flying sword and sped towards the back of the peak, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Everyone else watched the haughty man and the white-bloused woman with looks of admiration and respect. The little fatty smiled his way to the white-bloused woman before pandering to her. "Miss, you're so beautiful. I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you in my life. You're even prettier than our village beauty, Sister Kaifeng." It was as though thunder had struck everyone present as they rolled their eyes. That little fatty really did dare to say anything with drivel such as his village beauty, Sister Kaifeng and whatnot. He wasn't wrong in his words. The white-bloused woman was indeed extremely beautiful. However, most people would not dare to spout such truths, let alone in front of her. Yet, the strange thing was that everything seemed natural and sincere when they came out of the little fatty's mouth without a single bit of awkwardness. If any other women heard such an open and brazen compliment, they would definitely feel shy. However, the girl was unmoved as she glared at the little fatty coldly without saying anything. The little fatty wasn't dissuaded as he slipped away to the haughty man's side before commenting in awe. "Sir, you have such a good figure. I'm really envious. Get away." The haughty man's lips pursed slightly as he spat out those two words. "Ah, all right." The little fatty nodded his head keenly as he disregarded cleanliness and rolled away on the floor immediately. Because his figure resembled a ball to begin with, his rolling motion indeed made him look less than human. The white-bloused woman's lips twitched as her frostiness diminished slightly, watching with a trace of bemusement. Spying her expression with his sharp eyes, the little fatty stumbled over to the white-bloused woman's side with an intoxicated expression. His eyes seemed as though they were sparkling as he praised, "Wow, you really look so beautiful smiling." Instantly, the friendliness in the girl's eyes disappeared. However, she stretched out her delicate hand and patted on the little fatty's head, neither harshly nor gently. Smiling with squinted eyes, the little fatty looked to be enjoying it. How could there be someone this shameless? Those were the words that passed through everyone's minds. When the fat child looked at the remaining tens of people and saw nothing special about them, he waved his hand patiently and demanded, "Continue with the test. Hurry up." Su Zimo tidied his clothes before heading up. Su Zimo's actions did not attract anyone's attention. Compared to the haughty man, white-bloused woman and little fatty, he seemed simply way too ordinary apart from his slightly weird dressing. The reason why Su Zimo waited for the end of the test wasn't because he wanted to pull a surprise on everyone. It was because he had no spirit root to begin with. Even though Dai Yu had planted the spirit root for him, he could not help but feel nervous as to whether things would turn out well. Standing still before the stone gate, he watched the water barrier keenly. Swoosh! A red flash of light shimmered through the water barrier before burning into raging flames, exuding a scorching warmth. Su Zimo was elated. Fire element, heaven spirit root. Apart from the haughty man and white-bloused woman, everyone turned their sights to him. Out of the 500 people other than the two variant spirit roots, the little fatty was the only earth element heaven spirit root. Now that Su Zimo was the second, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. Furthermore, those with some knowledge on cultivation knew that a fire spirit root was superior to an earth spirit root. On the one hand, the fire element had the highest killing power amongst the 5 elements. On the other hand, one who possessed the fire element had the chance to become a weapon or elixir refinement master. Those two paths required one to have a high mastery and understanding of the fire element. As such, those with a fire spirit root had an innate advantage. Waiting with a hawk eye by the stone gate, the little fatty was hoping to make his acquaintance as well after Su Zimo passed through it. "Eh?" The fat Dao child was standing at the side idly as he let out a casual surprised remark. Smiling, he then nodded and said, "Not bad. Not bad. Come on over, sir." After all, the fat child had his fill of surprises after the appearance of 2 consecutive variant spirit roots, and hence the reason for his less than enthused response. Right then, no one had noticed anything strange about Su Zimo just yet. He stood before the stone gate motionlessly instead of crossing right away. It wasn't that he did not want to, the stone gate was stopping him. He could feel a strong resistance that was trying to keep him out of the gate. In theory, the water barrier would only block out those without or those who possess a pseudo and ordinary spirit root. Yet, the scarlet water barrier was resisting Su Zimo, who clearly possessed a heaven spirit root. If not for the fact that he had an extremely strong physique, he would have been sent flying like the first Chi refinement warrior. How could this be? Su Zimo strategized as he fought against the resistance of the water barrier. He knew his background clearer than anyone else. He was someone without a spirit root to begin with. It was only natural for the stone gate to resist him at that thought. But what was up with the clear indication of his fire spirit root? If he were to continue with the stalemate, notwithstanding the fat child of ethereal sect, Even everyone else would realize that something was wrong and Su Zimo's efforts would have been wasted. Indignant. Su Zimo was indignant. Why? He had already come so far just to be stopped by a single stone gate. With a darkened expression, he moved towards the water barrier and took a fierce step. Su Zimo had already displayed the stance for the plow heaven stride with his single step. Instantly, he gave off such a menacing aura that even the fat child at the stone gate jumped in shock. MMM? As though he had sensed something, the haughty man opened his eyes and looked towards the stone gate. Turning her head slightly, the white-bloused woman frowned gently too. Everyone found themselves witnessing the strangest scene ever. Even though Su Zimo was almost entirely through the stone gate, the scarlet water barrier did not dissipate at all. Instead, it wrapped around him like an elastic veil that was trying its best to stop him. It stunned everyone present. What was going on? Fire element, heaven spirit root. That's right. But why would the stone gate try to prevent this man? It was a wrestle between Su Zimo and the scarlet water barrier. All of a sudden, squinting his eyes, Su Zimo's body rang out with crackling sounds and his entire body seemed as though it had enlarged. With his tendons and bones cracking together, he gave a soft yell and strode out once more. Swoosh! The water barrier shattered and fell to the ground. Having successfully passed the stone gate, Su Zimo's expression relaxed as he heaved out a sigh of relief before walking to the fat child. Right as he was about to speak, he saw a weird look in the fat child's eye as the latter glared behind him intently. Snap! Suddenly, a boom sounded out from behind Su Zimo. He turned around instinctively only to witness a fissure forming on the crossbeam of the mighty 30-foot stone gate. Crack! 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 Before anyone realized what was going on, the fissure spread out swiftly and in the blink of an eye, filled the entire stone gate with dense, horrifying cracks. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Bang! Boom! Boom! Along with a huge crash, the stone gate crumbled right before everyone's eyes just like that, turning into a pile of rocks with dust clouds flying about. What followed was a deathly silence. Everyone's faces froze right away. The haughty man scowled while a look of surprise filled the white-bloused woman's face as her mouth gaped slightly, losing her previous demeanor. The little fatty was so rattled that his eyeballs were almost popping out. He exploded. The fat child was completely lost as his mind and eyes went blank. It was already phenomenal enough for variant spirit roots to make their appearance in the test such that his senior brother had gone off to inform their peak master about it. But what was up with this scholar before him? He had caused the entire stone gate to explode with a simple spirit root test. Unnerved, Su Zimo coughed gently before revealing a friendly smile to the fat child. Fellow Taoist, I suppose that stone gate must be really old, huh? Yes, the fat child replied automatically. It's been a couple thousand years now. That must be it then. Su Zimo nodded his head and continued solemnly. It's only natural for problems to arise since the gate has been here for such a long time, enduring the weather all round the year. How unfortunate that I had to come across its demise. Ha! The fat child's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Su Zimo patted the fat child on the shoulder and reminded sincerely, "This may not be a bad thing though. At least, it serves as a reminder for the sect to conduct constant maintenance to some of the older structures you guys have so that today's situation does not repeat itself. These issues have to be nipped in the bud before they are allowed to manifest." The fat child was befuddled to begin with through the confusion. With Su Zimo's explanation, he was even more astounded and was almost convinced. In reality, the stone gate was initially a gigantic spirit testing stone with its middle dug out by the cultivators of ethereal sect and placed here, turning into the stone gate they perceive today. The spirit testing stone was a spirit item of the universe and was extremely perceptive to spirit roots. There was no way it would be destroyed through a lack of maintenance. If no one had destroyed it, it could have lasted for even millions of years without any issues. The little fatty was the first to react as his eyes flickered, glancing at Su Zimo while raising a thumbs up. He knew that he was not at Su Zimo's level where the latter could spout nonsense with a straight face. As such, he could not help but feel impressed. Zimo could not help but feel guilty. Everything had gone beyond his expectations. Even though what he said was akin to duping kids, it was better than having his background exposed. The fat child was thoroughly confused by Zimo as he froze for a long time without understanding what had happened, pointing at Zimo and stammering, Why you? I. I'll go let the peak master know about this too." Shrugging his head as though trying to clear his mind, the fat child patted his storage bag and summoned a flying sword before speeding to the back of the peak. In the blink of an eye, both children guarding this place had disappeared. Unnerved, the fat child had left in a hurry without saying anything else. The little fatty seemed to be extremely interested in Zimo. With bright, shimmering eyes, he stumbled over and bowed. "Sir, how did you do it? Can you teach me?" With an unchanging expression, Zimo shook his head. "That has nothing to do with me." Even though he said that, his heart whispered another tune. There were only two reasons why the stone gate blocked him. First, it was because he was a cultivator without a spirit root to begin with. Second, even though it was also a heaven spirit root, the fire spirit root that die you gave him was different from normal ones. Zimo could not tell which of the two reasons it was. After the spirit testing stage, there were only 80 out of the 500 left with more than 20 chi refinement warriors. Based on the order of events, the remaining 80 people should head up the peak through the path beyond the stone gate so that they could proceed with the third stage, life and death. However, with the two children from Ethereal Sect gone, everyone was lost as to whether they should continue with the original plan or wait where they were. Right then, the haughty man chuckled and started ascending the peak. His actions caused everyone to waver. The two children had mentioned earlier that the third stage was merely to head up the peak through the path. However, everyone knew that if they could be the first to reach the peak, their chances of being accepted would be much higher. After the haughty man, the white-bloused woman made her move too. Exchanging glances, everyone else followed suit immediately. The path was made from green stones and was neither rugged nor tough. Instead, the journey was picturesque with luscious greenery and the soothing melody of birds singing. As they traversed through the clouds with the accompanying scenery, it was as though they were in paradise. Everything felt relaxing, unlike a treacherous life and death stage. Zimo was in no hurry as he hung around at the back of the pack. He felt that since Ethereal Sect set this stage, it wouldn't be to give the first person who reached the peak an advantage. It was way too cliché and wasn't a fair method given the number of people present. Finally, if it was that simple, it wouldn't be named life and death stage. After Zimo destroyed the entire stone gate for a mere test, the little fatty was now hanging around him instead of the haughty man and the white-bloused woman, chatting non-stop the entire way. Worried that he may let his background slip, Zimo was rather distracted as he only replied casually every now and then. "Bro, everyone went through the spirit root testing so ordinarily. But your test was like a fart to Mother Nature." "Why do you say that?" "Because it was loud and clear." "Bro, you seem like you have a dignified demeanor. I suppose you have quite the extraordinary background." "I've studied for a couple of years in the past." "My bro, that's like a rare gem in the crowd. You can both study and fight." Zimo finally understood the powers of the little fatty as he hurried ahead, wanting to bury himself into the crowd. Right then, the people up ahead stopped in their tracks. Zimo looked up and frowned. That was the end of the mountain path. Everyone found themselves facing a steep peak that extended into the clouds boundlessly. The true test had arrived. The smooth mountain road was merely a warm-up. The many mortals present looked up at the peak solemnly. For them, the only way they could reach the top was to climb by hand. However, the peak was simply way too steep that there was barely any edge for them to grab onto. On both sides of the mountain road was a deep abyss where a single misstep would mean certain death. Everyone could not help but recall the words of the children. This was a stage treacherous like no other. Any single mistake and they would find themselves dead without a corpse. Hence, they should be careful and not force themselves. Many of the mortals could not hide their fear in their expression as they gave up internally. There were some who were indignant about things and whispered in discussion. "Ethereal Sect is way too much. They're trying to get us killed just to join them." Isn't that right? It's not as though our spirit route is lousy as well. If push comes to shove, we can just join some other sections. That would be better than dying here. I don't even know how high this peak is. What if we climb halfway up and run out of energy? Unlike the many mortals, the 20-odd chi refinement warriors present looked relaxed. While this mountain may seem insurmountable to mortals, all they had to do was ride their flying swords and rise endlessly. One of the chi refinement warriors pulled out a flying sword from his storage bag, and with a single leap, he chuckled with a suave expression. All right, I'll make a move first and await you guys at the peak. Right after, he soared into the skies and disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Not willing to lose out, the other chi refinement warriors took out their spirit weapons and followed suit. Yet, the strange thing was that the haughty man did not move at all. Instead, he frowned and gazed into the clouds, contemplating about something. It was the same for the white-bloused woman as she stood there in deep thoughts. Some of the mortals gathered their courage and began climbing the peak. Compared to the chi refinement warriors, they were much slower, and every single step was horrifying. A single misstep and they would fall right into the abyss. Bro, aren't you moving? The little fatty looked at Su Zimo. Right as he was about to reply, a shriek rang out from the clouds. Ah! Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. In the blink of an eye, a shadow fell from the clouds and glided through everyone's vision into the dark abyss beneath. At that sight, everyone's expressions turned grim as chills ran down their spines. The person who had fallen was the chi refinement warrior who had moved first. A chi refinement warrior was dead just like that? What had he encountered up there? The clouds rumbled and shifted, emanating a chilling, killing intent. Ah! It was yet another shriek. A shadow fluttered by them and dunked into the depths of the abyss. Gulp, gulp. The place rang out with everyone's gulping sounds. In just a mere short while, 2 chi refinement warriors had fallen to their deaths. The 2 children were right. The third stage was fair for everyone, such that even chi refinement warriors may not be able to reach the peak. The few mortals that had just started climbing up the peak found themselves getting cold feet as they watched everything unfold in utter horror. There were already people who had started to climb down. What kind of a joke was that? There was no need for them to take such a risk when even chi refinement warriors have died. Suddenly, the haughty man laughed and mumbled. Life and death stage, life and death stage. The peak represents life while the abyss represents death. Interesting. Challenging. The way most of them looked at the haughty man had changed. While everyone else was scared to death and wanted to back off, he was the only one who looked raring to go without a single bit of fear. Ah! Ah! Yet another chain of shrieks as the chi refinement warriors who had moved ahead first fell from the clouds one after another, disappearing into the abyss on either side of the mountain path. Finally, there were people who could take it no longer as they started backtracking. The little fatty held his tongue and exclaimed, "Even a level 9 chi refinement warrior fell down. Just what did they encounter in the clouds?" Su Zimo saw everything even clearer. There were a total of 23 chi refinement warriors who soared into the skies. In the blink of an eye, every single one of them had fallen. That was a little horrifying. Many mortals started climbing down the walls, looking terrified with trembling feet. Without even turning back, they dashed down the mountain path. There were more than 80 people who had passed the second stage. Now all the 23 chi refinement warriors have already failed. Coupled with the mortals who had left, there were only 17 people left at the base of the peak. All of the 17 were resolute warriors who did not show the slightest look of fear in their eyes even at the sight of all those chi refinement warriors falling over. Even the little fatty who was chattering the entire way merrily had gone silent, his beady eyes fluttering about as he was deep in thoughts. Su Zimo had always felt something unusual about this stage, as everything seemed suspicious. However, he could not point out just what exactly was wrong. At almost the same time, both the haughty man and white-bloused woman summoned a flying sword and soared to the skies. However, their speed was clearly slower. It was clear that both of them were being wary about the situation as well. "Bro, remember to be careful. I'll scout the way for you first." The little fatty was also a chi refinement warrior as he retrieved a small shield from his storage bag. The shield expanded with the wind and carried his rotund body into the skies slowly. The remaining 14 people inclusive of Su Zimo were mortals who had no spirit chi within them. If they wanted to ascend the peak, they would have to climb the peak step by step physically. Su Zimo hesitated no more as he approached the base of the peak. With a nimble leap, he hung onto the walls and started climbing up swiftly. That shocked the remaining 13 people as they almost mistook him for a monkey instead of a human climbing the peak. By now, Su Zimo had almost perfected his tendons transformation. He was nimble like a python and agile like an ape. Moving with ease, the peak posed no challenge to him at all. Apes were natural-born climbers. If Su Zimo had given it his all, even chi refinement warriors who could soar through the skies may not even be able to match his speed. Previously at the Tsonglang mountain range, even when Elder Qian of Joyful Clan soared through the skies, Su Zimo's speed while climbing the towering old tree matched his. Of course, Su Zimo had used his sanguine ape transformation at that time and Elder Qian was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Even without using all his strength, Su Zimo had left the 13 remaining mortals far behind his tail. Caw, caw. Right then, Su Zimo vaguely picked up on some birds crying out. Even though he had lived a year in Tsonglang mountain range, he still could not understand the language of beasts. However, he could tell of how they felt through their sounds. Those birds clearly sounded happy and mocking. Why are there spirit beasts here? He frowned as he continued climbing without slowing down at all. Bastard, how dare you? Before long, the voice of the haughty man hollered out above. Su Zimo raised his head and gazed over, squinting his eyes. Far beyond the clouds, a gigantic bird was extending its wings while cawing out with a raised head. Su Zimo could faintly make out the bird assaulting the haughty man, white-bloused woman and little fatty in midair. Every single gentle flap of its wings brought about a hurricane as all three of them swayed back and forth midair, looking as though they could fall any time. A spirit demon? Su Zimo was stunned. The bird exuded an aura that was the same as spirit demons. It looked as though it had just become a spirit demon, equivalent to a foundation establishment cultivator. Even then, its strength was enough to hold out against the three of them. It was clear that the bird had not used its full strength. Instead, it was running circles around the three of them like a cat circling a rat, flapping its wings from time to time so that none of them could ascend further. The haughty man had a wind spirit root to begin with and thus was barely able to maintain his balance despite swaying in the wind. The white-bloused woman had a frozen expression. She was encased by a transparent ice barrier. It was clear that she had already used a talisman. As for the little fatty, his shield was steady and spacious. He sprawled on it, gripping onto its edges tightly with sweat pouring down his puffy face, looking all nervous. So, this is the obstacle of the life and death stage. One would be able to reach the peak if they could get through this bird. Now that he understood the reason, Su Zimo was prepared to continue climbing. Right then, the little fatty shrieked. Perhaps because the bird saw that Su Zimo and the others were approaching as well. It seemed as though it no longer wanted to waste time as it flapped its wings furiously. The little fatty was the first one to lose control as he fell from midair with his shield blown into oblivion. Ah! His face was pale as a sheet as he flailed his arms, crying out loudly. When he caught sight of Su Zimo above him, he called, "Bro, run! There's a fierce bird up there." The place where the little fatty fell was not too far away from Su Zimo. Su Zimo had a decent impression of the little fatty and was not about to leave the latter in the lurch. With a swift motion, he strode horizontally across the wall and grabbed the little fatty from midair. By then, the little fatty's eyes were rolled over while he drooled all over, seemingly passed out of fear. Su Zimo frowned. He was already halfway through the climb. If he were to put the little fatty down, he would have to repeat an entire journey once more. Even though the little fatty was heavy, he was nothing compared to the cold moon saber and sanguine crystal bow hanging on his waist. At that thought, Su Zimo grabbed the little fatty with one arm while continuing to climb with another without slowing down at all. It was only after he got closer that he managed to make things out clearly. It was a crane that looked to be in its infancy stage, its eyes filled with merry excitement. It was as though making the climber's fall was the most fun game it ever played. Swooping down, the crane extended its claws and landed on the white-bloused woman's talisman ice barrier. Crack! Crack! The barrier began cracking as the crane clawed at it with ease. With a strong gust of wind, the woman then fell from her sword. Even though her gaze looked slightly dim, she did not make a single peep of disgruntlement as she disappeared into the abyss. The haughty man followed soon after, holding out for not much longer under the attacks of the crane as he fell through the skies looking indignant. Caw, caw! Rearing its head, the crane looked extremely gleeful. When he saw the haughty man and white-bloused woman falling into the abyss, Su Zimo was finally clear about one thing. Those that fall into the abyss will definitely not die. Since the two of them possessed a variant spirit root and the Peak Master of Ethereal Peak already knew about it, there was no way they would be allowed to die. However, Su Zimo did not know what those who fell into the abyss would encounter. Shifting horizontally, Su Zimo dodged from the crane's line of sight and continued speeding up the peak. Even though he only had one hand, his feet were as nimble as his fingers after he removed his shoes. Digging themselves into the wall of the peak, he continued climbing steadily. The crane had extremely sharp senses. With a swift flap, it appeared above Su Zimo's head and cried out, looking at him with a taunting expression as though mocking his little play of trying to dodge it. The man and crane had finally met. On a peak enshrouded with spirit chi elsewhere, two grace middle-aged cultivators sat opposite to one another. They were both clad in white robes, and one of them had a flying sword emblem engraved on his sleeve, while the other had a hexagon emblem. Both of them were sipping tea lazily. Beside them stood a skinny child who was relating something excitedly. Humps? Variant spirit root? Two of them. One of them placed his teacup down and turned around to ask. His expression slightly changed. The skinny child nodded furiously. The other cultivator asked, "What spirit roots were they?" "One is wind and the other is ice." At that, the two cultivators exchanged glances and smiled, apparently pleased. "When Xian, your peak's about to produce two more geniuses." There were 6 peaks to Ethereal Peak, where the highest amongst them was the true Ethereal Peak that was visible to the outside world. Surrounding it were 5 other peaks: Spirit, Elixir, Talisman, Array, and Weapon. The cultivator known as Wen Xian, the one with a flying sword emblem embossed, was the Peak Master of Spirit Peak. The other person was Xian Yi, Peak Master of Array Peak. Naturally, anyone who could be a Peak Master was definitely a perfected golden core. Even though all the peaks had their specialties, Spirit Peak was the strongest amongst them with the most disciples. Because they valued cultivation realms the most highly, everything they learned and imparted were killing techniques. If there were variant and heaven spirit roots, they would most likely be selected by Spirit Peak. When Xian smiled and stood up, "I'll go take a look and see how many tribulations of the life and death stage those two can pass. Don't worry. Those with variant spirit roots are blessed by Providence. They'll naturally be able to pass the tribulation of life and death." A teasing expression flickered by the eyes of Peak Master Xian Yi as he joked, "Look how anxious you are. Where's your poise as a Peak Master? Come, join me to take a look." With a hearty laugh, when Xian tugged at Xian Yi's wrist and wanted to leave together. Shaking his head, Xian Yi ducked away and laughed. "I'm not going. Won't I be giving myself troubles by watching your Spirit Peak take all the good talents away?" Right then, a chubby fat child ran over in a huff. "Peak Master. TT, this is bad. MMM?" Both Peak Masters exchanged glances, looking surprised. "Why are you here too, junior brother?" the skinny child asked. Sweating from head to toe, the fat child waved his lumpy hand and cried out, "Peak Master." The spirit testing gate exploded. Exploded! Xian Yi and Wen Xian looked at one another confused. Wen Xian asked, "Why would it explode?" "Someone destroyed it." "No," the fat child shook his head before nodding fervently. "Yes. Wait, no. No!" Both Peak Masters were thoroughly confused. "Just what in the world happened? Speak properly." When Xian hollered with a solemn expression, the fat child could not help but recall the words of that scholar. Instinctively, he repeated. It might be because the spirit testing gate had been enduring the rough weather for such a long time without proper maintenance. That's why it broke apart. Bam! When Xian flicked the fat child on the head. Ow! Clutching his head, he pursed his lips sadly. What nonsense! Xianyi could not hide his smile as he chuckled. Who taught you that? I'm sure you didn't think up that on your own, right? A scholar told me that, the fat child replied. But I think what he said makes sense too. And he was even kind enough to have me remind the sect to take care of our old structures so that… Bam! Yet another flick. Instantly, a big, swollen bump appeared on the forehead of the fat child. He was almost bursting into tears as he asked with teary eyes, Peak Master, why are you hitting me? You're too silly, child. One day, you might even end up counting money for the man who sells you out. Xianyi did not know to laugh or to cry. When Xian spoke sternly, tell me the entire series of events. Do not hide anything from me. There was this scholar carrying a bow and saber. He came before the spirit testing gate and it displayed a fire spirit root. The fat child answered. Carry on. But the spirit testing gate did not allow him to enter. The scholar then continued barging through and the spirit testing gate exploded. When Xian and Xianyi frowned and exchanged glances, still confused. When Xian asked right away, are you sure it was a fire spirit root? Yes. The fat child replied instantly, Peak Master, you've got to believe me. Even though I'm stupid, I can still tell that it's a fire spirit root. That's strange. Xianyi could not figure out what happened. After a moment of silence, Xianyi spoke. When Xian, I'll accompany you to see just what is up with this scholar. Without the use of any spirit weapons, the both of them soared through the skies and with a flip of their robes, carried the two children with them towards the front of the peak. Before long, all four of them arrived at where the spirit testing gate was. It's indeed broken. Xianyi stared at the lump of rocks beneath him where the spirit testing gate once stood and murmured silently. When Xian asked, where is that scholar? He's gone. The fat child looked around. Suddenly, Xianyi replied, no, they're up the peak. The 8 distresses formation of the abyss has already been activated. Yes, those two with the variant spirit roots are there already. When Xian asked hurriedly, how many tribulations have the two of them gone through? They've already passed 2, life and death. You can rest easy now, right? Xianyi chuckled. After pausing slightly, Xianyi shook his head. Wait, the bow and saber-carrying scholar isn't going through the 8 distresses formation. He might have left already out of fear. When Xian harumphed gently, this unknown lad appeared and destroyed our ethereal sex spirit testing gate and left just like that? Brazen. Caw, caw. Right then, the hurried calls of a crane rang out from beyond the clouds. When Xian and Xianyi looked up, far above, a figure was shifting nimbly around the walls of the peak without falling off. Even while dodging the attacks of the crane, the figure was still climbing to the peak rapidly. Even with the eyesight of a perfected golden core, they could not see clearly due to the distance between them and the tip of the peak. Xianyi, look, there's an ape. When Xian said as he pointed to a black shadow on the peak. When he heard that, Xianyi laughed. Fufu, what a sharp ape. Even he knows that we're one of the 5 main sects of the great Zhou dynasty, and that's why he wants to be accepted as a disciple of this fortuitous sect. Yes, that ape's quite agile. I wonder how long it can last under the attacks of our Lil Crane. Listen. Lil Crane seems to be angry. Haha. Poor ape. Come on, let's go check it out. When Xian and Xianyi were both smiling and relaxed as they soared towards the peak carrying a child each. As they approached, when Xian and Xianyi found their smiles disappearing as they tore through the layers of mist. Instead, it looked as though they were witnessing something unbelievable. After a momentary silence, cough, that black shadow doesn't seem to be an ape. Xianyi pointed to a black figure climbing to the peak as he coughed and asked hesitantly. Yes, it seems to be a human. When Xian smiled dryly, looking awkward. Both of them could not help but feel their faces flushing after committing such an elementary mistake despite being peak masters. But in truth, it was no wonder why they were mistaken. From a distance where the black figure was murky, it was leaping left and right like an agile ape. Even though both of them were perfected golden cores with an immense amount of knowledge, they would not have thought that the figure was a human. As they got closer, their expressions changed once more. That doesn't seem to be a human. Yes, there are two of them. After yet another momentary silence, when Xian could not help but grumble unhappily. What the hell is wrong with that person? If he wants to climb the peak, so be it. Why is he even carrying a fatty with him? Wait, that man's carrying a bow and saber too. Haven't I just heard of someone with that getup? Xianyi remarked suddenly. Right then, the fat child beside when Xian pointed at the figure excitedly and yelled, Peak Master! That's him! That's the scholar! On the steep mountain peak. Each time the crane flapped its wings, Su Zimo clung tightly onto the wall with his fingers and feet dug deeply into the rocks. Against Su Zimo's fingers, those sturdy rocks seemed as soft as tofu. For any mortal, they would have to find places they could step on if they wanted to climb the peak. However, that was not the case for Su Zimo. If not for the crane blocking his path, the peak he was climbing would be akin to flat ground for him. As of now, all the mortals after Su Zimo had already fell due to the crane's flaps. He was the only one still climbing. To be exact, there were two mortals left. He was carrying the little fatty too. The crane's eyes shone with rage as it cried out. Soaring into the skies, it swooped down at Su Zimo with its sharp talons. That was a vicious dive. Su Zimo wanted to dodge, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, he let go of his hand suddenly as he swayed dangerously in midair. He then reached out and dug himself into the wall once more. Snap! A large rock above Su Zimo's head was smashed into dust by the crane's sharp talons as everything sprayed down on his face. However, he was unaware of it. When some of the rocks smashed on the little fatty's body, that rotund body trembled obviously. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized something as he dangled the little fatty in midair and hollered, Stop pretending or I'll toss you down. The little fatty's eyes burst wide open as he replied hurriedly, Please don't scare me, bro. I know my mistakes now. Do you still want to reach the peak? Su Zimo asked quickly. Yes, of course. Hold on to my back on your own. Don't blame me if you fall. Yes, yes. The little fatty shifted quickly and wrapped his arms and legs around Su Zimo's neck and waist like an octopus. That way, even though Su Zimo was still carrying an additional man, he had both hands to work with. At the start, the crane's attacks weren't ferocious. It was clear that its aim was not to injure. It merely wanted to deter Su Zimo from climbing further. After multiple failed attempts, the crane was frustrated. That was why if Su Zimo had not managed to dodge the previous attack, his brains might have been crushed by the crane's talons. He did not dare to be careless against an enraged early-stage Foundation establishment spirit demon. That was why he got the little fatty to a piggyback position so that he could have two hands to contend against the demon. In all fairness, Su Zimo was only at the third section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and was not a match for the spirit demon yet, even if it was only at early-stage Foundation establishment. However, Su Zimo's goal was not to fight it out with the crane. Instead, he merely wanted to dodge it and reach the peak. With that, things were much simpler. Swoosh! The crane dove once more as Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly. Pushing his legs, he continued striding horizontally on the smooth walls of the peak as he dodged the attacks of the crane while climbing up swiftly. Crack! 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 Su Zimo's fingers and feet dug deep into the rocks. His speed was not inferior to when he was on the ground. Caw, caw! When the crane caught sight of that, it was even more enraged as it soared through the skies and burst off like a rocket, appearing behind Su Zimo and attacking relentlessly with its talons and beak. Its long beak was even sharper than a flying sword such that every single poke sent a sharp, ringing sound reverberating through Su Zimo's ears. As long as the beak pierced him, there would definitely be a bloody hole on his body. The little fatty was so scared that he was shivering with his eyes closed tightly. Su Zimo dodged repeatedly as his tendons cried out. With every single expansion and contraction, his blood would be filled as his large tendon convulsed intensely, pushing his body to its limits. Using just his spirit perception, Su Zimo dodged the attack of the crane countless times as he continued climbing. The cries of the crane were getting more hurried and in fact, there was even a hint of killing intent. He was getting closer to the top of the peak. At the same time, the crane's attacks were getting fiercer too. As the two Dao children looked at everything unfold from the top of the peak, they were sweating from head to toe for the scholar as though they were the ones being attacked right at that moment. The man and the crane contended against one another on the steep peak. Even though the man seemed unable to fight back, it was still extremely dangerous and intense. Any bit slower and the scholar could very well be dead in the talons of the crane. When Xian and Xianyi had equally grim looks on their faces as they watched fixedly, prepared to save him if need be. To think that the scholar would still have strength left to be able to continue climbing while defending against our Lil Crane's attack. Xianyi's tone was somewhat amazed. When Xian commented solemnly, "If I'm not mistaken, the bow and saber on the scholar's waist are made from spiritual items. Even though those are pseudo-spirit weapons, they weigh more than an entire ton together." When Xian's remark had a clear meaning behind it. If Su Zimo had not been carrying the sanguine crystal bow and cold moon saber, he would have been even more agile and might have even reached the top of the peak by now. When Xian and Xianyi exchanged glances, there was a common consensus as a thought flashed through their minds. This scholar is interesting. How did this lad train his body? That level of nimbleness, harmony, and stretchability is something that even a spirit beast can't match. His movements resemble an ape and python, yet there are many differences. He might have learnt them through observing wild beasts. Seems like this lad is rather talented. I wonder how many tribulations of the 8 distresses formation he can pass. At that, both Wen Xian and Xianyi froze with a startled expression. When Xian murmured softly, "The 8 distresses formation is set up within the abyss beneath. If this lad truly ascends the peak, wouldn't it be equivalent to him passing the 8 distresses formation?" On the surface, Ethereal Sect's third life and death stage was for the cultivators to ascend the peak. However, in reality, they had set an obstacle and it was intended for everyone to fall into the realm of the 8 distresses formation within the abyss. That was the reason why the fat child had almost let slip at the beginning of things. After all, no one would be able to ascend the peak. Only those who managed to pass through life and death tribulations within the 8 distresses formation would be sent to the top of the peak where they would be able to join the sect. If they failed the 2 tribulations, they would be teleported outside and would not be able to join the sect. At the same time, those cultivators would not know what had happened at all, merely feeling fortunate that they did not die. The 8 distresses formation was a type of illusory formation that consisted of 8 tribulations: life, age, illness, death, meeting with what they hate, parting with what they love, unattained love, and all ills of the 5 skandhas of Buddhism. There were 2 reasons why they had to beat around the bush by requesting the cultivators to climb the peak before knocking them down. First, the steep peak would first deter the cowards and those who lack resolve. Immortal cultivation was a heavenly defying act and was a path of extreme difficulty. If even those who had resolves of steel and bravery may not even reach the endpoint, there was no room for cowards at all. Second, if everyone were mentally prepared that they would be faced with the 8 distresses formation, the illusory realm would not be able to bewitch them that easily. Ethereal Sect would not be able to achieve their full aim. In the cultivation world, be it illusory skills or formations, there would definitely be distinct loopholes to it. If the affected party were to be able to maintain their composure and alertness, they would be able to see through it and would not be bewitched by it. However, by sending the masses up the peak before beating them down, no one would be prepared, and as they were faced with death, they would definitely panic before they enter the 8 distresses formation of the abyss. Right then, with everyone assuming that they were dead, they would then accept the illusory realm and go through the death tribulation. Once they pass the death tribulation and endure through the life tribulation, they would be considered to have passed the 3rd stage of Ethereal Sect's tests and would be able to join the sect. Of course, there were 8 tribulations to the 8 distresses formation, and the more tribulations one could pass, the better. This was not just a simple test. It was a rite of passage for the mind. After all, everyone would have to endure the pain of the 8 distresses in their lifetime, and cultivators were no exception to it. Yet a problem had appeared. If Su Zimo managed to ascend the peak, Ethereal Sect's 3rd stage would have been set for nothing. When Xian lowered his voice further and said, "Let me attack and strike him down secretly. We can't go against the rules of the sect by accepting someone that hasn't gone through the 3rd stage." Xianyi shook his head and chuckled. "No matter. Right now, I'm honestly curious as to whether he can ascend the peak with just his own strength." Pausing for a moment, Xianyi's eyes lit up as he remarked gruffly, "If the lad truly manages to ascend, I'll set an array formation for him myself to let him have a full taste of the 8 distresses formation. As the peak master of Array Peak, the 8 distresses formation was his masterpiece. For a peak master to declare that he wanted to lay an array formation personally for an unknown scholar was something that had never occurred through the history of Ethereal Sect. On the wall, the man and the crane were still going at it. Su Zimo was already sweating all over. His eyes remained bright as always, emanating an endless fight in them. Initially, the little fatty kept his eyes shut and was extremely frightened. However, he was now fully excited, yelling from time to time from Su Zimo's back to taunt the crane. "Caw, caw." Despite trying everything, the crane could not stop Su Zimo in his tracks at all. Coupled with the little fatty's mocking, it was even more furious, and its attacks turned fiercer. Su Zimo was pent up as well after being chased by the crane for such a long time. Seeing that he was merely a step away from the top of the peak, Su Zimo took in a deep breath and circulated the Anaconda Eclipse's Mind Sutra before bellowing, "Damned bird! Take this!" Clang! A sharp slicing sound rang through the place. Su Zimo had retrieved the cold moon saber on his waist and slashed upwards. Swash! A cold light shot through the air. Stunned, the crane no longer dared to attack Su Zimo as it flapped and ran away. It had not expected Su Zimo to make a move. More than that, it had not expected that Su Zimo would dare to make a move on it. Within Ethereal Sect, no one dared to bully it. Notwithstanding the 5 peak masters, even Ethereal Sect's master would dote on it. The job of pushing potential sect applicants into the 8 distresses formation was initially done by other cultivators of the sect. However, the crane volunteered to do it, thinking that it was interesting. Indeed, it was rather fun at the start to see people being chased into the 8 distresses formation one by one. Yet, the crane no longer found it fun after encountering this bow and saber-carrying scholar. A feather glided by slowly. Even though the crane had managed to dodge the attack, the cold moon saber still sliced away one of its feathers. That sight caused the 2 peak masters watching above to freeze momentarily, almost striking out as they gripped their spirit weapons tightly. The gall of that lad to dare bully Lil Crane. He's definitely going to have a hard time in the future if he gets accepted into the sect. Both Wen Xian and Xianyi looked at Su Zimo with a trace of pity. Right then, Su Zimo did not know what was going on. After that slash, he was overjoyed as he burst out laughing. "Damned bird, you're still too weak. Go back and train for a couple more years." With a reverse throw, Su Zimo stabbed the cold moon saber into the wall of the peak and in one swift leap, jumped onto the blade with the tip of his toes. He then hopped up while conveniently pulling the cold moon saber out of the wall with his feet. The entire process was fluid as water without any pauses at all. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the top of the peak. Looking down at the crane that was still circling around in midair, Su Zimo waved and smiled. "Goodbye." The crane was still in its infancy stage. In human years, it was nothing more than 8 years old, and that was when it was most playful. Even though it wasn't injured by that slash, it still felt upset about it. Looking at Su Zimo's actions, the crane blinked a few times as though it was about to tear up before flying towards Ethereal Peak while crying nonstop. "Caw, caw! Caw, caw!" The cries of the crane reverberated through Ethereal Peak, alarming many people. Didn't Lil Crane go to the front peak to bully them? Why does it look as though it was the one that was bullied? A brown-haired youth seated within a palace on Elixir Peak asked curiously. From a palace on Talisman Peak came a cold-looking middle-aged lady. Watching the crane fly through the air, she frowned slightly and muttered, "What's wrong with Lil Crane? To think that someone of ethereal sect would dare bully it." A disheveled old man appeared on Weapon Peak as well. Slovenly dressed, he burst out in laughter. How dare to see Lil Crane being on the losing end? Interesting, interesting. Su Zimo turned around and saw four people. He had met the two children previously. Apart from them, there were two middle-aged cultivators with exceptional auras, looking at him weirdly. Su Zimo guessed that the two of them must be seniors of Ethereal Peak. Placing Little Fatty down, Su Zimo noticed that there were 8 gigantic flags around half as high as them being planted around each of them. The flags had mysterious patterns drawn on them as they flapped in the wind. "What's that?" Su Zimo frowned. Without thinking more about it, he stabilized his breathing and arranged his attire before greeting the two middle-aged cultivators. "Greetings, seniors. I'm Su Zimo of Yen Country. I've managed to ascend the peak by luck. Activate!" Before Su Zimo could even finish, he was interrupted by a loud holler. The 8 flags surrounding Su Zimo and Little Fatty illuminated brightly as the patterns shone with a bedazzling glow. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo felt an ominous sense of danger. The last thing he saw was one of the middle-aged cultivators sweeping his robes from a distance away as an unblockable energy blasted at them. The energy was tremendous and Su Zimo could not resist it at all. He was swept off the peak and fell over, watching the top of the peak turn smaller by the second. His body was not his to control at all as fear started growing within him. Bam! Su Zimo fell into the abyss and his entire body was crushed. Even though his physical body was clearly destroyed, Su Zimo was still entirely conscious. Endless waves of pain shot through him, biting at him tirelessly as his tendons tore and his flesh was shredded. What was happening? Su Zimo could not understand at all. In fact, he did not have the time to think about it as he was tormented by the endless pain. He had never understood the sort of pain that one would experience in the face of death. An intense fear existed between the edge of life and death. It was a fear that could cause one to break down. For humans, it was almost instinct for them to fear death. If they could even shit their pants by having a sword pointed at their throat, how terrifying would it be to be faced with death itself? At the top of the peak, Su Zimo and Little Fatty stood motionlessly with their eyes shut and bodies shivering. Neither of them had fallen into the abyss. The both of them were now within the illusion of the activated 8 distresses formation. This 8 distresses formation is even stronger than the one in the abyss since you're the one who created it personally. Would the two of them be able to endure it? When Xian asked worriedly, Xianxia replied, "Let's wait and see. As long as they can get through one tribulation, they'll be considered to have passed the test." Right then, 3 figures appeared on the top of the peak. The 3 of them had passed the test of the 8 distresses formation from within the abyss. After crossing the life and death tribulations, they were teleported to the top of the peak. All 3 of them looked pale as a sheet, sweating from head to toe as they sat where they were feebly, looking lost and dazed. The 2 Dao children rushed up and fed all 3 of them an elixir each. Once they consumed it, the 3 people looked more relaxed as their faces started to fill with life once more. The 2 fellas with the variant spirit roots are not bad. They've already passed through 3 tribulations, Xianxia suddenly mentioned. When Xian sighed, of the 8 distresses, life, death, illness and age are easier to get through. However, the later 4 tribulations are one tougher than the other. Even for myself who has already attained a core, I may not be able to get through all the tribulations. The moment he said that, one of the 8 flags swayed gently before shooting into the skies with a blinding light. Xianxia heaved out a sigh of relief and nodded. Not bad. The lad has already crossed the tribulation of death. A moment later, the haughty man and white-bloused woman were sent to the top of the peak. When Xian looked at the both of them and smiled, "Well done, you guys have passed through 4 tribulations. Take a rest at the side." Swoosh! Yet another huge flag swayed before bursting into the skies. That's fast? He's already endured through the distress of life. Xianxia was surprised. The distress of life was something that everyone had to go through but have forgotten. Within the womb, a fetus would be coiled into a ball with its arms and feet unable to stretch, and neither could it breathe. It was akin to being sealed in a tight cage, and the pain of it was excruciating. That was also the reason why babies would cry the moment they are born. Before long, another streak of light broke through the clouds. Right after, a fourth beam of light. This? When Xian and Xianxia exchanged glances, both could read the shock in the other's eyes. From Elixir Peak, a brown-haired youth soared into the skies and looked at the lights from afar, frowning to himself. That light's from a flag for the 8 Distresses formation. There's actually someone who could have Xianxia create the formation personally. With a slight pause, he muttered to himself, "No, I've got to go check it out." At the same time, a shadow streaked out towards the front peak from Talisman and Weapon Peak respectively. Bam! A 5th beam of light appeared. Before long, a brown-haired youth, cold-faced middle-aged lady, and a disheveled old man appeared on the top of the peak as well. All 5 peak masters were gathered. Swoosh! A huge flag wavered. A 6th beam of light. He's already passed through 6 of the 8 distresses. What a mental fortitude. Where is this lad from? The brown-haired youth asked with a deep voice. He's from Yen country. I don't know anything other than that. When Xian shook his head, the cold-faced lady swept her gaze across Su Zimo's body and frowned, asking, "Fire spirit root?" That seemed to be the case. However, for some reason, the spirit testing gate refused to let him through. "We can test him with a spirit stone again later," when Xian replied. Right after he replied, bam! The 7th beam of light shot through. Su Zimo had passed through the 7th tribulation. Little Fatty was already sprawled on the ground bawling in tears after enduring through the tribulations of life and death. He had yet to pull himself out of the pain received from the tribulations of the 8 distresses. During the time, the 2 Dao children explained to everyone present about the entirety of the life and death stage. From the initial 500-odd applicants, there were only 6 remaining on the peak who had passed the 3rd stage. Other than the haughty man, white-bloused woman, and Little Fatty, the remaining 3 were mortals without spirit chi. Everyone looked at Su Zimo with a complicated gaze. They had just gone through the tribulations of the 8 distresses personally and could still remember the excruciating pain they had gone through. None of them could imagine the sort of torment it would be to endure through 7 different distresses. Xianxia spoke with a grim tone. The 8th distress is of the 5 skandhas. That is akin to all of the previous 7 distresses combined and isn't something any human could endure. Let me dispel the formation lest the lad is hurt. He was just about to move when an 8th beam of light shone. It was extremely bedazzling on the peak and illuminated half the skies above them. At the same time, Su Zimo suddenly opened both eyes and with a burning killing intent, he reverse-gripped his cold moon saber and slashed forward. It was a breathtaking slash. That single slash was even brighter than the 8th beam that had covered the entire peak. It was directed right at Xianxia with an intent so chilling that the air on the peak seemed to have frozen and gone stale. All 5 peak masters were stunned right away. After all, the slash happened way too suddenly. Xianxia's expression was unchanged. Extending his finger, a light exuded from the tip of it as he tapped gently at the cold moon saber. Clang! The cold moon saber was sent flying. Su Zimo's body jolted as he stumbled back a couple of steps and nearly slipped off the top of the peak. When he saw the abyss beneath the layer of clouds below him, Su Zimo slowly woke up and realized that everything he had experienced was merely an illusion. The gazes of the 5 peak masters looking at Su Zimo changed slowly. The thing that truly shocked the 5 peak masters was not the fact that Su Zimo had endured through the 8 distresses. It was that slash of his. As perfected golden cores, all 5 of them could sense the sort of energy the slash carried along. Its might had surpassed even the full strength of a perfected chi refinement warrior. For a mere mortal to surpass the strength of a perfected chi refinement warrior with just a burst of his physical body, what sort of a phenomenon was that? That was proof that this man's body was as tough as spirit beasts. In fact, He might even be able to match early-stage Foundation establishment spirit demons. Not just that, Su Zimo / carried a heavy killing intent. This man must have killed quite a number of times to display a slash as such. Yet, how could a mortal have killed so many times? Furthermore, their shock came from the fact that Su Zimo had dared to strike at Xianxia with such resolute decisiveness. One had to understand that Su Zimo was but a mere mortal. However, Xianxia was a perfected golden core, the peak master of Array Peak. To mere mortals, he was what they would define as immortals. Yet, Su Zimo / had the intention of murdering an immortal. Why did you strike at me? Xianxia's gaze was bright as he glared at Su Zimo and asked grimly. By now, Su Zimo had realized that he had fallen into an illusion and everything he had experienced was merely his hallucinations. Lowering his head, he replied, I mistook you as the one who had struck at me to push me off the peak, hence the attack. The 5 peak masters had expected that answer. However, that answer was also troubling at the same time. This was a man that couldn't be tamed. Be it whether the other party was an immortal or had anyone strong backing him, as long as this man was offended, he would kill the other party. To them, Su Zimo was like a double-edged sword. Resolute and sharp, not only could he kill, he could injure them as well. It was hard to tell if it would be a fortune or disaster accepting someone like this into the sect. However, Su Zimo had an extremely rare mental fortitude such that he was even able to endure through the tribulations of the 8 distresses. It would be difficult for Ethereal Peak to give up on such a rare talent. Furthermore, Su Zimo had already passed all 3 tests of the sect. Exchanging glances, all 5 peak masters could not arrive at a decision. Normally, Spirit Peak's master, Wen Xian, would definitely be the first to accept someone as such. Yet, he was keeping silent at the moment. Contemplating silently, Wen Xian retrieved a spirit testing stone from his storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. Test your spirit root again. Su Zimo gripped the spirit testing stone tightly. It shone scarlet red and emanated heat. All 5 peak masters nodded their heads in agreement. Fire element, heaven spirit root. That's right. Before that thought passed them, the spirit testing stone turned into ash and scattered from Su Zimo's fingertips. Everyone was stunned. What had just happened? The fat child pointed at Su Zimo agitatedly. Peak master, see? I didn't lie. Even though all 5 peak masters were perfected golden cores, they had never seen anyone who could turn a spirit testing stone into ash for a mere test. It was weird. Suddenly, an authoritative voice boomed out in all 5 of their minds. This lad has too much killing intent and is too brash. Since he has a fire spirit root, we can let him join the weapon peak to learn more about the craft of refining weapons. We can make other plans for him after we shave away some of his aggressiveness. That voice was from Ethereal Peak's sect master. Other than the 5 peak masters, no one else knew what was going on. The peak master of Weapon Peak was the disheveled old man. He snickered at Su Zimo. Come, follow me back to the Weapon Peak. From now on, you'll be a trial disciple of Ethereal Peak. You'll be under me. Understood. Su Zimo nodded. The haughty man, white-bloused woman and little fatty were inducted into Spirit Peak naturally, while the 3 remaining mortals were assigned to Elixir, Array, and Talisman Peak. Waving his oily robes, the disheveled old man collected Su Zimo and left the peak. Before long, Su Zimo was brought to the Weapon Peak as the disheveled old man remarked, I'm your master from now on. We don't have so many rules here in Weapon Peak. You can just call me old man. Shui. Yes, you. Come here. The disheveled old man beckoned to a disciple passing by nearby. The man named Shui was frail and skinny. Running over, he nodded his head to the disheveled old man and greeted courteously. Master, Su Zimo here has just joined the sect and he's your junior brother. Go get him one of our sect badges and items for trial disciples before choosing a cave abode. After giving his instructions, the disheveled old man waved his robes and left. I'll be troubling you then, senior brother, Su Zimo greeted with cupped fists. Shui smiled and waved it off. It's fine, don't stand on courtesy. He brought Su Zimo before a majestic cockloft and introduced. This is our Elixir Peaks spirit weapon chamber. If any of the trial disciples from the 5 peaks want a spirit weapon, they would have to come exchange for it using their contribution points. To exchange for spirit stones, elixirs, and cultivation manuals, one would have to use contribution points too. How do you get contribution points? Su Zimo asked. There is a mission steal within the 5 peaks that will refresh with new missions every now and then. The greater the difficulty of the missions, the more contribution points they give. Shui brought Su Zimo to the spirit weapon chamber and greeted the elderly guard. Senior, this is a new disciple of Weapon Peak, and he's here for a sect badge. Oh, name? The elderly guard opened his sleepy eyes and asked feebly. Su Zimo. From his storage bag, the elderly guard retrieved a long jade badge where one side was etched with mysterious patterns and the other side was smooth and blank. With his sharp nails, the elderly guard shot out a stream of spirit chi and wrote down in cursive letters, Su Zimo. Tossing the badge out, the elderly guard went back to sleep. Su Zimo took the badge over and examined it to find out that there was nothing extraordinary about it. Shui smiled. Junior brother, don't look down on this sect badge. Holding it gives you freedom in and out of the sect, and even the mystifying fog barrier outside can't affect you. Su Zimo nodded his head and kept it carefully. Suddenly, Shui slapped his own head as though he recalled something. He then turned and smiled to the elderly guard. Senior, are you forgetting about something? Without even opening his eyes, the elderly guard tossed out a storage bag casually. Receiving it, Shui passed it to Su Zimo. Junior brother, there's a manual for the spirit peering art and chi condensation along with 10 inferior grade spirit stones. Do keep it well. Shui knew that Su Zimo had not mastered chi condensation yet, and hence opened the storage bag before placing one of the 2 manuals in the latter's hands. He summoned a flying sword and had Su Zimo hop on it. Arriving at the mid of the peak, he pointed to a row of cave abodes. Weapon Peak does not have much disciples, so many of our cave abodes are empty. Just pick whichever one you fancy, junior brother. Remembering that he had to cultivate his mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo chose a secluded one at the corner as his home in Ethereal Peak. The cave abode was extremely spacious, and after some quiet meditation, Su Zimo contained his excitement of joining the sect. Placing the sect badge around his waist like Shui, he took out the 2 manuals. Spirit peering art was a fundamental skill in the cultivation world where almost every cultivator had to learn it. Through lining their eyes with spirit chi, one could determine the cultivation realm of other cultivators. But of course, there are rare cultivation techniques as well that could help one hide their cultivation realm from spirit peering art's detection. The chi condensation manual could be considered as an entry skill for ethereal sect. Everything from opening storage bags, cultivating the spirit peering art, sword kinesis flight, refining elixirs and weapons required one to have spirit chi. Because Su Zimo had a fire spirit root, the spirit chi he could manifest from chi condensation would naturally carry the fire element. Before he left, Shui had informed Su Zimo that there would be a welcome ceremony held 10 days later at Ethereal Palace, which was situated at the main peak of Ethereal Sect. Along with many seniors, the sect master would be present as well, and all the new disciples were required to attend it. Su Zimo was determined to reach level 1 chi condensation before the welcome ceremony. The very thought that he would be able to obtain sword kinesis flight once he achieved chi condensation had Su Zimo's blood boiling with excitement. He would no longer have to be in the wretched state of being chased by other cultivators. Opening the chi condensation manual slowly, Su Zimo was gradually immersed in the lines of tiny words. The first step of chi condensation was to obtain a sense of chi. Spirit chi was everywhere, and it was akin to breathing air. However, one would not be able to sense spirit chi without a spirit root. Following the instructions of the chi condensation manual, it took an hour before Su Zimo felt a warm sensation channeling in the air around him. It was a fresh, unique sensation unlike anything he had ever felt before. So, this is spirit chi. As his thoughts wavered, the sensation disappeared and he could no longer sense that warm energy. This? A flicker shot through Su Zimo's eyes as he pondered about it before coming to a realization. There were 3 words written on the first page of the Qi condensation manual: mindful Qi condensation. Only if one was at peace and mindful would they be able to sense the existence of spirit Qi. The moment they were distracted, the sensation would dissipate. But no matter what, Su Zimo was slightly relieved that he had managed to achieve the first step of sensing spirit Qi. After all, there was something odd about the fire spirit root within him. Not only could it destroy spirit testing stones, it even caused the sect's spirit testing gate to explode. Previously, Su Zimo was still worried whether an implanted spirit root would achieve the same effects as an innate one. Now, it seemed as though those worries were unwarranted. The second step of Qi condensation was to absorb the Qi internally. It wasn't enough to just sense the spirit Qi, one had to control and absorb it. The third step was to channel the Qi to the dantian. After absorbing it into the body, one would have to control and channel it to the dantian. That was the only way to ensure that the spirit Qi would be fully his instead of being dispersed through the body. With that, he would have achieved level 1 Qi condensation. Casting aside all distractions, Su Zimo emptied his mind and felt at the warm aura around him before absorbing it into his body slowly. All of a sudden, Su Zimo felt a warm sensation appearing in his right hand as a stream of spirit Qi entered it. Interesting. The Qi condensation manual did not mention which part of the body will be used to absorb the spirit Qi. However, it was a new experience for Su Zimo to have the spirit Qi enter through his right hand. The stream of spirit Qi that entered his body was rampant and wild. Frantically, Su Zimo worked to control and channel it to his dantian. The dantian was like the treasure trove of one's body. The moment the spirit Qi was channeled in, everything became calm once more. Level 1 Qi condensation. Su Zimo opened his eyes, which were filled with excitement and a hint of incredibility. Night had just descended, which meant to say that he had only spent less than 2 hours. The fact that he had managed to reach level 1 Qi condensation within such a short time felt surreal to Su Zimo. Seems like that's the power of a heaven spirit root. Su Zimo smiled. Now that he had achieved Qi condensation, he was in a good mood and decided to continue absorbing spirit Qi, working towards level 2 without resting. His right hand was still the first to feel warm as the spirit Qi gushed in endlessly, controlled and channeled by Su Zimo to his dantian. Su Zimo was immersed in his cultivation, and just like that, an entire night had passed. Level 2 Qi condensation. Within a single night, Su Zimo had achieved level 2 Qi condensation. Isn't this a little too soon? Is that how fast things move with a heaven spirit root? He was a little stunned. Su Zimo did not know the speed in which others cultivated at. However, he merely felt that it was unusual for him to cultivate that quickly. After all, he had not even made use of spirit stones and elixirs yet for the previous night. If he had used them, wouldn't his cultivation speed be even faster? He decided to cast aside all his queries first and to ask his other seniors when he had the chance. The thought of spirit stones gave Su Zimo an idea. Before he left Pingyang town, he killed Zhou Dingyun and had managed to obtain a storage bag. Now that he was at level 2 Qi condensation, he could finally use it. Taking out Zhou Dingyun's storage bag, a stream of spirit Qi flowed out of Su Zimo's fingertips as he touched the storage bag gently. It opened up and a space floated out from within with more than 1,300 inferior-grade spirit stones lined together. Other than another jade bottle, there was nothing else. He opened the jade bottle. It contained 3 elixirs as a gentle fragrance wafted out. Su Zimo whiffed at the fragrance, and the calm spirit Qi that was contained in his dantian began to rumble. He instantly understood that those 3 elixirs would benefit him in absorbing spirit Qi. For someone like him who had just achieved Qi condensation, this was quite a small fortune. Su Zimo kept the spirit stones, elixirs, sanguine crystal bow, cold moon saber, and the quiver on his back into the storage bag given to him by the sect. Right away, his entire body felt lighter with 1 ton worth of weight removed. The amazing thing about storage bags was that no matter the weight of the items kept in them, the user would not feel it at all. Opening the manual for the Spirit Peering Art began cultivating it. He spent the rest of his time cultivating the Qi condensation manual in the daytime and the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness in the nighttime. Just like that, 10 days had passed. The welcome ceremony for the 7 new disciples of the sect had finally arrived. Su Zimo tidied his attire before leaping off his stone bed. Even though 10 days had passed, Su Zimo's chi condensation was still at level 1 and had not increased. In reality, he was already at level 4 chi condensation by the 7th day, and his dantian had amassed a large amount of spirit chi. However, Su Zimo recalled Dai Yu's advice. Some of the truly talented cultivators would choose to use the spirit chi to refine their physical body while cultivating. For the next 3 days thereafter, he used all the spirit chi he had amassed to refine his body, leaving only a portion left in his dantian. Even though he made no progress for his marrow cleansing section, Su Zimo's body was now much stronger than it was 10 days ago. He estimated that by now, even a full forced attack by a level 10 perfected chi refinement warrior using an inferior grade spirit weapon would not be able to pierce his skin. Junior brother Su, I'm Shui. Are you around? Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the cave abode. It was senior brother Shui, the person who had brought Su Zimo around initially. Su Zimo opened the door hurriedly. Now that they were meeting again, Su Zimo subconsciously activated his spirit-peering art and discovered that Shui was a chi refinement warrior with level 9 chi condensation. Eh? Shui looked at Su Zimo with shock and incredulity, asking, Junior brother Su, you're already at level 1 chi condensation? Su Zimo could not figure out what Shui meant by that and merely nodded his head, afraid that he might make a mistake by speaking. Wow, that's incredible. Shui could not help but gasp. Su Zimo froze for a moment. It was incredible for someone to reach level 1 chi condensation in 10 days. If he had not used the spirit chi to refine his body, he would already be at level 5 chi condensation. Coughing gently, Su Zimo asked, Su Zimo, how long does it normally take for someone to reach level 1 chi condensation? That would have to depend on their spirit root. For example, I have an earth spirit root and it took me close to an entire month to reach level 1 chi condensation. You have to understand that out of the 3 steps, sensing and absorbing spirit chi is the most difficult for beginners to grasp. They either fail to sense the existence of spirit chi or they're unable to absorb it. All of that will require time to cultivate, test, grasp, and discover, Shui explained. Even though Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, he was even more curious in his heart now. Sensing and absorbing spirit chi posed no challenge to him at all, unlike what Shui had explained. Could that be the benefit of having a heaven spirit root? The moment he thought of that, Su Zimo smiled. It might be because I've got a heaven spirit root and that's why I cultivated faster. That must be it. Suddenly enlightened, Shui nodded his head. It's indeed much easier for those with a heaven spirit root to attain chi condensation. I heard that some geniuses take a single day to reach level 1 chi condensation. But don't feel bad, junior brother. It's already extremely fast for you to reach level 1 within 10 days. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. In reality, he had only taken less than 2 hours to reach level 1 chi condensation. But according to Shui, even the fastest geniuses require a single day. How could this be? He then thought about the explosion of the spirit testing gate, the ashing of the spirit testing stone, his frightening cultivation speed, and all the other weird phenomenons. The only explanation was that the heaven spirit root given to him by Dai Yu was much stronger than real heaven spirit roots. I can't teach you anymore. Hence, I have planted a spirit root in you. The quality won't be any lesser than the heaven spirit root. Next, join a clan and cultivate for immortality. That was what Dai Yu said to him. It sounded casual and in fact even nonchalant. But it was only now that Su Zimo realized how horrifying the spirit root she had planted for him was. Suddenly, Shui frowned and asked oddly, Wait, that's weird. Junior brother, you've got a heaven spirit root. How come you're in our weapon peak instead of spirit peak? What's the difference? Su Zimo asked. A huge one. Laughing, Shui replied, It's almost time for the welcome ceremony. I'll take you there and explain along the way. Summoning a flying sword, Shui beckoned for Su Zimo to join him before they sped off to Ethereal Peak. Along the way, Su Zimo found out from Shui that even though each of the 5 peaks had their own specialties, Spirit Peak was the strongest with the most disciples, followed by Talisman Peak and Array Peak. The weakest ones were Elixir Peak and Weapon Peak. Spirit Peak's forte was in killing and battle skills. That was why, by logic, all those with Heaven Spirit roots would be sent to Spirit Peak. A strong mastery of fire is required for both refinement of elixirs and weapons. Yet, Ethereal Peak was not well versed in fire techniques. Out of the 5 sects, True Fire Sect was the most knowledgeable towards fire. In the Great Zhou dynasty, there would be a competition between the sects once every 10 years where all major and minor sects would participate. There would then be 4 ranking lists of spirit, weapon, elixir, and talisman for the top 10 of each. That was a mere 40 people out of hundreds of sects and thousands of their most talented cultivators. Anyone who could have their names listed on the rankings would not only receive immense prestige, there would be tremendous rewards as well, and it was proof that they were the true talents of the Great Zhou dynasty. Out of every sect competition, Ethereal Sect would gain the most spots on the spirit ranking, followed by the talisman ranking. However, they've never managed to get any spots on both the weapon and elixir rankings. That was the reason why Shui could not understand how someone like Su Zimo, who possessed a Heaven Spirit root, was sent to Weapon Peak instead of Spirit Peak. Su Zimo could guess at the reasons why it was so. Firstly, he had destroyed the sect's spirit testing gate. Secondly, he struck out at Array Peak's master, Xianxia. This arrangement might have been a punishment for him. However, Su Zimo was not bothered by it at all. From what Shui had said, all the Qi refinement warriors in Ethereal Sect were all trial disciples, and none of them could enter Ethereal Peak, which was surrounded by all 5 peaks, freely. Only Foundation Establishment cultivators were considered as inner sect disciples and would have a chance of obtaining middle-grade spirit weapons and better cultivation techniques. With Su Zimo's cultivation speed, it would take a mere couple of years for him to become an inner sect disciple. Before long, the both of them arrived at Ethereal Peak, where a majestic palace stood erected not too far away, barely visible through the clouds. There was a sign on top of the palace with the words Ethereal Palace etched in it. Shui brought Su Zimo towards Ethereal Palace. Along the way, a statue of a crane stood erect. It was gigantic, at 100 feet tall, with its eyes shut and exuding an authoritative aura with golden and shimmering, lifelike feathers. Compared to the gigantic statue, Su Zimo and Shui were like tiny ants. Even though Su Zimo felt that the statue looked familiar, he did not think too much about it and merely commented in praise. "I wonder who created this statue. It's so lifelike that it's almost like a real crane." Shoo! Suddenly, Shui's expression changed as he shushed at Su Zimo right away. "What's wrong?" Su Zimo whispered uneasily. Wiping away his sweat, Shui replied, "That's not a statue. That's Ethereal Sect's mystical guardian beast. It's alive. Alive." Su Zimo coughed gently and raised his head to look at it again awkwardly. Because the crane stood there motionlessly, Su Zimo's first thought was that it was a statue. "What's it perched here for then?" Su Zimo asked again. Shaking his head, Shui replied, "I've got no idea either. Senior Crane usually stays within the Ethereal Palace, and it's rare for normal disciples to catch a glimpse of it. I guess we're really lucky today." Pausing for a moment, Shui looked around with a mysterious expression, whispered gently, "Though, I heard that Senior Crane's child was bullied to tears by a new disciple recently. Perhaps it's here to settle things with that disciple. I wonder who's the unlucky one." Su Zimo suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around. Blinking his eyes slowly, he asked, "Say, is the child of this Senior Crane a crane too? Isn't that just nonsense?" "Obviously it is." Shui laughed. Su Zimo did not find it funny in the slightest bit. When Shui saw Su Zimo stopping in his tracks with a weird expression, he asked softly, "What's wrong, junior brother? Why do you look so pale?" Su Zimo did not reply. As though he had recalled something, Shui gasped and pointed at Su Zimo with a stutter. Why you're not that. You unlucky soul, right?" Right then, Su Zimo felt a cold wind and goosebumps rising all over his body. It was as though he was being targeted by an incomparably strong being. Su Zimo's body froze and his hands and feet turned cold as he turned around and raised his head slowly. Unknowingly, The gigantic crane behind the both of them had its eyes opened, glaring at them with an icy gaze. Before the crane, Su Zimo felt that he was incomparably small, and that comparison wasn't merely for their size. It was in terms of power. If the crane wanted him dead, it did not even have to make a move. A single thought was more than enough. The air around them seemed to have gone stale as a killing intent spread slowly, making it seem as though the heavens could collapse at any moment. All of a sudden, the crane spread its wings and soared through the skies, passing by the both of them and headed towards Ethereal Palace. Its gigantic wings covered almost half of the skies as the wind howled with billowing sand. In the blink of an eye, the crane entered Ethereal Palace and disappeared from sight. Within that short moment of a few breaths, Shuiyi's face had turned pale as a sheet and he was covered in sweat. He could not help but turn to look at Su Zimo. Standing where he was, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. Other than a slightly pale look on his face, his eyes held no fear. "Junior brother, aren't you afraid?" Shuiyi could not help but ask. Su Zimo shook his head. "If Senior Crane wanted me dead, he would have struck long ago. Why wait till now and even wait for me before Ethereal Palace?" "That's true." Shuiyi breathed out heavily and nodded. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, "What's the cultivation realm of Senior Crane?" "No idea. However, its child has an extraordinary bloodline and is a spirit demon that's equivalent to an early-stage foundation establishment. Imagine, it's just in its infancy stage and hasn't cultivated at all. How strong would it be when it grows up in the future?" Shuiyi was clearly reminding Su Zimo to be careful in the future as well. Not long later, the haughty man, white-bloused woman, Little Fatty and everyone else arrived at Ethereal Palace too. When Little Fatty caught sight of Su Zimo, his eyes shone brightly as he greeted and stumbled over. "Bro, amazing! You're already at level 1 chi condensation." Little Fatty snickered. The haughty man and white-bloused woman swept their gazes past Su Zimo indifferently. To them, there was nothing special about reaching level 1 chi condensation in 10 days. Su Zimo checked out the rest using the spirit-peering art. Within 10 days, both the haughty man and white-bloused woman had already broken through to level 6 chi condensation while Little Fatty was still at level 5. The other 3 trial disciples had not managed to attain chi condensation yet. "Say, I don't know your name yet?" Since the welcome ceremony had not started yet, Su Zimo began to chat with the Little Fatty idly. That caused the Little Fatty to give off a rare look of embarrassment as he chuckled dryly. "My surname's Pang and my name's Z." Frozen for a long time, Su Zimo repressed his amusement and praised, "What a great name! How befitting one!" "Heh!" Pointing at the haughty man, Little Fatty whispered, "That cocky fella's name is Feng Haoyu and that ice-cold beauty is Lang Ro. Bro, have you realized something?" "What?" "That guy's surname is Feng and so he has a wind spirit root. The ice-cold beauty's surname is Lang and so she has an ice spirit root. I've decided. I'll definitely not have my son's surname be Pang. He'll be called Lei, Guang, and One or whatnot. That way, he'll definitely have a variant spirit root." "Man, the thought of it is awesome." Su Zimo. As they conversed, many cultivators gathered before Ethereal Palace. Most of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators, Ethereal Peak's inner sect disciples. There were also some cultivators that had flown over. They were clearly perfected golden cores. The 5 peak masters were present as well, standing before Ethereal Palace with an emptied space in the middle for them. Before long, a bell rang out from within Ethereal Palace and reverberated through the 5 peaks and into the valleys. Accompanying the ring, an elderly figure in his 50s clad in golden robes came forth slowly from Ethereal Palace. Standing before the entrance, he swept his gaze across Su Zimo and the other disciples. For some reason, Su Zimo sensed that the golden-robed elder's gaze seemed to have lingered slightly longer on him. "I'm Ethereal Peak's master, Ling Yun. Ethereal Peak is one of the 5 major sects within the Great Zhou dynasty. However, all of you have to understand that the land we're on is part of Tianhuang mainland, which consists of 4 regions, 3 oceans, and 1 continent. Even the Great Zhou dynasty is merely one of the dynasties in the northern region of Tianhuang mainland, and there are 3 other dynasties with similar strength to it. Su Zimo's mouth gaped apart slightly in shock. The Great Zhou dynasty was enough for him to look up to back in Pingyang town. It was at this moment that Su Zimo realized how insignificant the Great Zhou dynasty and even ethereal sect was compared to Tianhuang mainland. If he had continued staying within Pingyang town, he would be like a frog in a well, merely only able to see a pitiable portion of the skies. But of course, given Su Zimo's current strength, notwithstanding the 4 regions, 3 oceans and 1 continent, it wasn't even enough for him to move about unhindered within the Great Zhou dynasty. After taking note of the shock within the eyes of Su Zimo and the rest, Sect Master Ling Yun nodded his head and continued, "Of the 7 of you, some have already managed to reach level 6 Qi condensation while some have yet to break through to level 1. Those who are slower need not feel discouraged. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. All of you are just at the beginning of things. Being slow at the start does not mean that you'll always be slow. Foundation establishment comes after Qi condensation. From there on, you will start on a major milestone of cultivation core formation. Once you've formed a core, your lifespan would extend to 500 years as you cast away your mortal self and be known as a perfected being. After that, you will reach the nascent soul realm and your lifespan will further expand to 1,000 years as you become known as a perfected lord. There, your sea of wisdom is unlocked as you cultivate your spirit consciousness. Even if you are blinded, you will be able to sense everything around you as your spirit consciousness permeates through the world unobstructed. Post-nascent soul comes void reversion realm where you commit your heart to the Tao and refine your spirit to the void, casting away all impurities from the nascent soul. It will then evolve to an essence spirit, transparent and fearless of the world. That is when you have truly broken free of the shackles of a physical body. Other than being able to travel with merely your consciousness, it is also equivalent to having another life as it can assimilate and cultivate a body other than your physical self. Your lifespan will be 5,000 years at that stage, and at void reversion realm, you will be known as a Tao being. Su Zimo was shocked to hear this. There were 9 sections to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. The 7th section was about core formation, the 8th was about turning into an Yin spirit, and the 9th, Yang spirit. The Yin spirit section mentioned that one would be able to perceive their own spirit after breaking through the void. Was the sea of wisdom that Ling Yun mentioned referring to that void? Did that mean that the so-called Yin spirit was the immortal equivalent of nascent soul? The Yang spirit section mentioned that one would be able to obtain a pure Yang spirit uncontaminated from Yin after refining the impurities of the Yin spirit. At later stages, one would be able to assimilate with the heaven and earth powers and gather their energy. Did that mean that the so-called Yang spirit was the immortality equivalent of essence spirit? Lowering his head, Su Zimo tried his best to contain the shock in his eyes. If he were to cultivate both as a demon and immortal, there was a high chance he would be able to obtain 2 golden cores in the future, 2 essence spirits. There are even higher realms above void reversion where one would be able to form rain and clouds with every flip of their hands. Any thought could cause rivers to reverse, bring about enough heat to burn the oceans and shift stars from their rotations. Every single step of theirs would cross thousands of meters. Those words rattled Su Zimo and the other disciples. It was as though they were already envisioning themselves ruling over the desolates while looking down at the world with disdain. Who would not look forward to power as such? Even though many of the inner sect disciples had heard those descriptions many times, it still sent ardor and zeal coursing through their blood. Sect Master Ling Yun continued with a deep voice. Head back and work hard on your cultivation. Every end of the year, our sect will organize a face-off between the 5 peaks and the rewards will be generous. Even though the 7 of you have just joined the sect, be it in terms of spirit root or potential, you are exceptional. I hope that there can be some amongst you that will obtain good results in our 5 peaks face-off. On the way back to Weapon Peak, Su Zimo asked Shui, "What's with this 5 peaks face-off?" Shui chuckled. Simply put, it's to choose the best out of the 5 peaks. For example, for the Weapon Peak face-off, the disciples of Weapon Peak would have a competition with their skills of refining weapons. The disciple that comes out top will get to choose an inferior grade spirit weapon of his desire from the spirit weapon chamber. As for Elixir Peak, they would compete in refining elixirs. The first disciple would be able to get a grade 1 elixir such as the Spirit Gathering Pill. Frowning, Su Zimo asked, "What if there are multiple disciples who can craft an inferior grade spirit weapon? How would they differentiate between the best then?" "Ha ha!" Shui burst out laughing. If any disciple could craft an inferior grade spirit weapon, they would definitely be the best of Weapon Peak. Junior brother, you've yet to experience any weapon refinement techniques yet, and so you do not know how difficult it is to craft an inferior grade spirit weapon. There has never been any disciples who could craft an inferior grade spirit weapon during the annual Weapon Peak face-off. Everyone could only manage to create pseudo-spirit weapons, and our master will then judge who has the best quality. Su Zimo nodded. Shui continued, "Actually, for the 5 peaks face-off, all the other peaks are merely there for show. Everyone's actually more focused on Spirit Peaks face-off. After all, the disciples would be competing in terms of battling techniques and pure strength. That's way more exciting. The rewards are even better as well. Not only do they get an inferior grade spirit weapon, a grade 1 elixir, there would also be a grade 1 talisman as well as a number of spirit stones. Junior brother, don't fixate yourself on it. After all, both refining of elixirs and weapons would require a large amount of energy and time. Rather than dreaming of other things, the most important task on hand is to steady yourself and focus on your cultivation." Even though Su Zimo did not rebut Shui, he did not agree with it in his heart. As an elixir refinement master, one could create elixirs which would be helpful for boosting their cultivations. As a weapon refinement master, one could create weapons, and that was a clear benefit for raising one's strength as well. Most importantly, Su Zimo possessed a fire spirit root, and that would enhance his cultivation speed, saving time. Within the 5 peaks, there would be inner sect disciples arriving daily to help the disciples with their queries and doubts. Upon returning to Weapon Peak, Su Zimo listened carefully to an inner sect disciple's explanation of the techniques of refining weapons before returning to his cave abode. The fundamental of refining weapons was to first be able to cultivate a spirit fire. Spirit fire was created by igniting spirit chi into flames. There were 3 levels to spirit fires, with their difference shown through their colors: faint red, dark red, and scarlet. The deeper the shade, the higher the temperature of the flame, and the more the impurities that could be purged. Above spirit fires came true fires, which were faint, dark, and pure gold in color. The first step of creating weapons was material selection. Be it for refinement of elixirs or weapons, the materials used were spirit items of the universe that contained spirit chi within them. The second step was the smelting process. For elixirs, special elixir furnaces were required, while for weapons it was weapon tripods. Be it elixir furnaces or weapon tripods, they were all created using special materials that could endure through heat and not melt. By placing the spirit materials they chose into the weapon tripod and using a spirit fire to smelt it, the materials would be melted into liquid form with initial impurities preliminary purged so that it is suitable for refinement. Third step, forging. This step would require controlling the temperature to dip while forging out the shape one wanted for the spirit weapon before the liquid solidified. Of course, one would require much more effort at this step if they wanted to create something special. However, if it was just a normal flying sword, things would be much simpler. Fourth step, tempering. By increasing the temperature within the weapon tripod once more, one would then use spirit chi and the flames to strike at the weapon, conducting a secondary round of impurities elimination to ensure that the spirit weapon turns sturdier. 5-step, spirit gathering. Spirit gathering was the crux and most difficult step of the entire weapon refinement process. Within the weapon tripod, a large amount of spirit chi would be released by the melted materials, and they would turn extremely pure under the repeated scorching of the spirit fire. By gathering the spirit chi and fusing it into the spirit weapon, lines of spirit patterns would form on it. And that was exactly the history of spirit weapon grades as well. If a single spirit pattern was created, it would be an inferior grade spirit weapon. If 4 spirit patterns could be created, it would be a supreme grade spirit weapon. The reason why the spirit gathering stage was difficult was because if it failed, the spirit weapon would explode within the tripod, causing all their previous efforts to go to waste. At the same time, there was a high rate of failure for spirit gathering. The more the patterns being tempered, the higher the rate of failure. Sixth step, quenching. This was a simple step. Simply placing the highly heated spirit weapon into cold water would finish the forging process. Extending his left hand, Su Zimo activated the stream of spirit chi from his dantian, as a weak flame formed in the middle of his palm. It was a faint red color and emanated a scorching heat. However, his palm did not feel the heat at all. Level 1 Spirit Fire. Su Zimo let out a smile. As the spirit chi dispersed, the spirit fire disappeared as well. But once he channeled spirit chi, a flame appeared in his palm once more. With that, Su Zimo continued practicing merrily. Suddenly, he recalled something. Back in Pingyang town, perfected Song Lang had shot out a scarlet flame from his fingertips, burning Zhui Feng to nothingness. Now, Su Zimo finally realized that flame was a level 3 spirit fire. The thought of Zhui Feng's death caused Su Zimo's eyes to dim as his mood was damped. On his Immortality cultivation, he had just obtained level 1 chi condensation. On his demonic cultivation, he was stuck on the progress of the marrow cleansing section even after such a long time. He wondered how long more he would have to wait to take revenge for Zhui Feng. Dai Yu had mentioned that the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness would get more difficult towards the end, and without her around, Su Zimo would not be able to complete it. And now, he was already stuck after the bones strengthening at the marrow cleansing section. What about organs refinement and orifice clearing later on? As he fell deep into thought, Su Zimo's right palm gathered a ball of spirit fire subconsciously. Swoosh! A ball of flames rose and the scarlet color was rather striking. Shocked, Su Zimo swung his hand and the spirit chi dispersed along with the spirit fire. That flame earlier on did not seem like it was faint red? Frowning, Su Zimo glared at his right palm before channeling spirit chi to create the spirit fire once more. Swoosh! Flames started rising. A bright light shone across Su Zimo's shocked face. Scarlet, level 3 spirit fire. How could this be? Glaring at the scarlet flame in his right palm, Su Zimo wondered. Naturally, he would not assume that he had managed to create a level 3 spirit fire right after learning about it through pure talent. But what was the reason for everything before him? Opening his left palm, he channeled spirit chi and gathered a flame in that palm too. Swoosh! A faint red flame appeared. Level 1 spirit fire. Both balls of flames continued burning in Su Zimo's palms with strikingly different color and a distinct difference in temperature too. Dissipating the flames, he tried again a couple more times. Each time, his left palm would always form a level 1 spirit fire while his right palm could reach level 3. Su Zimo thought back to a detail of chi condensation. The second step of chi condensation was to absorb the chi internally. Back then, the spirit chi in the air entered his body from his right hand. What did that imply? Frowning, he looked at his right hand for a long time but could not find anything unusual about it. Even after a long time, Su Zimo could not figure out what was going on and decided to let the doubt go for now. No matter what, it wasn't a bad thing for him to have a level 3 spirit fire right as he was starting to learn about weapon refinement. The higher the level of spirit fire, the more efficient the purging of impurities from the materials would be. Normally, a level 3 spirit weapon could even refine a middle-grade spirit weapon. But of course, the level of spirit fire was only one of the core factors for a weapon refinement master. They had to be able to control the spirit fire, temperature, and the most important process of spirit gathering. If any of the 6 steps were to go wrong, they would not be able to create any spirit weapons. For weapon refinement masters, they were divided to elementary, intermediate, and advanced depending on the grade of spirit weapons they can refine. Only those that can create superior grade spirit weapons could be termed as advanced weapon refinement masters. For most perfected golden cores, the spirit weapons they use would not be higher than superior grade. Therefore, in the cultivation world, if anyone could become an advanced weapon refinement master, their status would be equivalent to that of a perfected golden core. In fact, in terms of reputation and networking, they would even surpass the average perfected golden core. However, even advanced weapon refinement masters would not dare to casually attempt for supreme grade spirit weapons given the high failure rate. As a disciple of Weapon Peak, Su Zimo obtained a weapon tripod from the elderly guard and spent the rest of his time training on his weapon refinement skills in his cave abode. Occasionally, he would train his chi condensation and spend the nights reading into the marrow cleansing section. A month later, Su Zimo's cultivation realm was at level 5 chi condensation and he was getting better at weapon refinement, having created a couple of pseudo-spirit flying swords successfully. However, he still had no progress on the marrow cleansing section. To be accurate, he did not even know how to carry on with it. The marrow cleansing section stated that he would be able to achieve marrow cleansing by quivering the marrow with the sounds of tigers and leopards. Having stayed an entire year in the Zhonglang mountain range, he was extremely familiar with the sounds of tigers and leopards. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to imitate it, he could not achieve the desired effect of marrow cleansing. Su Zimo was even almost going hoarse by the end of the month. He could feel that he was not going in the right direction, so he intended to look for an opportunity to capture a tiger and a leopard so that he could slowly work with that sound requirement. This day, Su Zimo came forth from his cave abode. Every end of the month, the 5 peaks would have a simple test held. It was not compulsory and any disciples of the various peaks could take part. The first place of the test would have a chance to observe the projections of seniors in the sect refining weapons. One had to understand that every weapon refinement master had a different method of doing things. It was particularly so for the step of tempering in the weapon tripod, which was extremely secretive and not shown to most people. Through the entire month, Su Zimo had quite a number of doubts gathered. If he could take a look at those projections, it would be of great help to him. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at the Weapon Peak's Weapon Refinement Hall on a flying sword. He took a quick glance, and there were more than 100 people present. Weapon Peak's trial disciples added up to a few dozens of people. Where did the rest come from? You're here, junior brother Su. Right then, Shui walked over from the side and greeted Su Zimo merrily. Not bad. You're already at level 5 chi condensation, Shui exclaimed before asking, why? Are you here for the month-end test too? Yeah, I want to give it a shot. Su Zimo nodded his head. Sure, that's good. You can also learn by looking at the way others go about it. Shui thought that Su Zimo was merely there to join the crowd, since the latter had just gotten started on refining weapons. Senior brother, we've only got a couple dozens of disciples in Weapon Peak. Why are there so many people? Su Zimo asked. Shui smiled. Within the sect, any of the disciples from the other 4 peaks who have an interest towards weapon refinement can come to Weapon Peak to learn and take part in the month-end test as well. In fact, even in the year-end face-off if they want to. After all, for some of the geniuses, they will want to learn about weapons, elixirs, talismans, and array formations even as they cultivate themselves. Su Zimo nodded his head. That was the same as what he thought. Su Zimo swept his gaze casually across the crowd before fixating it on a man clad in purple robes. The purple-robed man looked haughty with his head slightly reared and eyes closed. It was easy to spot him from the crowd. That man was Feng Haoyu, the person with a variant wind spirit root who had joined the sect at the same time as Su Zimo. After a month, Feng Haoyu had already gone from level 6 to level 7 chi condensation. Shui followed Su Zimo's gaze and said, I heard that man is called the most talented genius our sect has obtained in 1,000 years. With his innate variant spirit root and an exceptional talent, many of the seniors think extremely highly of him. I've even heard that he's going to take part in the year-end face-off and boasted that he was definitely going to be the top of 3 peaks. Top of 3 peaks? Su Zimo frowned. Shui explained. Even though he's a new disciple, he has a wind spirit root and by the end of the year, he would definitely be a level 9 or 10 chi refinement warrior. The only person that can compete with him in Spirit Peak is a woman called Lung Ro. I heard that she's also a new disciple. Even if he gets to be the top of Spirit Peak, what about the other 2? Su Zimo asked. Shui lamented. Elixir and Weapon Peak. Our 2 peaks are the weakest in the sect. Even though it's good for the sect that we have a Feng Haoyu, it's still going to feel bad for us as disciples of Weapon Peak if he turns out top for our peak. Su Zimo was confused. Feng Haoyu has a wind spirit root. In terms of fire mastery, can he compete with Weapon Peak disciples with fire spirit roots? Junior brother, you know that anyone can create spirit fire, regardless of their spirit root attributes? Shui asked in reverse. Su Zimo nodded. Anyone could create a spirit fire without a fire spirit root. It was just that, in terms of sensing, cultivation, and mastery of it, those with a fire spirit root would be more astute to it. Shui continued. Fire blossoms with the presence of wind. That is Feng Haoyu's advantage. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized. Under the influence of wind, fire burns ever brighter. Shui whispered. I heard that Feng Haoyu's already able to create a level 2 spirit fire. Stunned for a moment, Su Zimo looked at his right hand and nodded. That's indeed quite incredible. Quite incredible? That's extremely incredible. Shui lamented softly. I've already been in ethereal sect for 6 years now, and I'm only edging at the border of level 2 spirit fire. Heh, let's not talk about these anymore. Picking himself up, Shui shrugged his shoulders. But if Feng Haoyu really does become accomplished in both refining elixirs and weapons and end up making a name for himself in those rankings during the sect competition, that would be quite the honor for our sect too, isn't it? Smiling, Su Zimo nodded. Everyone, please be silent. Right then, a Foundation establishment cultivator appeared at the front of the weapon refinement hall and pushed his hands down, causing the chatter in the hall to die down. Everyone, please head forth and select your materials before finding an empty spot within the hall on your own to refine your weapons. The test commences now. All of the disciples began dispersing after choosing their materials as Su Zimo and Shui waited before choosing a spot at the back of the hall. With his hands behind his back, Feng Haoyu stood right in front with a haughty expression. No one dared to stand shoulder to shoulder against him. Before this, Feng Haoyu had already asked around and found out that none of the trial disciples within the 5 peaks had managed to create a level 2 spirit fire. The best amongst them was nearly bordering on the edge of level 2. Thus, Feng Haoyu was extremely confident that he would definitely be able to top this month-end test and obtain the rights to view projections of the weapon refinement process left behind by seniors of the sect. Bam! Retrieving a weapon tripod from his storage bag, Feng Haoyu slammed it heavily on the ground and the entire hall rattled. Every single one of his actions attracted everyone's attention. None of the 100-odd disciples attending the test were in any hurry as they all looked at Feng Haoyu after placing down their weapon tripod. Feng Haoyu's lips curled. Even though he did not turn around, he could feel the searing gazes that contained jealousy and envy. That was the type of feeling he enjoyed. The adoration of the masses. Extending his palm out slowly, Feng Haoyu channeled spirit qi. A ball of flames rose. It was merely a faint red color, level 1 spirit fire. The entire hall went silent as everyone watched the man right at the front with bated breaths. Swoosh! Feng Haoyu extended his other palm as a stream of spirit qi shot out from his fingertips, entering the initial ball of flames. With a loud rumble, the flame burned brightly as its color deepened. Before long, it was a dark red color. Level 2 spirit fire. The crowd went into an uproar. Even though many disciples of the sect had heard about it, they were still shocked seeing a level 2 spirit fire personally. A level 2 spirit weapon would improve the success rate of creating inferior-grade spirit weapons greatly, and was something that many cultivators would not be able to achieve in their lifetimes. Sensing emotions running high in the crowd, a look of glee flickered through Feng Haoyu's eyes as he pushed the ball of level 2 spirit fire into his weapon tripod, where it continued to burn. He was warming his tripod. First, the area around the weapon tripod had to be warmed evenly using spirit fire, and after the temperature was balanced, the materials would be inserted. Because weapon refinement was a long process, many of the cultivators behind Feng Haoyu began to gather their own spirit fires and work on the tripod warming phase as well. Shui looked at Su Zimo. Let's start too, junior brother Su. Okay. Su Zimo nodded. Shui extended his palm as a ball of flames rose. Even though it was a level 1 spirit fire, its color was darker and showed vague signs of evolving to a level 2 spirit fire. One did not have to concentrate too much on the tripod warming process. Shui circled his spirit fire around the weapon tripod before letting it burn at the bottom and turning his head over to Su Zimo. He thought that he may be able to provide some advice given that this junior brother of his had just started on the craft of weapon refinement and might not be used to it. However, that move of Shui rooted him where he stood. There was a ball of fervent flames burning on Su Zimo's palm, and the color of it was somewhat piercing. Shui was completely stumped as his mind went blank. He did not even notice that the flames beneath his weapon tripod had extinguished. Su Zimo was learning from others around him as well by surrounding his spirit fire around the weapon tripod before letting it burn at the bottom. The process of warming the tripod was something that was not mentioned when the inner sect disciples explained things previously. Through the entire month, Su Zimo had not practiced warming the tripod in his seclusion. Seems like this test wasn't a wasted trip. I got something out of it. Su Zimo was delighted internally. Junior brother Su. Why your spirit fire? Right then, Shui's stammering voice sounded out in Su Zimo's ears. Turning around, Su Zimo smiled. I got lucky and somehow managed to cultivate out a level 3 spirit fire by accident. He was not saying it out of humility. It was cultivated through accident and he did not know the reason for it till this day. Shui's eyes were widened as his jaws nearly dropped to the ground. This was the first time that he had heard someone say they created a level 3 spirit fire out of sheer luck by accident. Even though their voices weren't loud, the surrounding disciples heard everything loud and clear. Level 3 spirit fire? Dream on. Some of the disciples in front turned around and were stumped as well. An odd tension began to spread and permeate through the hall. Standing right at the front, Feng Haoyu seemed to have felt something as he frowned. However, he did not turn around out of arrogance. Within the hall, there was no one worth his attention to turn around. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek broke the odd tension in the hall. Level 3 spirit fire. After that shriek, the entire hall went bonkers. Scarlet. It's truly a level 3 spirit fire. Who is this person? He doesn't look familiar. How have we not seen him before? I think he's one of the new disciples who joined this year. This is way too incredible. This man is only a level 5 Qi refinement warrior and yet he's able to cultivate a level 3 spirit fire? What sort of talent is that? When he heard the discussion going on behind him, Feng Haoyu's expression turned grim. Standing silently, he composed himself and turned around slowly, looking back indifferently. The scarlet flame was the first thing that entered his line of sight. Right after, a face with sharp features and green robes that he had seen before. Him again! Feng Haoyu narrowed his eyes coldly. Sensing enmity, Su Zimo, who was initially still warming his tripod, looked over instinctively. What keen senses! Feng Haoyu remarked internally. He had already kept his enmity well hidden, but he had not expected that Su Zimo would notice it still. Their gazes met for a brief moment as Feng Haoyu turned back indifferently, haughty as ever. On the surface, it seemed as though Feng Haoyu did not take it to heart. However, the level 2 spirit fire beneath his weapon tripod had already been extinguished. That was a clear sign of his shock. Su Zimo smiled and thought nothing more of it. Noticing that his weapon tripod was already warm, he was about to insert his materials when a head suddenly popped out beside him. He was so shocked that he pulled his cold moon saber out of his storage bag and almost slashed forth. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Peak Master. When the disciples in the hall saw who it was, all of them greeted. Su Zimo coughed gently, keeping his cold moon saber without a trace. Unknowingly, the disheveled old Peak Master of Weapon Peak had made his way to the weapon refinement hall and appeared beside Su Zimo. The disheveled old man eyed the cold moon saber that Su Zimo kept and asked casually, Lad, why are you always trying to stab others over every single disagreement? When he was joining the sect at the top of the front peak, Su Zimo slashed out at Array Peak's master right after he came forth from the illusion. Now, he nearly did the same to Weapon Peak's master. With an awkward expression, Su Zimo was ready to disperse his spirit fire and apologize to his master. However, the disheveled old man merely waved it off and shook his head. It's fine, continue with what you were doing. I'll just be watching from the side, no pressure. All right? Su Zimo nodded his head. Pausing for a moment, the disheveled old man patted Su Zimo on the shoulders and commented sincerely, Lad, you don't have to be strung up all day all night in ethereal sect. Relax, no one is going to hurt you. Don't brandish your saber for every small reason. In reality, Su Zimo's reaction was trained during his time in Songlang mountain range and had already become a habit. Outside the mountain range, every single beast was an enemy to Su Zimo. Even back in his cave, he had to be alert against the spirit monkey's mischievous attacks. That was why he was so neurotic. However, it did not mean that Su Zimo would let his guard loose just because of what the disheveled old man said. He would merely pay more attention so that he would not brandish his saber casually. The disheveled old man continued. Besides, even if you want to brandish it, you've got to see your opponent first. 1 month into the sect and you've already pointed your saber at 2 peak masters. What's going to happen the longer you stay? Cough, cough. I'll take note of it. Su Zimo chuckled embarrassedly. Usually, none of the peak masters would appear for a month-end test as such, especially not the peak master of Weapon Peak who was known to be lazy by nature. Yet, everyone present was clear why the disheveled old man was appearing now. It was definitely not for Feng Haoyu, but Su Zimo. Right then, Feng Haoyu, who was standing right at the front, had a burning sensation on his face. However, because he was back facing everyone else, no one could tell of the coldness in his eyes. Composing his emotions, Feng Haoyu began to warm the tripod once more. At the back of the hall, Su Zimo had already begun to insert the materials since his level 3 spirit fire was not extinguished. With all the materials inserted, he channeled a large amount of spirit chi and flames burnt furiously, enveloping the entire weapon tripod. The temperature in the tripod continued to climb. The process of smelting was to turn all the materials to liquid state using a high temperature before fusing them together once more, removing as much impurities from them as possible. It was a step that had nothing to do with weapon refinement technique and was a clear indicator of the difference between different levels of spirit fire. Even if it was an advanced weapon refinement master wielding a level 2 spirit fire, he would not be able to match an amateur with a level 3 spirit fire during the smelting process. Before long, the materials in the tripod had begun to melt before turning into a metal liquid that emanated spirit chi. The level 3 spirit fire continued burning. The golden liquid burnt within the tripod, bubbling endlessly as the spirit chi inside thickened. At that, the disheveled old man's eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction as he nodded. The metal liquid glowed bright red as the quantity was condensed through the repeated scorching that was due to impurities being purged away. 15 minutes later, the metal liquid was no longer condensing. That did not imply that it was free of impurities. It was merely the smelting limits of a level 3 spirit fire. The smelting process was over. Right then, the materials of the other disciples had merely only started to melt. Of them, Feng Haoyu's speed was faster as a metal liquid was formed within his tripod. Not only was the level 3 spirit fire better in purging impurities, it was faster as well as Su Zimo led the pack far ahead. The next step, forging. Su Zimo dispersed his spirit fire and waited for the temperature within the tripod to dip. At the same time, he cultivated and rested at the side, replenishing the spirit chi he had expended. Forging required channeling of spirit chi to create a pair of spirit hands which would be inserted into the weapon tripod. One would then have to forge the shape of the spirit weapon they wanted before the metal liquid solidified. If one entered too early when the temperature was too high, notwithstanding the fact that the spirit hands may disperse easily, it would be difficult to forge the weapon since the metal liquid would not be completely cooled. However, if it was too late and the metal liquid was completely solidified, one would not be able to forge as well. This step was a test of experience. After 5 minutes, Su Zimo suddenly bolted up and channeled his spirit chi fervently. A pair of hands appeared in midair that reached into the weapon tripod, grabbing hold of the metal liquid. That was the perfect moment when the metal liquid was malleable without solidifying just yet. At the side, the disheveled old man was getting more pleased as he watched the focused Su Zimo. Bloody hell! I've really found a treasure this time round. If not for the fact that so many disciples were present, the disheveled old man could not wish for more than to hug Su Zimo tightly for a kiss right then. For some reason, Su Zimo felt a gust of cold wind behind his ass and could not help but broke into a shudder. Before long, a flying sword slowly took shape. The blade was long without any edge, yet this was merely a rough shape. By now, many of the disciples had given up on the test and were watching Su Zimo's weapon refinement process instead. When they noticed the shape of the sword being crafted, a shushing sound spread out from the crowd. Feng Haoyu was done with his smelting at the moment and was waiting for the temperature in the weapon tripod to dip. As he sat where he was to rest, he could not help but turn around to check out the commotion. The moment he saw the shape of the sword in Su Zimo's weapon tripod, he scoffed with a look of mockery and turned back. After the forging was complete, Su Zimo could naturally sense the strange tension around him. "Master, have I made a mistake?" He could not help but ask. The disheveled old man waved it off and replied nonchalantly, "It's not really a huge mistake. You've grasped the forging timing really finely. It's just that you've added an additional hilt to your sword." "An additional hilt?" Su Zimo froze for a moment, confused. The disheveled old man asked, "Do you know why most of the flying swords cultivators do not have a hilt?" Su Zimo shook his head. A flying sword is the most common dharma treasure for swords in the cultivation world. Its advantage is that it's fast, agile, versatile, and both ends are bladed. Unlike a normal sword, a flying sword does not have a hilt because the presence of it leads to greater air resistance and, in turn, a lower speed and agility. Suddenly, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. In the past, he did demonic cultivation and was always engaging in melee combat with others. Now, he was less than a month into immortality cultivation and did not have much practice with swords yet. At the end of the day, immortal and demonic cultivation were different. Cultivators do not go against others by wielding flying swords with their hands. Instead, they channeled their spirit chi into a stream of energy so as to control flying swords from afar. During a fight, if a flying sword that struck the enemy has a hilt, the sword would not pass through their bodies. Without a hilt, the flying sword would pierce their bodies with ease, allowing the cultivators to continue controlling it without being affected. If the opponent had a body tempering technique which gave them an extremely robust physical body, a flying sword with a hilt may end up in their hands instead. Without a hilt, the sword would be edged at every point and the opponent would not be able to catch it barehanded. For a flying sword, a hilt was nothing more than a burden. The disheveled old man consoled him. "It's just a small mistake. Just be more careful in the future. Don't be discouraged." Su Zimo nodded. No matter the end result, his trip today was not wasted. Even though forging looked to be a simple step, there were many factors to consider when shaping a spirit weapon so as to unleash its full potential. Fourth step, tempering. The forged flying sword hovered within the weapon tripod as Su Zimo reignited a new ball of level 3 spirit fire to heat it up. Temperature control was crucial for this step. Too high and the flying sword would melt. Too low and the desired effect of tempering would not be achieved. It was crucial to have the spirit weapon burn at a scarlet, transparent color. Through the past month, Su Zimo had failed countless times at just the tempering step. After a brief moment, the flying sword in the weapon tripod began to turn red. Under the continued burning of the flames, the sword's body gleamed with a bright red. Su Zimo maintained his control and placed the flying sword at the bottom of the tripod before conjuring a hammer using spirit chi to start the tempering process. Cling, clang. Tempering can not only eliminate even more impurities, it can strengthen the sturdiness of the sword as well. Out of all 6 steps, this step was where technique was most important and every weapon refinement master had their own way of doing things. Su Zimo went about it with pure brute strength as he knocked at the sword. The disheveled old man who was watching him frowned. Su Zimo was way too rough in his technique and was no different from blacksmiths of the mortal world. At the same time, Feng Haoyu had begun tempering his flying sword as well. Unlike Su Zimo, Feng Haoyu was much cleaner in his tempering skills. Feng Haoyu had a wind spirit root and because of that, the element of wind spirit chi was present in the hammer he conjured to strike at the flying sword. Because of that, the tempered sword would be more agile and swifter. While hammering, the sharpness of the sword was gradually revealed too. It was clear that Feng Haoyu was experienced through his technique and faster. Before long, he was almost caught up to Su Zimo. After 5 minutes, Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. He was done with tempering. For a pseudo-spirit weapon, the final step would be to just throw the scarlet flying sword into cold water for the quenching step. However, Su Zimo had an idea. Since this flying sword had a hilt and was imperfect to begin with, he could attempt spirit gathering with it. For the past month, Su Zimo had already destroyed tens of flying swords without a single success on spirit gathering. Based on what the inner sect disciples mentioned, there was no technique required for spirit gathering, and it was more of a luck thing. The luckier one was, the higher the chances of success. But of course, that was on the pretext that there were no major issues with the 4 previous steps. After tempering, Su Zimo did not shift the flying sword out of the weapon tripod and instead glared at the spirit chi within it keenly. Is he thinking of spirit gathering? If he manages to succeed, that'll be amazing. Humph. I think he's thinking too highly of himself trying to attempt spirit gathering after a single month into weapon refinement. A series of discussions filled with shock and ridicule broke out around them. Casting away all distractions, Su Zimo calmed his mind. This was a step that required absolute focus from the weapon refinement master without any bit of distractions. Taking in a deep breath of air, he controlled the spirit chi within the tripod and willed it towards the scarlet flying sword. Through the pressure, a pattern appeared vaguely on the sword. It was faint and barely formed. Look, a spirit pattern. It's really a spirit pattern, but it has yet to take shape. Could he really manage to create an inferior-grade flying sword? Right then, Feng Haoyu was just done with his tempering step as well. When he heard the discussions, his heart skipped a beat as he turned towards Su Zimo. If Su Zimo had managed to create an inferior-grade spirit weapon, he would have to take the gambit and attempt spirit gathering too. However, Feng Haoyu had no confidence about it. After all, spirit gathering was way too difficult and he had yet to succeed at it too. The disheveled old man glared at the flying sword within the tripod fixedly, sweat forming on his palms. He was even more nervous than Su Zimo. Piak. Right then, a crisp sound rang out from Su Zimo's weapon tripod. It was over. Su Zimo lamented internally. What followed was a booming sound as the flying sword exploded with its shards striking at the interiors of the weapon tripod. He had failed. However, it was to be expected. Su Zimo shook his head and chuckled in exasperation. The disheveled old man sighed gently. At the side, Shui looked on with pity. At that, Feng Haoyu was finally relieved. Because Su Zimo's flying sword had exploded, Feng Haoyu had no intention to attempt spirit gathering as well. Instead, he took out the pseudo-spirit weapon from his tripod and dipped it in cold water. Clack! A thick, white smoke billowed out from the water basin. The flying sword was successfully created with a sharp gleam and a suffocating aura. Feng Haoyu placed the flying sword at the front desk and awaited the evaluation results. Right as Su Zimo kept his weapon tripod, a loud voice boomed out in the hall. The level of one's spirit fire isn't listed as one of the 6 steps of weapon refinement. Don't think that you'll become a weapon refinement master just because you can cultivate a level 3 spirit fire. Su Zimo turned to the voice and met with Feng Haoyu's cold, sneering gaze. With a fake smile, Feng Haoyu continued, "Junior brother Su, one has to be tread steadily. If one were to attempt flying before they can even walk, they might end up falling twice as heavily." Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The both of them had only met a couple of times before and had never spoken nor crossed one another's paths. Yet, for some unknown reason, Feng Haoyu had a strong enmity towards him. It was particularly so today. Well said, junior brother Feng. Fufu, some people are way over their heads because they have a level 3 spirit fire. Know your place. The disciples who spoke were not from Weapon Peak. They were Spirit Peak disciples who had come to take the test. There was naturally no way they would give up on a chance to take sides with Feng Haoyu by mocking Su Zimo at such a juncture. Stop with all that salty talk. How about talking again after any of you can get a level 3 spirit fire? Shui could not help but stand up and scoff coldly. Many of the Spirit Peak disciples found themselves speechless as they looked awful. No matter what, even if Su Zimo had failed in spirit gathering, it was a fact that he had managed to cultivate a level 3 spirit fire. No one from the Five Peaks could match that. Feng Haoyu continued, Junior brother Su, don't take this loss to heart. We've still got the Five Peaks face-off at the end of the year. I hope that you'll be able to win me by then. Su Zimo looked at Feng Haoyu indifferently without replying. The disheveled old man stood at the side watching without saying anything. At the end of the day, he was a senior and was naturally not bothered with the verbal squabbles between disciples. After a while, the disciple hosting the test declared, even though all of you crafted a pseudo-spirit weapon, Feng Haoyu's flying sword has a better quality and he was faster. As such, he is the first place for this test. Many Spirit Peak disciples began cheering. Feng Haoyu grinned as he looked past Su Zimo to the disheveled old man. Bowing slightly, he spoke, Peak Master, please take me to observe the projections of weapon refinement left behind by seniors of the sect. MMM? The disheveled old man nodded nonchalantly. You're naturally qualified since you took first place. Thereafter, he yanked Su Zimo by the arm and commented casually, Come on, lad. You'll go have a look too. Su Zimo froze for a moment. Feng Haoyu frowned and said gruffly, Su Zimo doesn't even have a ranking place in this test because he failed to create a weapon, so he isn't qualified to watch it. Are you sure what you're doing is appropriate, Peak Master? Indeed, it's inappropriate. The disheveled old man nodded in agreement before grinning. But I don't care. That rebuttal by the disheveled old man nearly choked Feng Haoyu to death. He was clearly being unreasonable and dishonest about it. However, with his status as the Peak Master of Weapon Peak, Feng Haoyu could not say anything about his indignance and could only swallow it. While all the disciples watched enviously, the disheveled old man brought Su Zimo and Feng Haoyu into the inner hall. The inner hall wasn't large at merely dozens of square meters. The walls were lined densely with more than 1,000 jade scrolls. Most of them were dim in color except for 100 or so that shone lusciously bright. The disheveled old man pointed at the jade scrolls on the wall. These are the projections left by weapon refinement masters since the beginning of Ethereal Sect. Those bright ones are the projections of the successful spirit weapon refinements. Even though the remaining ones are projections of failures, they are of weapon refinement masters as well. Each of you can choose 10 to observe. Even though it seemed as though there were many jade scrolls, one had to understand that Ethereal Sect was founded thousands of years ago. Yet, only these jade scrolls remained and majority of them were projections of failures. Without thinking twice, Feng Haoyu went for 10 lusciously bright jade scrolls. Those were projections of successful spirit weapon refinements. Su Zimo mulled for a short period of time before choosing 5 bright and 5 dim ones. He understood that while there were things to learn from successes, he could also learn how to prevent similar mistakes from happening by looking at the failures. When the disheveled old man saw that, he nodded to himself. For a weapon refinement master, it was difficult to replicate the successes of others. However, they could prevent similar mistakes. That was a form of wisdom as well. Su Zimo took the 10 jade scrolls and assumed a lotus position. Injecting spirit chi into the scrolls, the patterns on them shone brightly as a clear image appeared before him. He was immersed into it, deepening his insights towards weapon refinement while clearing the many doubts he had accumulated. In the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed. Feng Haoyu stood up and returned the 10 jade scrolls. He took a casual glance at Su Zimo, who was still immersed in learning, and left the weapon refinement hall. Before long, Su Zimo stood up and returned the jade scrolls too. How was it? You've learned a lot, right? The disheveled old man asked, smiling. Su Zimo nodded his head and asked after pondering, Indeed, I've learned something for the first 4 steps of weapon refinement. However, I'm still clueless towards spirit gathering. The difficulty of spirit gathering lies in the fact that spirit chi existed in a stable state within the materials. However, after the smelting and combining process, there is a stark change to the structure of the flying sword. Because of that, it is astronomically difficult to infuse the spirit chi back into the flying sword. Coupled with the fact that the flying sword would be heated to a scarlet red state, any misalignment in synergy would result in an immediate explosion. The disheveled old man then sighed gently. It's not just you. Even advanced weapon refinement masters would not dare to proclaim a 100% spirit-gathering success rate. Most of them develop a sense of spirit perception after many years of refining weapons. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. Spirit perception? Through the experience of life and death, as well as the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo had already developed a sense of spirit perception. However, could he apply that same spirit perception to spirit gathering? His mind began to tinker, wondering if he could work in that direction. Head back first. If you've got any doubts, feel free to look for me here at any time. As he said that, the disheveled old man pointed to the jade scrolls on the wall and winked to Su Zimo. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized what the disheveled old man meant. He was hinting to Su Zimo that by coming over to look for him, the latter could seize the opportunity to look through the jade scrolls on the wall. Thank you, master. Su Zimo bowed with a warm sense of thankfulness seeping into his heart. The moment he walked out of the weapon refinement hall, he saw someone at the entrance. Feng Haoyu. He seemed to have waited for a long time. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Right as he was about to summon a flying sword to return to his cave abode, Feng Haoyu turned around and with a slightly reared head, blocked Su Zimo's path with his hand. Is there anything? Su Zimo found himself irked by the haughty expression of this man. Feng Haoyu replied indifferently, at the end of this year, I want to make history in Ethereal Sect and be the top of 3 peaks with Weapon Peak being one of them. Junior brother Su, you're a smart man. I'm sure you know what to do. I don't. Su Zimo shook his head expressionlessly. Are you challenging me? Feng Haoyu narrowed his gaze and released his level 7 chi condensation. Instantly, a cold gust of wind shrouded around him. You're crazy. With a cold scoff, Su Zimo rode his flying sword and left the weapon refinement hall in the blink of an eye, disappearing from Feng Haoyu's sights. Back in the cave abode, Su Zimo sat on his bed and thought about the contents of the 10 jade scrolls. Before long, a hurried knock sounded on his door. Bro, it's me. It was Little Fatty's voice. They had not seen one another in a month and Little Fatty was at level 6 chi condensation as well. The cultivation speed of those with a heaven spirit root was indeed frightening. There was a high chance that Feng Haoyu, Lung Ro and the Little Fatty could be at level 9 or perfected chi condensation before the end of the year. Bro, I heard that you made an enemy out of Feng Haoyu? That was Little Fatty's first question. Su Zimo asked, you even know about something like that? It's not just me. News of this has already spread through all 5 peaks and many disciples are talking about it. Little Fatty then sighed. Bro, that's a little irrational. Each of us can cultivate on our own. What has that got to do with anything? Su Zimo chuckled casually, totally indifferent about it. Things are not that simple. Little Fatty continued. The sect prohibits disciples from killing one another internally, and therefore you can reject even if he comes to challenge you. However, things are different out of the sect. Bro, you can't stay in the sect forever, right? Most of the sect's missions require you to head out. Feng Haoyu has gathered a lot of disciples on his side by now. The moment you step out of the sect, many of them are going to cause trouble for you. Su Zimo raised his brow without saying anything. Little Fatty went on. Actually, given Feng Haoyu's endowment, he will definitely be at Foundation Establishment Realm after the 5 Peaks face-off and promote to be an inner sect disciple. Bro, you can actually just avoid him this time round and take part in next year's face-off. That way, he'll owe you a favor too. Let's discuss this another time. Su Zimo declined to comment further. Little Fatty nodded. No matter what, I'll always be on your side, bro. If you need me for anything, just say the word. All right? Su Zimo smiled. The both of them continued chatting casually before Little Fatty left. Su Zimo pondered quietly within his cave abode, deciding to head out of the sect for a bit. He was getting a little anxious now that there was no progress for the marrow cleansing section in an entire month. When he had first cultivated the bovine-tongued saber, he only understood the essence of it by observing a cow eating grass. This time round, Su Zimo decided to capture a tiger and leopard at a forest nearby the sect so that he could take a deeper look at things. Since he had joined, Su Zimo had not left the sect nor taken on any missions. Since he wanted to head out, Su Zimo decided to take on a mission along the way to earn some contribution points. Arriving at the mission stele of Weapon Peak, he raised his head and looked. The mission stele was divided into 2 sections. The upper section contained missions for the 5 peaks that any disciples could take on, while the lower section only had missions of Weapon Peak reserved for their own disciples. The further front the mission was, the more difficult it would be and the more contribution points earned. Great Rock Forest. It was located dozens of miles northward of Ethereal Peak and was abound in pure gold, a crucial material for refining flying swords. The mission to gather materials was not considered to be difficult. However, because it was in Great Rock Forest, the difficulty level became much more significant, even slightly treacherous in fact. Every single mountain range and forest was bound to contain beasts. Around the outer regions, most of the beasts were either wild ones or weak spirit ones. Yet, the deeper one ventured, the stronger the beasts were. In fact, spirit demons may even be found right in the core regions. If targeted by a spirit demon, even a Foundation establishment cultivator may not be able to escape unscathed. The gold mine was located right in the core region of Great Rock Forest. This was a mission for Weapon Peak, and even though it was already listed for some time, no one really dared to take it on. Great Rock Forest was one of the nearest forests to Ethereal Sect. Because Su Zimo had intended to head over to begin with, he took on the mission out of convenience. A sleepy elderly man rested at the mission station. From Shui, Su Zimo learnt that this was one of Weapon Peak's 3 elders. Elder Lu, the disheveled old man, Elder Li who kept guard over the Weapon Peak, and Elder Lu were the 3 elders of Weapon Peak. In Ethereal Peak, anyone who could gain the title of elder had to be in the Golden Core realm at least. Su Zimo came before Elder Lu and handed the latter his sect badge. Raising his head, Elder Lu frowned before throwing the sect badge back to Su Zimo and barking coldly, "Not allowed to go." "Why?" Su Zimo asked. Elder Lu rolled his eyes and replied, "Are you stupid, lad? You want to court death going to Great Rock Forest with level 5 chi condensation? Even perfected chi refinement warriors would have to form a team to take on this mission. I just want to go take a look. If it's dangerous, I'll leave for sure." Su Zimo smiled. In truth, even though Great Rock Forest was dangerous, the mission wasn't too difficult for someone like Su Zimo who had spirit perception. "You think you can escape if you really come across any danger?" Elder Lu pouted his lips. "Look how weak you are. Say, don't blame me for not reminding you if you die out there." "Don't worry, Elder. I'm not going to die. I'm quite the lucky man." Su Zimo chuckled. Harumphing coldly, Elder Lu made a record and the mission on the stele dimmed in color, indicating that someone had taken it on. After a brief silence, Elder Lu pulled out an intricate paper crane from his storage bag and passed it to Su Zimo. "This spirit crane is used for communications in our sect. If you really encounter trouble, you just have to let this fly." "Thank you, Elder." Su Zimo kept the spirit crane in his storage bag and cupped his fists before leaving Weapon Peak on his flying sword. Closing his eyes lazily, Elder Lu went back to sleep before grumbling, "Juniors these days really don't know what's good for them." This was Su Zimo's first time out of the peak after joining it for a month. He took out the spirit crane that Elder Lu gave him and observed it. He had seen something like this before once. Back in Yen Country's capital, when Su Zimo was chasing after the one-armed cultivator from Joyful Clan, the latter had sent a similar paper crane to inform his sect about it. There were mysterious patterns drawn on the paper crane, and it would be activated by injecting spirit chi. Su Zimo had a hunch that this paper crane was in reality a type of talisman. Keeping it, he suddenly frowned as something jolted through his heart. Someone was following him. Su Zimo scoffed internally. For someone to follow him right after leaving the sect. There was no need to think further. The stalker was definitely from their sect. Could little fatty be right? Feng Haoyu is really trying to cause trouble for me outside. With an unchanged expression, Su Zimo sped towards the direction of Great Rock Forest without any reaction. Before long, he arrived at the border of Great Rock Forest. Along the way, Su Zimo had gathered vaguely that there were 5 people in total behind him. The strongest of them was already at level 9 chi condensation. If these guys are truly sent by Feng Haoyu, He really thinks highly of me. Su Zimo laughed and without hesitation, dove right into the forest. Entering the forest was akin to entering Su Zimo's territory. Here, no one was his match. Su Zimo cast away his flying sword and sprinted on his feet, zipping left and right. Before long, he lost the people trailing him and arrived at a secluded spot where he abandoned his green robes and bared his upper body. A series of cracking sounds came forth from within Su Zimo as his tendons and bones screamed together while his body expanded. In the blink of an eye, he had grown to over 2 meters tall with his flesh swelled and muscles bound together. His body had inflated entirely. Su Zimo's facial muscles contorted and joined together bizarrely. After a split second, his features had changed as he transformed into a fierce, burly man with a naked upper body. With the first 3 sections of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness completed, Su Zimo could change his appearance from head to toe such that even those close to him would not be able to recognize him. Lowering his head, Su Zimo laughed and with a swift dash, disappeared from where he was. Senior brother Zhou, where did that Su Zimo run off to? How did we suddenly lose track of him? That's why I said we should have made a move earlier on. How are we going to find him now that he slipped into Great Rock Forest? Shut up. Zhou Wei's face was grim as he hollered. We were so close to the sect just now. What if a disciple heading out spots us making a move at him? We'll be punished when we head back if that happens. Zhou Wei was a trial disciple of Spirit Peak. At level 9 Qi condensation, he was quite a somebody within it too. Then came someone like Feng Haoyu with a variant spirit root and a heavenly defying endowment, defeating him with a mere level 7 Qi condensation. Zhou Wei had submitted completely in the face of Feng Haoyu's strength. Even though he conducted this operation on his own accord, it was with Feng Haoyu's silent consent. Apart from Zhou Wei at level 9 Qi condensation, there were 4 others at level 7 and 8. These people were enough to teach Su Zimo a harsh lesson. Look again carefully. That Su Zimo is only at level 5 Qi condensation. How far can he run? He's definitely at the perimeter of Great Rock Forest. Zhou Wei analyzed calmly. A Spirit Peak disciple asked, what if he already ran inside Great Rock Forest? That's for the best. If that lad gets shredded apart by the spirit beasts, he only has himself to blame. Zhou Wei replied with a cold snicker. Another Spirit Peak disciple asked, how should we deal with Su Zimo if we find him? A cold look flashed through Zhou Wei's eyes as he spoke darkly. We're forbidden to murder or cripple any fellow disciples of their martial arts. However, we can injure him severely by breaking his bones and tendons. If he can't get out of bed for the whole year, he naturally won't be able to take part in the year-end face-off for Weapon Peak. At a towering ancient tree nearby, a burly man with a bare upper body stood hidden within the leaves, listening clearly to everything that Zhou Wei and the others said. A cold glint flickered through the burly man's eyes. A gust of wind blew by, rustling the wind as the burly man leapt off from the tree swiftly and landed silently. Laying low to the ground, he trawled through the grass on both hands and legs, heading in the direction of Zhou Wei and the rest. He was perfectly hidden within the grass, which was around half the height of an average man. If one were to look down, they would merely feel like the grass was moving in a straight line due to the wind. No one would be able to tell that it was a person. Senior brother Zhou, should we split up and search? Sounds like a plan. That Su Zimo's only at level 5 Qi condensation. Any of us is enough to capture him. Zhou Wei nodded. We'll do that then. Everyone, split up and look. What are you guys looking for? The moment Zhou Wei said that, a hoarse and chilling voice rang out behind him. When Qi refinement warriors travel on their flying swords, they would not be too high up from the ground at around 3 meters max unless necessary. That was because the higher they were, the more spirit Qi they would expend. Right then, a burly man with a bare upper body stood up behind Zhou Wei. He was a full 2 meters tall with rock-like muscles on his body, looking as though they could explode at any moment. He was just like a god that had suddenly descended with a ferocious expression. Instantly, Zhou Wei was so scared he could feel his blood curdle. He did not manage to sense someone approaching so closely to him. Suddenly, the burly man reached out and pulled Zhou Wei by the feet, yanking him down and smashing him into the ground right in front of the other 4 spirit peak disciples. Bam! There was a deafening sound. A human-shaped pit appeared in the ground. In the hands of this burly man, a level 9 qi condensation cultivator like Zhou Wei was rendered helpless like a baby. Zhou Wei laid helplessly in the pit, foaming blood from his mouth with his eyes rolled back. Most of his bones were broken and his organs crushed as he fainted right then. His body was the only thing moving as it convulsed subconsciously. After smashing Zhou Wei, the burly man moved and his gaze shifted to 2 level 8 qi refinement warriors. The 2 of them felt the blood drain from their face and without hesitation, tried to soar into the skies. However, the burly man was faster than them and with a lightning leap, he yanked the both of them down from midair. Bang! Bang! It was the exact same situation. Both of the Spirit Peak disciples fainted on the spot after being smashed by the burly man. Yikes! The remaining 2 Spirit Peak disciples were pale as a sheet as they summoned a flying sword before pointing their fingers at the burly man. Instantly, the flying swords turned into streams of light that shot out. One of them was aimed at the burly man's glabella while the other targeted his chest. Those were both fatal areas. Giving off a malicious grin, the burly man did not try to dodge as he dashed towards them. When the 2 Spirit Peak disciples saw that, they heaved a sigh of relief. That mysterious man was an idiot with brute strength after all. This was someone that did not know how strong cultivators were, such that he didn't even know to dodge against flying swords. Clang! Clang! A clanging sound rang off when they met with the burly man's glabella and chest. The flying swords were sent flying instead. Without the slightest bit of damage, the burly man continued rushing towards the 2 men. Monster! One of the Spirit Peak disciples yelled out in a quivering tone. His face was totally pale. He was so scared he forgot he had to run away anymore. The other disciple controlled the flying sword beneath his feet and ran as far as he could. With a casual punch, the burly man knocked the frozen disciple away. He then continued running on all 4s, leaving nothing but shadows as he chased after the escaped disciple. With a rapid leap, he hopped around a couple of towering ancient trees to close the height distance. Come on down! Laughing, the burly man gripped the disciple's calf and yanked him down from midair. Snap! That single grip by the burly man snapped the disciple's calf on the spot. Ah! 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 Sweating pouring down his forehead, the disciple howled in pain. Whisking that disciple, the burly man returned to their original place and grabbed the other 4 who had passed out. Carrying 3 on one hand and 2 on the other, he sped outside in huge steps. Who are you? We are disciples of Ethereal Sect. How dare you attack us? Our sect will definitely not let you off if they know about it. Guichong, who was the only disciple awake, yelled at the burly man. The burly man remained silent as he dashed through the forest. Guichong found himself getting more fearful by the moment as he said in trembles, Where are you taking us to? Sir, please let us go. Sir, I know I'm in the wrong now. Suddenly, the burly man halted in his tracks and looked down at Guichong icily, asking coolly, What did you do wrong? I. Guichong was stumped by the question. He had only mentioned it out of nervousness previously, but he did not know what he had done wrong. Guichong cursed internally, as he did not know where this burly man had spouted out from. Without saying anything, the latter started striking at them, and this person was unreasonably strong. None of their cultivation methods had worked on this burly man at all. After the burly man stopped in his tracks, he tossed all 5 of them on the ground and turned to leave without saying anything more. A look of disbelief spread past Guichong's face. They were alive? The burly man did not kill them. Guichong looked around. They were outside the great rock forest right now, and he did not know why the burly man had brought them out and left them here before leaving himself. Sir, may I know your name and the sect you're from? Guichong shouted out indignantly. Suddenly, the burly man stopped in his tracks and turned around before walking towards him once more. Guichong broke into a shudder, wishing that he could slap himself on the mouth as he hurriedly said, "Sir, I really know where I've gone wrong this time round. I should not have asked for your name." Arriving before the 5 of them, the burly man grabbed their storage bags and took away all their spirit stones and elixirs before keeping them in his own storage bag. Looking at his robbed, empty storage bag, Guochong wanted to break out in tears. Snickering, the burly man turned towards Great Rock Forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Guochong opened his storage bag with shaking hands and dug out a paper crane, writing on it with spirit chi, "We've been attacked at Great Rock Forest. The opponent is unknown and extremely strong. Please send reinforcements from the sect." Injecting spirit chi to it, the spirit crane spread its wings and transformed into a beam of light, disappearing into the skies. Guochong was injured as well and was unable to carry the other 4 back, merely able to wait there for the sect's reinforcements. Looking at his fellow fainted disciples, he felt despair swallowing him from within. The thought of his savings for the past few years being robbed completely by some unknown mysterious burly man had him howling out in sadness. "I'm innocent!" The mysterious burly man was of course Su Zimo. Upon returning to Great Rock Forest, he reverted to his appearance and wore his green robes, looking like a scholar once more as he sped towards the core region. The decision to change his appearance was one Su Zimo made after a lengthy consideration. Even though it was true that Zhou Wei's gang was there to cause trouble for him, something like that was difficult to explain to the sect. If all 5 of them were to deny it, he could do nothing about it too. Instead, he might even be the one punished for injuring them so badly. At the same time, Su Zimo's ace in the bag was his strength at melee combat, and he did not wish to have it revealed so early. Furthermore, all he had to do was change his appearance and identity, and that would be reason enough for him to loot their spirit stones and elixirs entirely. While they might feel wronged about it, they would have nowhere to complain. After all, the mysterious burly man did not exist in this world. As he approached the core of the forest, Su Zimo kept his flying sword and landed on the ground. Danger lurked all around within the forest, and Su Zimo was much more agile on the ground than the flying sword. If he met with any danger, he would be able to dodge it at the first instance. Along the way, he could sense the auras of spirit beasts. However, Su Zimo did not engage in battle and instead chose to avoid them, sprinting towards the core region of Great Rock Forest. There was a forest of ores not too far away. There, pure gold laid abundantly on the ground and shimmered brightly as Su Zimo tread over carefully. He could sense a hint of danger within the forest. There was definitely some extremely strong spirit beast or demon reigning over the area. Within the middle of the forest beside a large pure gold ore, a spirit beast with a thick armor sprawled on the ground. Its armor shone with a luscious shade of gold, covering its neck and limbs while its tail was filled with spikes. Gold-eater beast. Surviving by devouring all sorts of spirit materials and ores, it possessed a cruel nature and an immense strength. Invulnerable to weapons, there was almost no weakness to it. It was clear that the gold-eater before them was almost at the realm of a spirit demon. This was troubling. Su Zimo frowned. If it was any other spirit beast, he had the confidence of killing it there and then. However, he had no way of dealing with this gold-eater at all. Suddenly, the gold-eater, which was initially fast asleep, opened its eyes and glared at Su Zimo sharply with an immense killing intent. Roar! Rising in the blink of an eye, it hollered in the direction of Su Zimo and sprinted over. Narrowing his gaze coldly, Su Zimo pushed his feet and activated the Plow Heaven Stride. Instantly, 2 deep ravines appeared beneath his feet on the ground as the mud flipped over. Against the pounce of the gold-eater, Su Zimo held his ground firmly as his aura began to rise. Right after Plow Heaven Stride, he leaned forward with mountain reliance. Bang! The man and beast had collided into one another. Su Zimo was knocked half a step back while the gold-eater was sent flying away, only stopping after crushing through a number of gold ores. Ha ha! Su Zimo burst out in laughter. It was at that moment that he realized his physique had evolved to a terrifying degree after he tempered it using spirit chi with the foundation of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Even the gold-eater's strength was not enough to withstand an impact against him. A trace of fear flickered through the gold-eater's eyes. Activating divine steed fleeting, Su Zimo appeared before the Gold Eater in the blink of an eye as he retrieved the cold moon saber from his storage bag and slashed towards its head. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The cold moon saber rebounded and the Gold Eater was totally unharmed. At the same time, it shook its spiked tail and swept through the air, landing squarely on Su Zimo's chest. With lightning speed, Su Zimo mentally cultivated his body petrification, causing his flesh to expand and his muscles to harden. Bang! Su Zimo fell over, slamming onto the biggest pure gold ore in the middle of the forest, causing cracks to form densely on it. The Gold Eater glared at the ore behind Su Zimo and looked a little unnerved. Rubbing his chest, Su Zimo kept his cold moon saber. The cold moon saber was no longer useful. Su Zimo could only use his own strength to fight against the Gold Eater. Once more, the man and beast fought to a corner. Opening its mouth, the Gold Eater chomped at Su Zimo, aiming for his neck. Without fear, Su Zimo suddenly reached out with both hands and grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the Gold Eater, yanking it with ferocious force. Pest! Heaving a deep breath of air, mighty as the anaconda eclipse, his chest puffed up robustly as he spun around mightily. It was a frightening sight as green veins popped up all over his arms like snakes coiling around it. Open up! With a holler, Su Zimo continued to tear. Shing! Blood filled the entire place as organs fell to the ground, creating a foul stench all around. The Gold Eater was torn into half by Su Zimo. Breathing heavily, he tossed the corpse of the Gold Eater away casually and began collecting the gold ores around. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Within a shattered pile of gold ores stood a large pure gold crystal. It illuminated with a mysterious gleam and was almost transparent. Pure gold crystal, Su Zimo exclaimed. A pure gold crystal was an extremely rare item amongst gold ores and was hard to produce. At the same time, it was a crucial material for the refinement of middle or even superior-grade spirit weapons. I'm going to be rich. His head went into a frenzied excitement as he kept the pure gold crystal that was around the height of an average man in his storage bag. Su Zimo then shattered all the other gold ores around, but he found no more pure gold crystals. Even then, his reward for this trip was far more than he had imagined. After collecting all the gold ores around, he turned around to leave. Before long, a green-robed scholar carried a spirit tiger on his left arm and a spirit leopard on his right, walking out of the forest. At the same time, the spirit crane that Guichong sent back to Spirit Peak caused quite a stir. An elder of Spirit Peak headed towards Great Rock Forest personally with a group of disciples. Weapon Peak. Out of extreme boredom, the disheveled old man was out roaming around the top of the peak. Arriving at the mission stele, he raised his head and remarked in soft surprise, "The mission for Great Rock Forests given out? Do we have such promising disciples that would head there?" Elder Lu beside the mission stele opened his eyes lazily and harumphed. "Some brazen lad at level 5 chi condensation went there alone. I had to give him a spirit crane in case he gets into trouble." Level 5 chi condensation? The disheveled old man frowned. As though he recalled something, he suddenly yanked Elder Lu's wrist. "What's the name of that lad? Su Zimo or something?" Piak. The disheveled old man slapped on the desk heavily, scaring Elder Lu so badly that he woke up right away. "Are you crazy? What's with that?" Elder Lu glared and scolded. "You're the crazy one," the disheveled old man yelled back. "That lad's the only one in Weapon Peak that can cultivate a level 3 spirit fire, but you bloody let him go to Great Rock Forest alone. I'll kill you." "He's the one that cultivated the level 3 spirit fire?" Elder Lu was stumped too. With a grim expression, the disheveled old man exclaimed, "Sleep, sleep and sleep. That's the only thing you know to do day and night. That lad's our only hope for Weapon Peak. If anything happens to you, I'll never let you off." Stunned for a moment, Elder Lu leapt to his feet and urged, "Let's not waste any more time. Hurry to Great Rock Forest and save the lad." In order to avoid Zhou Wei's gang, Su Zimo made a detour intentionally, and he somehow ended up avoiding the Elder of Spirit Peak as well as the disheveled old man too. When he returned to Weapon Peak and wanted to hand in the mission, he realized that Elder Lu had disappeared. "Where's Elder Lu?" Su Zimo asked some of the Weapon Peak disciples passing by. "I'm not sure either, but I saw him quarreling with Master before the both of them left in a hurry. I've got no idea where they went." The disciple shook his head. Su Zimo did not think too much about it and returned to his cave abode with the spirit tiger and leopard. Both beasts had already attained spirit intellect and had wisdom equivalent to that of a grown man. Their eyes revealed a deep fear as they were brought back to Su Zimo's cave abode. The beasts knew that even for human cultivators, their bodies were weak. Yet, this man before them was different. His body was even stronger than theirs. Neither the spirit tiger or leopard knew why this man wanted to take them back to his cave abode. Kill us? Eat us? Force us to a blood oath to enslave us? Or... The spirit tiger shrugged its head as though it thought of something. When it saw the strange look in Su Zimo's eyes, shivers broke down its spine. Could this man have some sort of special fetish? It's over, it's over. I've kept my chastity for so many years. Am I going to lose it to a human? Suddenly, the spirit tiger was terrified after being convinced that it knew what Su Zimo was up to. Indignant, the spirit tiger looked at Su Zimo with a sad and begrudging gaze containing complex emotions. That gaze sent goosebumps across Su Zimo's back as well as he slapped casually. "What's wrong with you?" That slap merely made the spirit tiger feel even more aggrieved. "It's really over. Not only does this man want to do that to me, he's spanking me." An influx of emotions gushed into the spirit tiger's heart as two hot streams of tears almost filled its face. At the side, the spirit leopard stayed silently without budging. However, its eyes would flicker with a ferocious look every now and then. Su Zimo came before the two spirit beasts and said gruffly, "Both of you cry out. Spirit tiger. Spirit leopard." The spirit tiger lamented in his heart. "This man's fetish is really kinky. He wants us to cry out before doing that to us." The spirit leopard did not dare to wait as it cried out softly. It was a sound as soft as a mosquito, unlike the earth-shaking howls often made by spirit beasts in the forests. The reason why Su Zimo had brought the spirit tiger and leopard back was because he wanted to unravel the secret behind their noises as required by the marrow cleansing section. However, the spirit leopard was already terrified after being beaten up by Su Zimo. How would it dare to roar in his face? Wouldn't that be courting death? Su Zimo was stunned for a moment as he looked at the spirit tiger subconsciously. It broke into a shudder and sighed internally. "Sigh, look how imposing he is. This is where my reputation ends. From now on, I'm his." Sprawled on the ground, the spirit tiger leaned towards Su Zimo and winked its eyes. With slight embarrassment and shyness, it cried out, "Meow!" After crying out, it even looked at the spirit leopard with glee as though it was implying, "See that? That's the way you cry out." For some reason, Su Zimo felt all his goosebumps rising with that cry as he kicked out instinctively. Bang! Before the glee disappeared from the spirit tiger's eyes, it was sent flying by Su Zimo's kick. The spirit leopard's mouth opened widely as it nearly burst out into laughter. Leaping up, the spirit tiger was enraged and hollered internally, "Bloody hell! I'm not giving in anymore." However, when it met with Su Zimo's cold gaze, the spirit tiger's courage disappeared as it sprawled on the ground and purred out coyly once more. At this point, it had none of the ferociousness and might a king of the forest should have. If he hadn't seen and heard it himself, Su Zimo might have thought that he had captured a large kitten instead of a tiger. Even though the spirit tiger was indignant, Su Zimo was even more troubled. He wanted to unravel the secrets of the marrow cleansing section through these two beasts, but yet, he had caught two unusual beasts. The spirit leopard was slightly more normal, albeit cowardly. But the spirit tiger was just in heat right now. And the weirdest thing was that this spirit tiger was a male. Looking at the two spirit beasts moodily, Su Zimo wondered if he should slay them for food instead. The two spirit beasts had sharp senses. As though they could sense Su Zimo's killing intent, both sprawled onto the ground and cried pitifully in horror. Sighing internally, Su Zimo knocked that thought out of his head for now. Great rock forest. Elder Pei Fu of Spirit Peak arrived at Great Rock Forest with 12 intersect disciples and saw Zhou Wei's gang. By now, all of them had already woken up. However, because they were injured severely, none of them could move and were moaning on the spot frailly. After arriving, Pei Fu swept his gaze across them. He only relaxed after ascertaining that they were not in mortal danger as he asked grimly, "What happened? Who did this?" "I don't know." Guochong was on the brink of tears as he cried indignantly. "The 5 of us merely came by Great Rock Forest's area for a stroll." However, a burly man with a bare upper body appeared out of nowhere and without saying anything, beat the 5 of us up. "What's his name?" "I don't know." "Which sect is he from?" "I don't know." Pei Fu barked. "What do you know then?" "I only know he's a burly man." Pei Fu went silent for a moment before asking again, "What's the cultivation of the other party?" "Perfected qi condensation," Guochong replied instantly. In reality, the 5 of them knew that the other party was only at level 5 qi condensation. However, if word were to spread within the sect that 5 disciples of Spirit Peak were beaten up by a burly man of level 5 qi condensation, they would turn into a laughingstock. That was why the 5 of them had already decided beforehand that they would insist the other party was a perfected qi condensation. Frowning, Pei Fu asked, "But your injuries don't seem like they were inflicted by a cultivator?" "Elder, you don't understand. That person must have cultivated some sort of body-tempering technique such that he is extremely strong in melee combat. My flying sword couldn't even scratch him," Guochong explained hurriedly. "Why aren't you guys consuming any elixirs after being injured so badly then? You're waiting for death." The burly man robbed out storage bags clean and were only left with a couple of pseudo-spirit weapons now. Sighing, Pei Fu gestured with his hand. The inner sect disciples behind him rushed up right away and took out their jade bottles, pouring some elixirs to feed the 5 of them. Right then, 2 figures appeared through the air and arrived before them with lightning speed. They were Weapon Peak's master, the disheveled old man, and Elder Lu. The disheveled old man furrowed his brows. "Why are you guys here?" Pei Fu sighed. "Our disciples met with an attack and we're here for reinforcements." "Why are you guys here?" "Don't tell me a disciple of Weapon Peak met with danger too." The disheveled old man and Elder Lu exchanged glances as they cast a worried look at Guochong's gang before asking darkly, "Have you guys seen our trial disciple, Suzimo?" "Why yes." Slightly guilty, Guochong pointed towards Great Rock Forest. "I saw him entering Great Rock Forest and he hasn't come out yet. It's over." Both the disheveled old man and Elder Lu felt their hearts sinking. When Pei Fu saw how terrible the disheveled old man and Elder Lu was, he could not help but ask, "Why? That trial disciple of yours? He's the only one in Weapon Peak that can cultivate a level 3 spirit fire." The disheveled old man's tone was grim. "Level 3 spirit fire," Pei Fu exclaimed. "I've also heard the news that a weapon refinement prodigy appeared in Weapon Peak." "So that's Su Zimo," Elder Lu replied darkly. "We're headed into Great Rock Forest. I won't believe it unless I see the lad's corpse for myself." Pei Fu replied, "Let's go. I'll accompany you guys." He had the inner sect disciples behind him escort Zhou Wei's gang back before heading into Great Rock Forest together with the disheveled old man and Elder Lu. The 3 of them split up and looked around for an entire day to no avail. Finally, they arrived at the core region of Great Rock Forest to find the 2 halves of the Gold Eater's corpse. This Gold Eater's almost reaching a spirit demon realm, but it was killed here. Look at the tragic state of its body. It's almost as though it was torn apart entirely. What ferocious strength. Pei Fu murmured softly before saying apprehensively, "Could it be the burly man?" "What burly man?" the disheveled old man asked. Pei Fu related the assault of the 5 men before continuing grimly. "Based on what Guochong said, the burly man is extremely strong in melee combat with tremendous strength. Be it whether he's of another sect or some practitioner of the dark path, this matter is not to be taken lightly. It's clear that the burly man did not intend to kill or Guochong, and the others would not have stayed alive." Elder Lu analyzed. "Besides, The burly man brought the 5 of them out of Great Rock Forest before he left. It's clear that he's worried they might be injured by the spirit beasts within Great Rock Forest. That man's a mystery. We can't tell if he's a friend or foe just yet. The disheveled old man nodded in agreement. At the thought of Su Zimo's current unknown status of life and death, Elder Lu could not help but feel guilt rise within him and sighed deeply. Forget it. Let's head back. The disheveled old man gestured with his hand, looking all worn out. Even though neither of the 3 perfected golden cores said anything, all of them had the same thoughts that Su Zimo must have perished so quickly within Great Rock Forest that he did not even have the time to send the spirit crane for reinforcements. In truth, none of them had seen the way Su Zimo dueled with the crane on the cliff to join the sect. If they had witnessed that, they would understand that Su Zimo wasn't going to die that easily. Su Zimo did not obtain any insights through the spirit tiger and leopard for 2 days. Feeling frustrated and remembering that he had yet to hand in his mission for the gold ores, he left his cave abode and headed for the mission stele on his flying sword. There were quite a number of disciples from Weapon Peak gathered around the stele, with Shui being one of them. Su Zimo walked over and asked, "Elder Lu's not back yet?" "Yes, he's been away for 2 days now and hasn't returned yet." Shui nodded. "Then what are you guys looking at?" Su Zimo saw that there were many disciples gathered around the mission stele discussing amongst themselves. Shui pointed to the stele. "Take a look at that first mission." Su Zimo raised his head. 5 Peaks mission. Search for the mysterious burly man. Beside the mission was a drawing of the appearance Su Zimo had changed into previously. "What's this all about?" Su Zimo asked, pretending to be none the wiser. Shui whispered, "I heard that some disciples of Spirit Peak were attacked near Great Rock Forest by this mysterious burly man. He's said to be extremely strong at a cultivation realm of perfected chi condensation." Su Zimo snickered internally. Even if they were to deploy the entire sect, they wouldn't be able to find this mysterious burly man. Swish! Suddenly, the sound of robes slicing the air could be heard. Everyone turned over to see the disheveled old man and Elder Lu speeding through the air and landing on the peak. MMM. Both of them swept through everyone with a casual gaze before stopping at Su Zimo fixedly. Their gaze seemed as though they wanted to eat him up. "You came back from Great Rock Forest alive, lad?" The disheveled old man grit his teeth and asked, saying each word with a punch. He was pissed. They had spent tireless nights searching for Su Zimo in Great Rock Forest, worried and upset. Yet, unknowingly, the lad had already returned unharmed. Elder Lu was even more pissed. Because of Su Zimo, he was not only scolded badly by the disheveled old man, he was feeling guilty for the past 2 days. But who knew? The lad was well and alive here without the slightest bit of remorse. Su Zimo felt goosebumps rising from their stares as he coughed gently and nodded. "Yeah. I returned after completing the mission." "Nonsense," the disheveled old man barked. "How did we not see you along the way to Great Rock Forest?" "Ah." Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo replied, "I'm only at level 5 chi condensation. In order to conserve spirit chi, I spent half of my journey running on the ground instead of traveling with my flying sword. You guys must have missed me. Unless there were obstructions, no one would pay attention to the people walking on the ground." That made sense. Both the disheveled old man and Elder Lu could not admit that they had spent all that time outside searching because they were worried for Su Zimo's safety. It would be embarrassing to admit it. However, that was still a pent-up feeling that they had nowhere to vent. Both those sly old foxes exchanged glances and understood the other's intent without saying anything. "We've got to find an excuse to punish this stupid brat." Elder Lu's eyes shone with craftiness as he put on a stern expression. "Lad, you haven't completed the mission of Great Rock Forest, right? Do you know that there's a punishment for not completing missions?" For both of them, the fact that Su Zimo could return alive from the forest was already a blessing. How could he possibly complete the mission? Besides, both of them had been to Great Rock Forest before and knew that a gold eater was guarding it. Also, the pure gold mine was already looted clean. However, Su Zimo chuckled. "Out of sheer luck, I've managed to complete the mission and not let you guys down." "Ah." This time round, both of them were the stumped ones. Before they even realized what was going on, Su Zimo had retrieved a lump of pure gold ores from his storage bag, which was enough to form a small mountain slightly taller than a man. The disheveled old man and Elder Lu were not the only stumped ones. All the disciples around froze as well. One had to understand that a single small piece of pure gold ore was sufficient to complete the mission. However, Su Zimo had brought back a huge lump of it. A huge lump! What everyone did not know was that the lump they were witnessing was merely a third of what was within Su Zimo's storage bag. Furthermore, he was hiding the precious pure gold crystal as well. Somewhat stumped, both old men were speechless for a moment. After a while, Elder Lu gulped and coughed gently. Lad, the mission is, pretty well done. Cough, cough. Elder Lu wanted to nitpick at Su Zimo, but he truly found himself incapable of doing so at the sight of the huge lump of gold ores. The disheveled old man furrowed his brows and asked, Lad, did you see the gold eater beside the gold mine? Yeah. Su Zimo nodded. When I arrived there, I found the gold eater killed already. Since there were still quite a number of gold ores left, I brought them all back. What the fuck? Both old men rebutted internally. That lad's luck is way too bloody good, isn't it? Su Zimo handed in the mission and received quite a number of contribution points for it. He then returned to his cave abode. Watching Su Zimo leave, both old men could not help but lament in deep thoughts. There's no wonder why he's the man who could cultivate a level 3 spirit fire. Even his luck is beyond others. The disheveled old man pouted his lips. Yes, Elder Lu continued. Those trial disciples of Spirit Peak that went to Great Rock Forest were not low in cultivation realms, but yet they were injured badly. But this lad? Not only did he not bump into that mysterious burly man, he even managed to go through Great Rock Forest entirely while returning peacefully with all those pure gold ores with just a level 5 chi condensation. What else do you call that if not luck? The disheveled old man remarked in pity. Actually, given his gift for refining weapons, it'll be best for him to join True Fire Sect. Our sect isn't good at weapon and elixir refinement at all. I honestly feel a little bad that we may end up burdening his progress. Let's not think so much. He's only just started on weapon refinement and can't even create an inferior grade spirit weapon. Even though our sect doesn't specialize in weapon refinement, we have the foundation of it too. Let's think about other stuff in the future. Elder Lu consoled. Nodding, the disheveled old man lowered his head in deep thoughts. It was still early when Su Zimo returned to his cave abode. According to his plan, he would spend all his efforts on immortality cultivation during the day, be it for raising his cultivation or learning more about weapon refinement. Come nighttime, he would cultivate the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Before attaining a core, be it chi refinement warriors or foundation establishment cultivators, they were no different from mere mortals and would still have to rest through sleeping. The common ground between chi refinement warriors, foundation establishment cultivators, and mere mortals was still their lifespans. Chi refinement warriors and foundation establishment cultivators merely had a slightly longer lifespan than mere mortals who could only live to 100+ at best without ailments or accidents. However, demonic cultivation was different. During daytime, most demons would be in hiding and would only roam and hunt for food at night when their energy peaked. In fact, Su Zimo would also be resting come nightfall. However, through the 2 years of demonic cultivation, he already had the habit of maintaining the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness's breathing and expiration method even in his sleep. That way, Su Zimo's demonic cultivation was rising equally without taking up any of his immortality cultivation time. It was just that the lack of progress in the marrow cleansing section had caused a bottleneck for his demonic cultivation path. For the next few days, Su Zimo continued forcing the 2 spirit beasts to cry out continuously. After those few days, the 2 spirit beasts were so exhausted that their voices were hoarse. However, Su Zimo still had no clue on how to proceed with the marrow cleansing section. Even if they were spirit demons, they would be worn out howling like idiots without sleep or food for a couple of days. The spirit tiger and leopard looked absolutely lethargic as they sprawled on the ground sleepily. Sigh. I've never met a master so hard to please. The spirit tiger sighed. If he wanted to kill or chop us up, at least that'd be a swift ending. But what's the point of torturing us like this? The few days of struggle had Su Zimo tuckered out as well. He wasn't idling while the two spirit beasts were howling. He listened intently with all his attention, afraid that he might miss the secret in a lapse. However, the end result was merely complete exhaustion, as his eyelids were so heavy that he wanted nothing more than to have a good sleep. Forget it. I'll kill these two tomorrow for food. Lying down on his stone bed, that thought jolted through his mind as he fell into slumber. He was simply way too tired. The moment he closed his eyes, he entered dreamland and his breathing turned heavier, using the breathing and expiration method of the body tempering, tendons transformation and body tempering sections subconsciously. The two spirit beasts exchanged glances as though they were relieved of a burden. That human finally decided to stop. The spirit tiger was so touched that two warm streams of tears flowed down his cheeks as he almost howled out to the skies. If they were to continue pushing on, he would have committed suicide by banging his head against the wall before Su Zimo even killed him. Even though the spirit leopard was exhausted as well, a fierce look rose in its eyes at the sight of Su Zimo sleeping. It was a good chance. Even though both spirit beasts were mentally exhausted, they still had their physical strength. If they could bite through this human's throat, they could escape from this place. Looking at the spirit tiger, the spirit leopard growled softly. The language between demons was naturally understood by the spirit tiger. Even though the spirit leopard's suggestion was rather tempting, the spirit tiger did not want to take the risk. Who knew if this human was pretending to be asleep? Furthermore, the only thought on the spirit tiger's mind was to have a good night's sleep. Swaying its head, the spirit tiger sprawled on the ground and slept. The spirit leopard looked apprehensive. After a moment, as though it had decided on something, its eyes gave off a feral look. Tiptoeing, it kept its killing intent and crept beside Su Zimo. Looking at Su Zimo's pale, succulent neck, the spirit leopard opened its mouth slowly. It was certain that its bite would be able to crush even rocks. All of a sudden, as though it had realized something, the feral look in the spirit leopard's eyes disappeared and was replaced with fear. Its open jaws closed back slowly, as though it had just yawned instead. Turning around, the spirit leopard's eyes were filled with horror as it shivered terribly. Sprawling down on the ground, it turned to look at the sleeping Su Zimo quiveringly, not daring to attempt anything anymore. He's awake. Those were the two words in the spirit leopard's mind. As it was about to chomp down, it realized that unknowingly, the human's breathing methods had changed. That change caused the spirit leopard to break out in sweat. It no longer dared to try anything funny as it laid there obediently, falling asleep after wild thoughts ran through its mind. In truth, Su Zimo had woken up the moment the killing intent in the spirit leopard rose. That was because Su Zimo's spirit perception was way too frighteningly keen. The cicada senses autumn coming before the wind even starts to blow. Even back in the Tsonglang mountain range, the spirit monkey could barely sneak an attack in, let alone the spirit leopard. Since he was going to kill the two spirit beasts the next day anyways, Su Zimo couldn't be bothered to make a move and continued sleeping. Come midnight, Su Zimo and the two spirit beasts were fast asleep. As the spirit tiger slept, a weird noise came from its nose. Huff, huff, huff. After the spirit leopard fell asleep, a sound came from its nose as well, different from the spirit tiger's. MMM, MMM. Both sounds were unique and were neither loud nor soft. Superposing, they reverberated through the cave abode. Right then, a mysterious change happened in Su Zimo's body. It was as though both sounds carried a strange energy that could penetrate through the flesh and tendons, permeating to the bones and moving the marrow within. Gurgle, gurgle. Through the vibrations of the two sounds, a rumble like the sound of running water rang out from his marrow, soothing to one's ears. Su Zimo, who was in deep sleep, felt as though he had just been in a dream as he witnessed the marrow liquid within his bones flowing and gushing, squeezing through it, forming blood that seeped into his blood and veins. MMM. He bolted wide awake in shock with widened eyes. The sound of tigers and leopards, Su Zimo laid on the stone bed motionlessly and listened intently to the weird sound that was reverberating through his cave abode. Feeling the sensation of the flow in his marrow, a series of realizations came through to him like seeds germinating. This was the reason why the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was getting more difficult to cultivate. It was a process of internalizing external qualities. The skin was the first to be tempered, followed by the flesh, tendons, bones. After that sequence, the marrow would be refined. That was the marrow cleansing section. External cultivation techniques were relatively easier to master. That was because apart from sutra, breathing, and expiration methods as foundation, there were other killing techniques used to refine one's skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. Take the tri-bovine style, for example. Continuous cultivation of it would result in refinement of the skin, while the 3 styles of the divine steed would help to refine the bones. However, from the marrow cleansing section onwards, the mystic classic no longer had any killing techniques. Everything would have to depend on Su Zimo's power of understanding to grasp the profoundness of the sutra. It wasn't because the mystic classic was incomplete. Rather, it was because one would not be able to achieve cleansing of their marrow through the mere use of physical techniques. The marrow was located within the bones. External techniques were able to refine one's bones at best and could not reach deeper. That was why another method was required to make use of other forms of energy to refine the marrow. And that energy was none other than the sound of tigers and leopards. Actually, Su Zimo was no stranger to such sounds. Back in Pingyang town, Su Xiaoning had once raised a kitten. The kitten was expressionless and would never speak. However, a rumbling sound could be heard from within its body every now and then, similar to the sound of tigers and leopards. But of course, be it spirit tigers or leopards, neither of them had the knowledge of the marrow cleansing section sutra, and hence, their marrows would never ever be stronger than Su Zimo's. The sound of tigers and leopards was merely a turning point of the marrow cleansing section. The true profoundness of it laid within the sutra. Su Zimo recalled the sutra of the marrow cleansing section and started imitating the sound of tigers and leopards. Huff, huff, Through repeated imitations and attempts, Su Zimo's body started giving off a unique vibrating sound too. The reverberation of the sound caused his marrow liquid within his bones to flow, churning at a rapid speed while producing blood that seeped into Su Zimo's blood and veins. The true meaning of marrow cleansing was to swap blood. Through vibration of the marrow, new blood that was stronger than Su Zimo's existing blood would be formed. According to the marrow cleansing section, an initial success would be enough to kill off an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. At phenomenal success, one could kill off mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators with ease and could even match against late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. That was how frightening the blood swapping of marrow cleansing was. Be it tempering of the body, tendons, or bones, those were external strengths at the end of the day. From the marrow cleansing section on, Su Zimo would be cultivating a strength that comes from within the power of blood. Back in the Tsonglang mountain range when he was being hunted by the foundation establishment cultivators of Joyful Clan, he had only managed to escape at the brink of death with the Sanguine Ape transformation. The reason why the Sanguine Ape transformation was able to receive such a tremendous amount of power within a short period of time was due to the power of blood. That was also why Su Zimo turned weaker after the Sanguine Ape transformation. He had yet to start on the marrow cleansing section back then, and his body could not bear the immense burden at that time. From now on, the same situation would not happen again. After the marrow cleansing section, the Sanguine Ape transformation would no longer be of any use to Su Zimo. After all, with just an initial success of the marrow cleansing section, every channel of his blood would send forth a horrifying amount of power. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. He had already gotten a rough grasp of the sound of tigers and leopards. Standing up, Su Zimo's heart was filled with joy, and his previous disappointment had cleared completely. He had finally made progress on the marrow cleansing section after being stuck for so long. Looking at the spirit tiger and leopard, Su Zimo smiled. The thought of killing them had disappeared too. No matter what, both beasts had credit for his newfound understanding of the marrow cleansing section. The two beasts had woken up long ago as well. When they saw Su Zimo smile, A shiver ran down their spines as they shuddered. Neither of them had seen Su Zimo smile before. But now all of a sudden he was smiling. It's over, it's over. That human is going to lay his hands on me now. The spirit tiger cried internally. For the spirit leopard, it was more of guilt. It had nearly died on the spot for its killing intent the previous night. Right now, its head was lowered, not daring to look at Su Zimo. Su Zimo walked forth, whisking the spirit tiger in his left arm and spirit leopard on his right before leaving his cave abode and heading to the front peak. Crossing the thick fog, he arrived before the sect and placed the two spirit beasts down. You guys can leave. Spirit tiger. Spirit leopard. Both beasts were stunned and did not realize what was going on. He was letting them off just like that? Even after a while, both beasts laid sprawled on the ground, obediently still like little kittens. Su Zimo smiled and waved his hand. Go on and leave. You're not allowed to harm others from now on. This time round, the beasts could tell of the casualness in Su Zimo's tone. The human seemed as though he was truly sincere about letting them go. The spirit leopard got up slowly and moved a little. Upon seeing no reaction from Su Zimo, it headed into the distance. After taking a couple of steps, the spirit leopard turned around hurriedly and was only relieved after seeing that Su Zimo had not caught up to it. Even so, the spirit leopard did not dare to run and merely trod further away in small steps, turning back from time to time. The spirit tiger did not move and watched Su Zimo with slightly agape jaws. Su Zimo asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" The spirit tiger grinned widely in a seducing manner and even wagged its tail. The moment it did that, the spirit tiger's heart skipped a beat as it scolded itself internally. Bloody hell! I'm the king of the forest. Why am I wagging my tail like a dog? If you're not leaving, I am. With that, Su Zimo turned towards the fog. Hesitating for a moment, the spirit tiger chased after him. MMM? Looking at the spirit tiger behind him, Su Zimo smiled. Why? You want to follow me? It nodded its head hurriedly. The spirit tiger lamented internally. What kind of a joke is this? This human is so perverted, asking me to cry out repeatedly. How would he let us go so easily? It's a trap. He's laying a trap. If we really run, he'll definitely kill us. The spirit tiger turned and looked at the spirit leopard that was walking away warily and mourned in his heart. Brother leopard, good luck. You're probably about to die. There's no way Su Zimo knew what the spirit tiger was thinking, but since it was so resolute, he brought it with him through the fog formation. Along the way, the spirit tiger waited for Su Zimo to turn back and kill the spirit leopard. However, even by the time they crossed the fog formation, Su Zimo did not seem as though he had the intention of turning back. It was then that the spirit tiger realized that Su Zimo had actually meant to let them off. Fuck my life! The spirit tiger cursed internally as he grit his teeth. Wait, so I was the one who dug a pit and jumped into it myself? I even covered myself in it. There's still a chance. Another chance. The spirit tiger encouraged itself, ready to run away the moment the opportunity arises. Right then, a perfected golden course streaked through the air. When he caught sight of Su Zimo below, he murmured a soft surprise and changed direction, descending before the man and beast duo. Greetings, master. The person who had arrived was Weapon Peak's master, the disheveled old man. Su Zimo bowed and greeted. Nodding slightly, the disheveled old man's gaze turned towards the spirit tiger behind Su Zimo and frowned. Right now, the spirit tiger was in internal turmoil. It was actually looking for an opportunity to run away, but an old man popped out of nowhere, and by the sound of it, he was the perverted human's master. Didn't that mean that he was even more perverted? This pit is getting deeper by the moment. I'm screwed? Furrowing his brows, the disheveled old man asked, Is this your spirit beast? In the cultivation world, there were many cultivators who kept spirit beasts, and in a duel, these beasts played a part in their total fighting strength. Hesitating slightly, Su Zimo nodded. The disheveled old man looked at the spirit tiger and remarked gruffly, This spirit tiger has quite an ordinary endowment and there's nothing special about it. But since you chose it, you'll have to make a blood oath with it. Su Zimo remained silent. The disheveled old man continued, "Lad, remember, you must be wary of anyone that isn't of our race. Furthermore, humans and demons take on different paths and it's hard to change a beast's nature. Cultivators have naturally weak bodies. If they were to be betrayed out of the blue by a spirit beast that's constantly around them, it's easy for them to die to it. In the cultivation world, cultivators would always make a blood oath with spirit beasts to prevent any betrayals. With a blood oath, the spirit beasts would die on the spot through a reflux of their own blood if they had any thoughts of betrayal. The rise in strength for a cultivator with a strong, variant bloodline or ancient beast was always obvious. But of course, the difference between both sides must not be overly huge while making the blood oath, and neither must the spirit beast resist or it will fail. That was why for some super large sects, they would provide various larvae or eggs of spirit beasts if they were grooming some paragon cultivators. While the spirit beasts were cubs and foolish, the chances of creating a blood oath with them would improve tremendously. Su Zimo had heard Xianxia mentioning blood oaths before, but he was rather resistant towards the idea of it. It wasn't just because of Dai Yu or the fact that he was doing demonic cultivation as well. It was more of the fact that he did not like to be enslaved, and neither did he want to do it to others. That was equivalent to taking away the freedom of one's life. It was even more cruel than killing them. More than that, Su Zimo was willing to get along with spirit beasts in other manners, like the way he did with the spirit monkey. He believed that even without a blood oath, the spirit monkey would not harm him. The disheveled old man thought that Su Zimo's silence was due to the latter not knowing how to make a blood oath. Chuckling, he pulled out a blank piece of paper from his storage bag and scribbled a couple of incantations on it before handing it to Su Zimo. "Here, learn it. Take it as my gift to you as your master." Incantations like the blood oath require contribution points to exchange for within the sect. The disheveled old man's act was equivalent to giving a benefit to Su Zimo in secret. Receiving the paper, Su Zimo nodded in thanks. "All right, head back then and make a blood oath with this spirit tiger soon. Head to the old man guard and get a spirit beast badge from him too. Don't drag too long," the disheveled old man instructed before soaring into the skies and speeding out of the sect. Within ethereal sect, even spirit beasts of cultivators had a badge for recognition and free entry and exit of the fog formation. Watching everything unfold before his eyes, the spirit tiger's blood curdled as it cried internally, "It's really over now. I can't run anymore. Once the blood oath is made, I'll be his tiger from now on." Su Zimo summoned his flying sword and the spirit tiger joined him. Before long, they arrived at his cave abode on Weapon Peak. Through the journey, Su Zimo was silent and expressionless. Arriving at his cave abode, Su Zimo gave a casual rub and the paper that contained the blood oath turned into dust, scattering through the air. When the spirit tiger saw that, its jaw dropped slightly apart in shock. It had been watching Su Zimo through the entire journey. The latter had not taken a look at the blood oath at all. Now that he destroyed the paper, did that imply that he already knew the blood oath? Su Zimo turned around and looked at the spirit tiger indifferently. "I'm not going to make a blood oath with you. If you choose to follow me, nod your head. If not, you can leave now." The spirit tiger was stunned. A choice. This human could have made a blood oath without it daring to resist at all. Yet, the human had chosen to give it a choice. That gave the spirit tiger an unprecedented sense of respect and trust. Ow! Ow! Suddenly, blood rushed into the spirit tiger's head as its mind went blank, causing it to nod furiously like a chicken pecking for rice on the ground. Su Zimo chuckled. "All right, since you chose to follow me, you can't betray me. Of course, I'll treat you the same way." Unknown to the man and beast, a pair of eyes were concealed within the depths of the clouds above them, watching everything that transpired between them as well as listening in on their conversation. Su Zimo entered his cave abode with the spirit tiger tagging along. Clouds rumbled as a gigantic pair of wings flapped, covering the skies as it flew towards Ethereal Peak. When it returned to this cave abode that now felt familiar after multiple days of torture, the spirit tiger calmed down and was troubled. "Bloody hell, what happened to me just now? How did I agree to it so rashly? That guy was clearly just trying to bribe me. Sigh, how illogical. The spirit tiger regretted its decision. However, since it had made a promise, it felt bad to renege on it in the blink of an eye. As long as he doesn't do that to me, I can accept even those random cries every now and then. Alright, I'll just stay here on that condition for now then. Since we didn't make a blood oath, I'm free to come and go. At that thought, the spirit tiger felt no burden and stayed in Suzimo's cave abode for the time being. An additional spirit beast did not affect Suzimo's life much. The spirit tiger would head out to look for food every now and then, even bringing some back for Suzimo. Because Suzimo had demonic cultivation, he required sustenance through meat as well. The spirit tiger's actions saved him trouble and helped to conserve the essence of his scarlet flame fruit as well. Suzimo spent the following period of time cultivating the marrow cleansing section while raising his cultivation realm and improving on weapon refinement. After the disheveled old man's hint, Suzimo went to look for him at the weapon refinement hall for all doubts and view projections left behind by seniors in the sect at the same time. In this period of time, Suzimo made tons of improvement for the first 4 steps of weapon refinement. However, the most crucial step was the 5th one, spirit gathering. For that, he was still stuck and had no success in creating inferior-grade spirit weapons yet. Instead, his storage bag was now filled with a whole bunch of pseudo-spirit flying swords. The disheveled old man had once said that weapon refinement masters would develop a unique sense of spirit perception after a long time of refining weapons, and that would help with spirit gathering. For advanced weapon refinement masters, the chances of them gathering a single spirit pattern to create an inferior-grade spirit weapon was close to 100%. Suzimo had spirit perception as well, but it was different from the one weapon refinement masters had. He had tried to make use of his own spirit perception for spirit gathering, but to no avail. During that period of time, there was another month-end test on Weapon Peak. Once again, Feng Haoyu came to Weapon Peak and even sent Qi refinement warriors to Suzimo's cave abode, challenging the latter. However, Suzimo refused to see them. The reason why he had taken part in the previous test was because he wanted to observe the projections. But, now that he could view them at any time he wanted, there was no need to waste time on the test. He couldn't care less about Feng Haoyu's challenge. What Suzimo did not realize was that his rejection of the challenge would indirectly lead to the greatest crisis in the history of Ethereal Peak. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo had joined the sect for more than 2 months. It was already mid of the year by now. This day, Suzimo was pondering about the technique of spirit gathering in his cave abode when the spirit tiger's sharp ears heard the sound of sword kinesis flight speeding towards their direction. Before long, his door sounded with hurried knocks. "Bro, open up. Are you there?" Little Fatty's voice rang out. Suzimo sighed. He was about to make headway when his thought process was broken. Getting off his stone bed, he walked out of his cave abode with the spirit tiger behind him. Because the spirit tiger was even taller than the little fatty and it looked feral, the latter was so scared that he almost fled from the spot on his flying sword. It was only after he saw the spirit beast badge on the spirit tiger's neck that little fatty calmed down and chuckled. "Bro, you're amazing. You even have a spirit beast now. What happened? What are you so flustered for?" Suzimo saw that little fatty's nose was filled with beads of sweat as though he had rushed over because something had happened. Slapping his forehead, little fatty replied hurriedly, "Bro, it's bad. Weapon Peak's disciples are fighting with Spirit Peak disciples in our Peak's spirit arena." Suzimo frowned. "Explain everything clearly. What's going on?" "It's like this." Little Fatty organized his thoughts and related the entire event thoroughly. Suzimo's eyes turned colder by the moment. So, he was the cause of the conflict between disciples of both peaks. During this period of time, Suzimo was always in his cave abode and had rarely appeared. Not only did he not take part in the month-end test, he did not even reply to Feng Haoyu's challenge. However, that made Feng Haoyu feel as though he was being looked down on. It was an absolute disgrace for him. Naturally, disciples of Spirit Peak began to mock that Suzimo was a coward who did not dare to accept the challenge and whatnot. When disciples of Weapon Peak heard it, they naturally felt uncomfortable as well, and because of that, Both sides had been engaging in a verbal war for the past period of time. Everything escalated to this day when the fight exploded, causing disciples of both peaks to engage in a challenge. To be honest, other than Su Zimo, none of the Weapon Peak disciples had a heaven spirit root, and neither were they well-versed in fighting techniques. Most of the Weapon Peak disciples spent their time raising their cultivation states and refining weapons. Even for Chi refinement warriors at the same cultivation realm, Weapon Peak disciples were far inferior compared to Spirit Peak disciples. In fact, even those that were merely a level higher may lose as well. This was a challenge that Weapon Peak could not win. Without saying anything more, Su Zimo summoned his flying sword and said grimly, "Go!" to Spirit Peak. The Spirit Tiger leapt on the sword as well. As Su Zimo's spirit beast, it naturally had to follow suit. During this period of time, Su Zimo's had gotten to level 6 Chi condensation. At full speed, his sword kinesis flight was almost comparable to Little Fatty, who was level 7 Chi condensation. One had to understand that Little Fatty had a heaven spirit root as well. However, the fact that they had a similar speed implied that Su Zimo's quality of spirit chi was even higher than Little Fatty's. This doesn't make sense. Little Fatty was puzzled. Bro, don't be rash later on. They were about to arrive at Spirit Peak, and when Little Fatty saw the coldness in Su Zimo's eyes, he reminded out of fear that the latter might do anything inappropriate. Su Zimo did not reply. Cultivators were not allowed to fight one another casually within Ethereal Peak. If they had any grudges to settle, they would have to do it in the Spirit Arena. Each peak had their own Spirit Arenas located in the westward direction respectively. After all, the westward represented the metal element. It was a sign to kill. However, even in the Spirit Arenas, cultivators were not allowed to kill or cripple the other party's cultivation. It was only a place to determine the winner. But of course, duels, especially between cultivators who were evenly matched, were usually decided through a single crucial moment. It was difficult for anyone to properly hold back their power for those critical moments, and the accidents have happened in the Spirit Arenas before as well. Before long, Su Zimo and Little Fatty arrived above Spirit Peak. At the westward direction, a large group of people gathered with many disciples looking on. Su Zimo and Little Fatty descended outside the Spirit Arena. "Make way, make way!" With his fat body, Little Fatty paved a path forcefully. Many Spirit Peak disciples were just about to scold him when they caught sight of the Spirit Tiger behind Su Zimo and got jolted in shock, swallowing their words. In front of Su Zimo, the Spirit Tiger was tame as a kitten, but out here, it was ferocious and mighty, even letting out a feral roar every now and then. Soon, they arrived at the front of the crowd. There were at least 2,000 trial disciples looking on around the Spirit Arena. It wasn't just Spirit and Weapon Peak. Disciples of the other 3 peaks had arrived upon hearing the news as well. The stir caused by this challenge had rattled all 5 peaks. Those that stood at the front of the crowd were naturally the prodigies and talents of every sect. Lung Ro with the Ice Spirit root was amongst them as well, watching on with her usual coldness. In the Spirit Arena, a level 8 Chi refinement warrior of Spirit Peak was engaged in battle against Shui. Shui was at level 9 Chi condensation, a realm higher than this person. However, he was being suppressed to a big disadvantage, and it was only a matter of time before he lost. A fight between Chi refinement warriors was limited where items such as spirit weapons and talismans were not used. Even though they were both riding a single flying sword, the level 8 Chi refinement warrior of Spirit Peak clearly had a much better mastery with it, as his flying sword pressured Shui endlessly. Shui's mastery of his flying sword was clearly much clumsier. That's Sun Tao, a heaven spirit root. He's nothing much in Spirit Peak and only listens to Feng Haoyu. Bro. Even though I'm only level 7 Chi condensation, I might even be able to take down this man too. Little Fatty whispered at the side. Su Zimo nodded his head and looked around, spotting the haughty, purple-robed Feng Haoyu standing nearby. Right then, Feng Haoyu turned to look at Su Zimo too. A taunting look flickered through Feng Haoyu's eyes. "Fufu, you're finally willing to show yourself?" Feng Haoyu scoffed coldly and suddenly declared loudly, "Sun Tao, don't drag this anymore and end it quickly. The genius of Weapon Peak is here to watch." Feng Haoyu placed particular emphasis on the word genius. Right then, countless gazes turned towards Su Zimo. Lung Ro turned slightly and glanced at Su Zimo indifferently before looking back. Despite the intense fight, Sun Tao was still able to afford the distraction of looking out of the spirit arena. After he saw Su Zimo, Sun Tao burst out into laughter and activated some hand seals. His flying sword shone brightly and burst forth with energy, hitting Shui Yi's flying sword away and piercing towards his heart. Shui Yi's eyes were instantly panicked. He wanted to dodge, but at the sight of the incoming flying sword, his body went slightly stiff instead. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. Just as the flying sword was about to pierce Shui Yi's chest, Sun Tao chuckled and adjusted its trajectory upwards. Poof! The flying sword pierced through Shui Yi's shoulder blade and brought forth a stream of blood. Groaning, Shui Yi was brought to a stagger from the force and fell from the spirit arena. A couple of disciples from Weapon Peak rushed forth to support Shui Yi, applying ointment on the wound to slowly stop the bleeding. The disciples of Weapon Peak watched angrily and shouted as Sun Tao walked slowly off the spirit arena. The winner was already decided. Why did you still injure him? Humph. No one is to blame for his lackluster skills. Sun Tao scoffed coldly. Weapon Peak is only good at talking. Level 9 Qi condensation? So what? Even if you're a realm above me, you're nothing in my eyes. Su Zimo kept silent the entire time, looking frighteningly calm. Standing beside him, little Fatty naturally could feel the sharp aura that was exuding forth from within Su Zimo. It was horrifying. Bro, if you want to fight, please don't touch them out here. The sex rules states that cultivators can only spar within the spirit arena. Even though Su Zimo was only at level 6 Qi condensation, for some reason, little Fatty always felt that he was extremely strong. Terrifyingly strong. Su Zimo headed up and checked out Shui Yi's wound. The sword had pierced his shoulder blade and the wound would take at least a month to recover. Shui Yi's face was pale. When he caught sight of Su Zimo, he forced out a smile. Junior brother Su, you're here too. Su Zimo nodded his head. Senior brother, rest well. I'll make them pay for this. Don't. Shui Yi's expression changed as he tugged at Su Zimo's arm, shaking his head. Junior brother, don't fall into their trap. The reason why they did this was to lure up into the spirit arena so that they can cripple you, rendering you incapable of taking part in the year-end face-off. That's right, Junior brother Su. You don't have to bother with our affairs. As long as you win Feng Haoyu in the year-end face-off, that'll be as good as making them pay. The other Weapon Peak disciples chimed in. Su Zimo shook his head. When he saw that, Shui Yi was even more anxious. Junior brother, you've only joined the sect for less than 3 months, so you've probably never been to Spirit Peak to learn battling techniques between cultivators. How are you going to fight them? I'm at level 9 Qi condensation and I lost, let alone your level 6. Don't be silly. Even though Shui Yi's words were unkind, he had actually said them out of concern. Humph! Sun Tao, who had exited the spirit arena, passed by Su Zimo and the others. When he heard that, he smirked and raised his brow. If Junior brother Su wants to have a fight, we've got other level 6 Qi condensation disciples in Spirit Peak. If that doesn't work, how about I get a level 5 to go against you? How's that sound? Ha ha! A series of laughter burst forth from the crowd. Junior brother Su, I'm only at level 5 Qi condensation. I'm willing to spar you in the spirit arena. Do you dare to? A disciple from Spirit Peak stood up. Another Spirit Peak disciple yelled, Junior brother Su, we joined the sect at the same time. Even though I'm only at level 4 Qi condensation now, I can still be your opponent too. Feng Haoyu looked at Su Zimo and remarked idly, if you're thinking of finding a level 3 Qi refinement warrior as an opponent, then I guess that's something Spirit Peak doesn't have. Ha ha ha. The laughter roared even louder. That's too much. The disciples of Weapon Peak were so angry that their faces went green. Little Fatty sighed at the side. Even though he sided with Su Zimo, he was still someone of Spirit Peak at the end of the day and could not say anything at the moment. Shui Yi clutched his wound and said softly, Junior brother Su, let's head back. Don't fall for their trap. I was the cause of this to begin with, so things should end with me. Right after he said that, Su Zimo turned to look at Feng Haoyu before saying slowly, Feng Haoyu, for the sake of that fake title of being top of 3 peaks, you've created so much trouble directly and indirectly. I had initially thought that you would be a somebody, but now. Su Zimo did not continue, merely shaking his head. A gold glare flickered through Feng Haoyu's eyes as he asked icily, What do you mean by that? You've been wanting to challenge me, right? Su Zimo continued, As you wish. Get to the spirit arena then. The voices in the crowd gradually vanished. Everyone looked at Su Zimo in astonishment, unable to believe what they had just heard. Su Zimo wanted to challenge Feng Haoyu? One was at level 6 Qi condensation while the other was at level 8. One was a disciple of Weapon Peak, untrained in fighting techniques, while the other was the number 1 genius of Spirit Peak. The difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Even little Fatty was stumped as well. While he believed that Su Zimo was strong, it wasn't to the extent of Feng Haoyu's strength. But the sudden challenge declaration to Feng Haoyu sent little Fatty into a fluster. Junior brother Su, don't do that. Shui thought that Su Zimo had issued the challenge because he was young and impetuous. Ha ha ha. After a momentary silence, an even louder roar of laughter burst out from the crowd. Some of the Spirit Peak disciples clutched at their stomachs in laughter. I can't do it. The Su Zimo is way too hilarious. He wants to challenge junior brother Feng. That's what I call overestimating one's strength. Isn't that right? How did he manage to even say it out? That guy is real thick, that's for sure. Feng Haoyu merely smiled and watched Su Zimo silently. He did not have to say anything. By now, Su Zimo was already a laughingstock of the entire place. Sun Tao said with a stifled chuckle nearby, Are you even fit to challenge junior brother Feng? Su Zimo eyed him and replied coldly, Don't worry, once I'm done with him, you'll be next. Roar! Suddenly, the spirit tiger lowered its body and gave off an ear-piercing howl, silencing the clamor of the crowd instantly. Many of the disciples that were onlooking were shocked as well, stumbling back instinctively as a stir broke out through the moving crowd. Scouring around the place, the spirit tiger's aura was ferocious as it looked on with feral eyes and snarling teeth. Some of the female disciples were so rattled that they screamed endlessly. This ended the spirit tiger's previous depression as it gloated internally. The fact that it was subdued by Su Zimo did not mean that it was weak. On the contrary, it was strong. In fact, a high-level Qi refinement warrior might not even win it in a death bout. Most of the Spirit Peak disciples head out often and have been in many battles including against spirit beasts. Right now, they were much more composed as they realized that this was Su Zimo's spirit beast from the badge on its neck. Sun Tao narrowed his gaze and sneakily dodged away from the spirit tiger's line of view, pulling out a flying sword stealthily. His eyes were filled with malicious intent. Swoosh! The flying sword left his hand and shot out towards the spirit tiger's head. Sun Tao's attack was extremely sneaky without any warning at all. Coupled with the fact that there were more than 2,000 people around, the entire place was noisy with auras mixed together. By the time the spirit tiger noticed, the flying sword was already near to it. It was an extremely vicious move that was aimed on killing it without holding back at all. With its life at stake, the spirit tiger leapt to the side and slanted its head as quickly as possible. Shing! A stream of blood flashed by. A long, bloody wound appeared on the body of the spirit tiger as its skin peeled outwards with blood flowing endlessly. Roar! Crumbling to the ground, the spirit tiger's body shivered repeatedly. It howled out miserably with pain in its eyes. Su Zimo's expression changed as he turned around sharply. Looking at the spirit tiger injured on the ground, his heart was filled with a strong killing intent. The reason why Su Zimo did not realize the danger approaching was because Sun Tao's attack was not aimed for him. By the time he heard the sound of the flying sword, it was too late. Furthermore, Su Zimo's attention was focused on Feng Haoyu with his back facing Sun Tao. He had not expected that someone would ignore the rules of the sect and strike outside of the spirit arena. When he saw Su Zimo's eyes, little Fatty's heart skipped a beat. Shit, something bad is about to happen. Failed to pierce the spirit tiger's head? Sun Tao's eyes filled with a trace of disappointment as he harumphed coldly. You got lucky, beast. You are courting death. A demonic red light shimmered through the depths of Su Zimo's eyes as he hollered. Suddenly, he arrived in front of Sun Tao within a single step that crossed 20 feet. That was none other than the plow heaven stride. Even though it looked plain, it was intimidating as Sun Tao was so rattled that blood drained from his face. He suddenly felt as though the being before him was not a human, but an ancient beast. Su Zimo's killing intent was torrential. With a backhand slap, he whipped at Sun Tao's cheek. Bang! Sun Tao could not fight back at all. The last thing he knew was his vision blackening. He was knocked down by Su Zimo, crashing headfirst. A large pit formed around his head as he fainted on the spot with blood oozing from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Above the spirit arena somewhere beyond the clouds where the eyes could not reach, a surprised murmur sounded out. A gigantic pair of wings that was barely visible appeared with a pair of eyes observing everything beneath coldly. Weird. How come that lad's blood has... A barely perceivable mutter could be heard from above the skies. At the spirit arena, the entire series of events caused an uproar. It started with Sun Tao's sneak attack that injured Su Zimo's spirit tiger. That was something that everything could still accept as reality. But what happened next had them all stunned. By the time little Fatty wanted to prevent it, it was already too late. No one had expected that Su Zimo would lay a hand on Sun Tao. Not just that, Sun Tao was knocked out with a single slap and no one knew if he was even alive still. Careless. It must be out of carelessness. That was the first thought across everyone's mind. Sun Tao was a level 8 Qi refinement warrior of Spirit Peak. The only possibility for him to be defeated by a level 6 Qi refinement warrior of Weapon Peak in a single move must be because he was being careless. It's over, it's over. Bro totally ignored the sex rules and laid a hand on a fellow sect mate out of the spirit arena. Now, no one even knows if Sun Tao is still alive. This is bad. Little Fatty scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously, trying to think of a way out of this. Insolent. Audacious. Su Zimo, how dare you break our sex rules and hurt a fellow sect mate? You're the one courting death. Many disciples of Spirit Peak rushed out from the crowd and surrounded Su Zimo, barking at him angrily with unfriendly looks. Watching everything nearby, Feng Haoyu's eyes filled with a taunting look as he gloated internally. Seems like I don't even have to do it personally anymore. What a witless fool. Fufu. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he looked at the surrounding Spirit Peak disciples coldly. Squatting down, he applied ointment to the spirit tiger's wound. The spirit tiger endured through the pain and looked at Su Zimo with blinking eyes, feeling a sense of warmness gush through its heart. Lung Ro at the side nodded her head in acknowledgement as she saw that too. Everything aside, the fact that Su Zimo could maintain his composure in front of more than 1,000 Spirit Peak disciples was proof of his mental fortitude. She acknowledged that she wouldn't even be able to match Su Zimo's calmness. Everyone, please don't be rash. Don't get hasty now, guys. Little Fatty hopped out and bowed to everyone, giggling. If you guys make a move, that means that everyone would have broken the sex rules too, right? Upon hearing that, many of the Spirit Peak disciples looked apprehensive as they stood rooted momentarily, feeling embarrassed to strike out. Feng Haoyu's gaze shimmered as he suddenly leaned and whispered to a Spirit Peak disciple beside him. Nodding in acknowledgement, that disciple rode his flying sword and dashed towards Spirit Peak's palace. A look of disgust flickered through Lung Ro's eyes when she saw that. She need not guess further. Feng Haoyu must have asked that person to snitch so that they could get seniors of the sect to deal with Su Zimo. Su Zimo, how dare you hurt our people on our premises? Do you really think Spirit Peak is that weak? Just as both sides were in a stalemate, Feng Haoyu suddenly remarked. When he heard that, little Fatty's heart sank. What a devious man. That statement was clearly meant to stir everyone's emotions, so that Su Zimo would end up fighting with the disciples of Spirit Peak. The graver this matter became, the more severe Su Zimo's punishment would be. Indeed, right after Feng Haoyu said that, some of the initially hesitant Spirit Peak disciples looked much more resolute. Placing their hands slowly on their storage bags, they were ready to strike at any moment. Finally, one Spirit Peak disciple could hold it in no longer. Confident of his physical strength because he had cultivated a body-tempering technique in the past, he harumphed coldly and walked forth, reaching for Su Zimo's hair while barking, "Su Zimo, we're asking you a question. Don't act mute. Get lost." Without even turning back, Su Zimo flung his arm. Even though it looked flimsy, a loud crack sound akin to that of a whip rang out. Piak! Before that Spirit Peak disciple's palm could even reach Su Zimo, he was sent flying into the crowd by that slap. His teeth cracked as he coughed out blood, knocking out cold on the ground. Everyone was in an uproar. Little Fatty was almost on the brink of tears. He was trying his best to stop the situation from escalating, but now, everything he had done was in vain. Su Zimo's strikes were so swift that no one could react to it at all. Now he had enraged all of Spirit Peak's disciples. The many Spirit Peak disciples summoned their flying swords which hovered in the air, ready to strike at any moment. Dozens of Weapon Peak disciples surrounded Su Zimo with their flying swords summoned as well. Both sides were pointing swords at one another as war was on the brink of breaking out. Feng Haoyu's eyes gloated even merrier. "Don't fight! Don't fight!" When Little Fatty saw that, he was even more troubled as he took out a huge axe from his storage bag. Pulling out a talisman with his left hand, he slapped it on Su Zimo's back. Instantly, a barrier of light appeared around Su Zimo's body. It was a protection talisman. Instead of using it on himself, Little Fatty gave it to Su Zimo. That act had Su Zimo feeling extremely touched. What Little Fatty did would undoubtedly offend his fellow disciples of Spirit Peak. "Damned Fatty! Which side are you on?" a Spirit Peak disciple shouted. Suddenly, Little Fatty's expression turned grim. His smile disappeared as he hollered, "Fuck you! It's none of your matter whose side I'm on." That shout from Little Fatty caused many Spirit Peak disciples to be stumped. Ever since he had joined the sect, no one had seen Little Fatty get angry before. He was always smiling and friendly. In fact, he had even more friends than Feng Haoyu. Realizing that he may have acted inappropriately, Little Fatty pouted his lips. "I'm a fatty and so be it, but I hate people calling me damned fatty." Suddenly, a shout boomed out from afar. "Everyone, disperse!" A beam of light shot over and appeared above everyone's head with an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator standing on his flying sword. Behind him stood the Spirit Peak disciple that snitched. "Greetings, Senior Brother Chun." "Good timing, Senior Brother Chin. Please redress our grievances." Su Zimo of Weapon Peak broke the sect's rules by assaulting fellow sect mates. Many disciples of Spirit Peak cupped their fists and greeted, recognizing the man who had arrived. Little Fatty whispered hurriedly, "Bro, don't offend this person. He's an inner sect disciple of the disciplinary hall, Chun Yu. He must be here to cause trouble for you because he's on friendly terms with Feng Haoyu. Please just bear with it." Pausing for a moment, Little Fatty continued, afraid that Su Zimo might not understand the severity of things. "We can't afford to offend inner sect disciples. Otherwise, we'll suffer after we get promoted to the inner sect. Besides, he's someone of the disciplinary hall. It was only normal for someone of the disciplinary hall to come settle things since a disciple had broken the sect's rules. However, if the person that had arrived was on good terms with Feng Haoyu, that meant something. This person did not mean well." Chun Yu's expression was solemn as his gaze swept through the messy crowd. Descending slowly, he surveyed the place and asked sternly, "Who is Su Zimo?" Su Zimo was just done with attending to the spirit tiger's wound, and the red gleam in his eyes had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with a look of hidden uneasiness. He wasn't worried about this disciple of the disciplinary hall, but something else. When he heard Chun Yu's question, Su Zimo patted the spirit tiger's body to comfort it before standing up. Turning around, he replied calmly, I heard that you've only joined the sect for less than 3 months? Yes. How dare you? Chen Yu suddenly bellowed out coldly. Su Zimo remained silent. Feng Haoyu's hands were behind his back with his lips slightly curled, looking on with a hint of mockery. The moment Chen Yu arrived, Feng Haoyu knew that Su Zimo's reputation was over. He could not think of a way for Su Zimo to get out of this. A ban from the year-end face-off was probably the lightest of all punishments for breaking sect rules. For worst-case scenarios, Su Zimo could be locked in seclusion indefinitely, have his cultivation crippled or even kicked out of the sect. Chen Yu smirked internally at Su Zimo's silence and declared, Su Zimo, you've broken our sect rules by hurting your fellow sect mates. In the name of the disciplinary hall, I shall cripple you and kick you out of the sect. The moment he said that, everyone's expressions changed. That punishment was way too severe. Even disciples from Spirit Peak felt that it was a little too cruel as they looked at Su Zimo with pity. Anyone who could join Ethereal Sect were all people who had exceptional endowments and mental fortitudes. Yet, he was going to have his cultivation crippled, turning him into a mere mortal. Not just that, he was even going to be kicked out of the sect. That was a blow that no one would be able to accept. Lung Ro frowned and looked at Su Zimo instinctively. To her surprise, the green-robed man's expression had not changed in the slightest bit. His eyes were indifferent, as though he hadn't heard what Chen Yu had said. Is he utterly dejected or scared silly? But Lung Ro wouldn't have imagined in her wildest imaginations that Su Zimo's current calmness was because there was no fear in his heart, as he had already made up his mind. No one will be able to take away his cultivation. If Chen Yu dared lay a hand on him, he would dare to fight back or even kill. And in the worst-case scenario, even if his cultivation was crippled, he could continue with his demonic cultivation. He was not going to let things end so easily today. Little Fatty's expression was worried. After much conflicted thoughts, he could no longer hold it in as he said loudly, Senior Brother Chen, I think that the punishment is a little too severe. Please show some mercy. That's right, Senior Brother Chen. Su Zimo has only joined the sect for less than 3 months. It's understandable. I agree. Similar things have happened in the past, but I've never heard of anyone having their cultivations crippled or kicked out of the sect. Many disciples of Weapon Peak chimed in to speak up for Su Zimo. Humph! Chen Yu harumphed loudly and shouted, All of you, shut up. Since you guys are not convinced, I'll explain to you why. Ignoring sect rules and hurting fellow sect mates is something that's subjective. However, this incident nearly escalated to a full-out bout between disciples of Weapon and Spirit Peak. That's unpardonable. If I was slightly later and disciples of both peaks end up fighting with severe injuries, who is going to bear the responsibility? The way Chen Yu put it made it seem as though the crime was truly heinous. Suddenly, everyone went silent. Right then, Su Zimo spoke. Based on what you said, I didn't start the incident. Everyone saw that I wasn't the one who started the provocation. Sun Tao was the one who made a move first. If we're talking about who broke sect rules, he did it first. When he heard that, Feng Haoyu shook his head with a taunting look. Oh! Chen Yu was expressionless as he asked, Sun Tao struck at you? That's right. Su Zimo nodded. Bullshit. Chen Yu shouted. Sun Tao clearly struck your spirit beast. The sect decreed that cultivators are not to strike at one another. However, there's no rules stating that they're not to strike at spirit beasts. So, Sun Tao's actions do not equate to a violation of sect rules. At that moment, some people finally realized why Sun Tao chose to strike at Su Zimo's spirit beast instead of him. It was premeditated. He just probably had not expected to be knocked out by a single slap of Su Zimo. Calmly, Su Zimo replied, Striking at my spirit beast is the same as striking at me. There's no difference. Fufu. Chen Yu scoffed coldly. How dare you argue at a time like this? A spirit beast is nothing more than an animal. How dare you break our sect rules to injure fellow sect mates for an animal? That makes you doubly guilty. To me, spirit beasts are no different from people. In fact, some people aren't even comparable to spirit beasts. At least spirit beasts don't create internal strife and plot against you. Su Zimo continued indifferently. If spirit beasts are no different from animals to you, then some people aren't even comparable to animals to me. If I whack those people, so be it then. When he heard that, Feng Haoyu's expression turned stiff. Those words pierced at his heart like needles. Most people around could tell what Su Zimo meant by those words. Little Fatty and Shui could not help but roar in agreement internally. If it was them, they would not be able to rebut the same way in front of someone from the disciplinary hall. What a glib tongue you have. Chun Yu's voice was ice cold as a killing intent rose within him. They were surrounded by trial disciples of all 5 peaks. Su Zimo's constant rebuttal caused him to look bad in front of everyone. If he did not exert his authority right now, his image as a disciple of the disciplinary hall was going to suffer in the future. Su Zimo, don't force me to kill you with my own hands. Chun Yu narrowed his gaze, no longer hiding his killing intent. Little Fatty's body shuddered as he tugged at Su Zimo's sleeves, hinting for the latter to not say anything more and let matters get worse. Everyone could tell that if Su Zimo continued, Chun Yu would definitely make a move to kill him right there. Shui looked at Su Zimo nervously, shaking his head fervently. The tension was so high around the spirit arena that the atmosphere felt ice-cold. Everything that had happened was beyond everyone's expectations, including Feng Haoyu. No one expected Su Zimo to be this stubborn and unyielding. Lowering his head, Su Zimo placed his palm on the storage bag, and in the blink of an eye, a cold, gleaming saber appeared in his hands. Pest! Everyone gasped. What Su Zimo did was simply way too dangerous. He was going to get himself killed. Before that thought even dispersed from everyone's minds, Su Zimo spoke indifferently. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll kill you. That was tit for tat. All 2,000-odd disciples of the 5 peaks broke into an uproar. Above in the clouds, the hidden eyes had not left and was watching everything unfold beneath keenly. When it heard Su Zimo's declaration, an amused look appeared in those eyes. Brave lad indeed. Interesting. At the spirit arena, all the disciples were in shock. They were not even thinking about how a level 6 Qi refinement warrior could go against a disciple of the disciplinary hall. All of their thoughts were on how Su Zimo even had the courage to make such a declaration. There were only 2 possibilities. He was either stupid or insane. Everyone looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dead man. Initially, Chun Yu had only wanted to cripple Su Zimo's cultivation and kick him out of the sect. But now he could rightfully kill Su Zimo on the spot. Well, well, well. Chun Yu's anger turned into laughter as he nodded his head repeatedly, remarking coldly. To think that trial disciples of Weapon Peak have fallen to such a state where they don't even know what's good for them. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Slapping his storage bag, a flying sword appeared in Chun Yu's palm. Injecting spirit chi to it, the flying sword shone with a bright gleam as 2 bedazzling spirit lights appeared on the sword. It was a middle-grade spirit weapon. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze. Right as he was about to move, an authoritative voice boomed out from the skies. Stop! A shadow appeared and sped over with a frightening speed, soaring through the skies without the use of any items. It was a perfected golden core. Chun Yu turned his head slightly and frowned. He was not going to have the courage to strike in the presence of a perfected golden core. With a dark expression, Chun Yu glared at Su Zimo and suppressed his killing intent for now. The person who had arrived as in his 50s. Arriving in lightning speed, his white robes fluttered loudly, exuding the aura of an immortal descending upon the world. On the sleeves of the man's white robe was an emblem of a flying sword. It was Spirit Peak's master, Wan Xian. Su Zimo had seen this person before at the top of the front peak when he joined Ethereal Peak. Greetings, Master. The many disciples of Spirit Peak shouted out. Greetings, Peak Master. Disciples of the other 4 peaks bowed and greeted as well. The appearance of Spirit Peak's master naturally meant that there would be no fight. Heaving a sigh of relief, Little Fatty, Shui and the rest finally looked more relaxed. Spirit Peak's master would be the one to decide how this matter should be resolved. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before keeping his cold moon saber. Peak Master, Su Zimo? It's fine, I know everything. Chunyu spoke right away, wanting to explain everything to Wen, but was interrupted by the latter's wave of his hand. Standing tall in the air, Wen looked at Su Zimo silently. Even though he looked calm, no one could read his thoughts at all. After a long time, he asked slowly, Su Zimo, do you acknowledge your wrongdoings? Hearing that, little fatty, Shui and the rest were delighted. That meant that there was a high chance Wen wasn't going to punish Su Zimo as heavily as Chunyu did. Before the joy could disappear from the eyes of little fatty and the rest, Su Zimo's reply caused their expressions to freeze up. A stir broke out amongst the crowd as well. I'm not in the wrong. Su Zimo raised his head and looked at Wen, replying calmly. If Su Zimo rebutting Chunyu was understandable, his rebuttal of a peak master was definitely irrational. But in truth, Su Zimo was never a rational man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood his ground instead of kneeling back in Pingyang town against perfected Songlang's oppression. He would not have headed into Yen City's capital alone to kill the king of Yen despite knowing of the dangers. He would not have proceeded resolutely despite knowing that there was a high chance he might die in the hands of Joyful Clan's Foundation establishment cultivators. Right was right and wrong was wrong. Su Zimo was never going to bow down in the face of power. Not too far away, the other 4 peak masters watched the situation develop. There was no way they did not know about such a huge commotion where disciples of 2 peaks challenged one another. When he heard Su Zimo's reply, a Ray Peak's master sighed gently. Even though that lad's character is stubborn and somewhat unlikable, it's really rare. I do admire him. That's the type of guts and defiance that someone who cultivates should possess. The path of cultivation is one that defies the heavens to begin with. Even though that's true, that lad's cultivation path will definitely be fraught with obstacles. 3 peak masters discussed amongst themselves as the disheveled old man shook his head without saying anything. It wasn't appropriate for them to make an appearance since everything was happening on Spirit Peak. At the Spirit Arena, after hearing Su Zimo's reply, Wen went silent for a moment. Su Zimo, let me ask you a question. Wen spoke slowly. Today you injured Sun Tao because he injured your spirit beast. If he killed your spirit beast, what would you have done? As though it had realized something, the spirit tiger growled softly. It had an intellect equal to that of a grown man, and it could tell that if Su Zimo were to bow down in defeat now, he would be able to get off with a light punishment. Its roar was to hold Su Zimo back. Turning to look at the spirit tiger on the ground, Su Zimo suddenly smiled. He already had an answer for that question. Su Zimo was bent on revenge against perfected Songlang for killing his steed, Zhui Feng. Why would things be different now that this spirit tiger was his spirit beast too? Of course I'll kill him. You'd kill your fellow sect mate for a spirit beast? Yes. Give me a reason. Since the spirit beast chose to follow me, I naturally have to protect it properly too. Roar. Roar. Ignoring its wound, the spirit tiger struggled to stand up and walked to Su Zimo's side, growling in deep pain while rubbing its head against his arm. The spirit tiger had never truly decided that it wanted to follow Su Zimo. Besides, it could leave at any moment without the binding of a blood oath. That was until this moment when it had made up its mind to never leave this person for the rest of its life. Even if they had no blood oath, that would be the case. When the 4 peak masters heard the conversation, all of them frowned. No matter how much of a ruckus Su Zimo caused in the past, they could overlook it because nothing had blown out of proportion. But the fact that he expressed his willingness to kill a fellow sect mate over a spirit beast was a hard pill for them to swallow. Right then, even the perfected golden cores did not realize that in the depths of the clouds, a hidden pair of eyes was still watching everything silently. When it heard Su Zimo's reply, the pair of eyes gave a look of slight surprise before turning into a ruminating admiration. Master, I think that not only is this man heartless, he's merciless towards our sect mates as well. We're bound to be faced with greater turmoil if he remains in the sect. Finally, Feng Haoyu had spoken up. The meaning of his words was clear: kick Su Zimo out of the sect. When Xian was silent, countless pairs of eyes watched him, awaiting his final decision. Suddenly, when Xian asked, Su Zimo, as a heaven spirit root, your endowment completely qualifies you for Spirit Peak. But, do you know why you were asked to join Weapon Peak? I don't know, Su Zimo replied. Su Zimo was not the only one. The many disciples around had the same doubts. It was especially so for Little Fatty and the others who had joined the sect at the same time. All of them had witnessed Su Zimo ascending the peak and passing through the 8 distresses formation. It didn't make sense for someone like that to not join Spirit Peak. Your killing intent is too strong and you're too hot-headed. The reason why you were asked to join Weapon Peak and learn about weapon refinement was to train your mind and mow away your rashness. Once you're ready, you can naturally join Spirit Peak thereafter. At that, everyone finally understood. Shaking his head, when Xian's eyes were filled with pity as he sighed. But it's a pity that you're still the same despite 3 months of mowing. Everyone could tell of the deep disappointment within when Xian's tone. Pausing for a moment, as though he had made a decision, when Xian took a deep breath and declared, Su Zimo, trial disciple of Weapon Peak, you have gone against sect rules today and despite nearly causing a huge disaster, you refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoings. As the Peak Master of Spirit Peak, I declare that you're forbidden to take a single step into Spirit Peak from now on. The 2,000-odd disciples from all 5 peaks went absolutely silent. That punishment was way lighter than what Chun Yu proposed of crippling Su Zimo's cultivation and kicking him out of the sect. However, for the trial disciples, a restriction to Spirit Peak merely implied that they wouldn't get to learn the dueling techniques between Qi refinement warriors. It wasn't a huge loss. Little Fatty, Shui and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, being forbidden to enter Spirit Peak was way better than having one's cultivation crippled and kicked out of the sect. Even though Feng Haoyu was expressionless, he was indignant within. He had plotted immensely to create today's situation for the sake of getting Su Zimo kicked out of the sect. But it was all in vain. Even though that punishment seemed heavy, it would not prevent Su Zimo from taking part in the year-end face-off. To Feng Haoyu, that wasn't good news at all. Chun Yu's face dimmed as well. If not for Wen Xian's appearance, Su Zimo would have been a dead man to him. He was a step too late. If I had known, I should have just killed him instead of wasting time talking. That bloody brat is so insolent. How dare he go against me? At the start, Chun Yu had only appeared as a favor for Feng Haoyu. But now it was personal. All the disciples looked at Su Zimo, awaiting his response. After a moment, Su Zimo chuckled and replied nonchalantly, I'm willing to accept the punishment, but Little Fatty and the rest had just felt relieved when their hearts sank once more. Su Zimo changed the topic and cast his gaze at Feng Haoyu, saying in a gradually intense tone, This is not the end of today yet. Feng Haoyu, we both know the reason behind this challenge between disciples of both peaks. Since you want to fight, I'll grant your wish. Feng Haoyu smirked coldly in disdain. Initially, I had only planned on taking part in the year-end face-off for Weapon Peak. But now, I've changed my mind. Su Zimo continued indifferently. Listen up. For the year-end face-off, not only would you fail to get top for Weapon Peak, you won't succeed for Elixir Peak as well. Feng Haoyu had boasted previously that he wanted to be the top of Weapon, Elixir, and Spirit Peak. But Su Zimo's intent was clear. He was going to stop Feng Haoyu. Only, the moment Su Zimo's declaration was said, a series of scoffs broke out from the crowd. Even though refining weapons and elixirs both require spirit fire, both are completely different things. In the cultivation world, there has never been someone who was both a weapon and elixir refinement master. Furthermore, the amount of time and energy a person had was limited. Spending a portion of it on refining of elixirs or weapons was already the limit, let alone mastering both or even being number 1 in time. By now, there was only half a year left to the year-end face-off. This was definitely not enough time. But of course, it was undeniable that Su Zimo had a level 3 spirit fire. If he were to spend the rest of his next 6 months on refining elixirs and weapons, he would definitely be quite a threat to Feng Haoyu. That's not all. Just as everyone was in deep thoughts, Su Zimo said something which caused a huge uproar. Peak Master has forbidden me from stepping into Spirit Peak so naturally. I can't take part in the Spirit Peak face-off. But Once that is over, whether you're top in Spirit Peak or not, I'll issue you a challenge. See you in the spirit arena. All the 2,000-odd disciples froze dumbfounded. Su Zimo's final statement was beyond their imaginations. The fact that he could cultivate a level 3 spirit fire was something that everyone of the 5 peaks knew about. Therefore, it was still understandable for him to want to go against Feng Haoyu in terms of refining elixirs or weapons. But now, he was declaring war against Feng Haoyu as a level 6 Qi refinement warrior? That was insane. If he was going to spend his next 6 months on weapon and elixir refinement, how was he going to have the time to raise his cultivation? And even if Su Zimo could reach perfected Qi condensation, he was not well-versed in battles. Without a chance to step into Spirit Peak, how was he going to learn how to fight? How could he stand up against Feng Haoyu? He was just setting himself up to be humiliated. Fufu. Right then, Feng Haoyu finally laughed as he nodded. Amazing. Junior brother Su truly has an extraordinary spirit and courage. Since that's the case, I'll definitely accept the challenge at that time. I hope that you'll be able to give me a surprise. Don't worry. Su Zimo chuckled as well. It'll be a surprise for sure. I just don't know if you can still laugh thereafter. Ugh! The various disciples of Weapon Peak sighed grimly. Deep in his thoughts, little Fatty looked moody as well. Disciples of Talisman, Array and Elixir Peak looked excited, awaiting the show at the end of the year. However, disciples of Spirit Peak were just waiting to see Su Zimo make a fool out of himself. Before long, today's events would spread through Ethereal Peak and even intersect disciples would get to know about it, piquing their interest to watch. No matter what, with today's incident, the year-end face-off was now different from those in the past. Everyone would be awaiting it. Lung Ro's gaze had been fixed on Su Zimo for a long time now. Even though this man seemed refined, every single move, action and sentence he made sparked her curiosity. Cold by nature, she was someone unconcerned about anything other than cultivation. But now, even she was anticipating it internally. She wanted to see what would happen to this green-robed man at the year-end face-off. Was he going to shine brightly, or would he turn into a laughingstock? Summoning his flying sword, Su Zimo supported the spirit tiger on it carefully before hopping on himself. He nodded to Shui and everyone else. Fellow senior brothers, I'll make a move first. We'll leave as well. The many disciples of Weapon Peak summoned their flying swords and sped off after Su Zimo, leaving Spirit Peak. Little Fatty hesitated for a moment before making up his mind and followed suit. Before long, Su Zimo and the others disappeared from everyone's sights. Disciples of the other 3 peaks gradually dispersed from Spirit Peak as well. It was a momentary still to the current crisis. However, everyone knew that the year-end face-off would definitely create a huge stir. The eventual victor will be decided 6 months later. At the same time, a gigantic pair of wings tore through the skies from the depths of the clouds, flying into Ethereal Palace. If any disciples of the sect saw that, they would have recognized the owner of those wings as the mystical guardian beast, that terrifying crane. The crane's gigantic body landed into Ethereal Palace, but with a spin, it turned into a ravishing middle-aged lady, elegant with a head of red hair. Caw, caw! A cry came from a room as a smaller crane dashed over sadly upon sensing the aura of the red-headed beauty, flapping its wings furiously. That crane was the one who had deterred Su Zimo and the others at the front peak of Ethereal Peak. Shaking her head and smiling, the red-headed beauty looked at the little crane dotingly and asked, "Why? You're sad about being locked up." Caw! The little crane seemed as though it wanted to explain something. Looking at the pondering little crane, the red-headed beauty spoke gently after a while. "Child, I've been worrying about your future because I can't bear to see you being enslaved as someone else's spirit beast and losing your freedom. But I know that this day would come keeping you by my side, since I can't protect you for the rest of your life." The little crane did not know why its mother had suddenly turned so moody. Feeling fearful, it ran beside the red-headed beauty hastily. Smiling, the red-headed beauty continued, "But I seem to have found someone rather interesting recently. He's quite suitable to be your master, and I'm sure that you won't suffer following him." Caw, caw. The little crane called out once more. Rubbing the little crane's head, the red-headed beauty explained, "You can't follow me all the time. I'm old now and you've still got a long road ahead." Instantly, the little crane was dejected. After a while, as though it could not repress its curiosity, the little crane asked inquiringly. The red-headed beauty chuckled. "You know that man too. You've even fought him on the walls of the peak." Caw, caw. Caw, caw. Stunned for a moment, the little crane turned extremely agitated as it shrieked loudly, looking furious and disdainful. "Foo-foo." The red-headed beauty laughed. "Yes, he's a little weak now, but you might not be a match for him. Besides, that man, he has some secrets in his body. It's hard to tell how his future will turn out. And of course, the most important thing is that you don't have to make a blood oath to follow him. You'll still retain your freedom." The little crane called out a couple more times, seemingly still disagreeable to the suggestion. The red-headed beauty nodded her head. "Of course, it's still your decision and I'll not force you. What I mean is that there's no harm for you to try getting along with him. If you like him, you can stay by his side. If you don't, you can just leave." The little crane cried softly. "Yes, of course I won't lock you up anymore as well. You can head out and play from now on as long as you don't get into trouble." Rolling its eyes, the little crane lamented. "Humph, humph. I hate that man the most. He caused me to be locked up for so long and Mummy even wants me to follow him? He'd wish. Now that I'm out, I'll definitely find a chance to get revenge." The red-headed beauty could naturally read the little crane's mind through its expressions. However, she merely chuckled and did not expose him. In the skies not far away from Spirit Peak, for Peak Masters were present and Wen Xian joined them now that he was done. "Wen Xian, my thanks. I owe you one." The disheveled old man cupped his fists. There was initially no need for a Peak Master to appear personally to resolve today's incident. The disciplinary hall could have settled it. However, worried that something might happen to Su Zimo, the disheveled old man requested for Wen Xian to settle this personally. Wen Xian waved it off. "Let's not stand on courtesy between one another." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Actually, I did not intend to forbid Su Zimo from entering Spirit Peak. It's just that the lad was so arrogant to speak of such brazen words. In a fit of anger, I made that decision so that he could suffer some setbacks. No matter what, I'm still thankful for you stepping in." The disheveled old man said, "Chi refinement warriors are all around the same, so it doesn't matter whether he learns anything. As long as he enters Foundation Establishment realm and gets promoted as an inner sect disciple, he can learn all the fighting techniques he wants at that time. It's just that the challenge between him and Feng Haoyu at the end of the year." When Xian paused in his words, the disheveled old man shook his head. "As you've said, if he loses, so be it. It'll be good for him to suffer some setbacks. At least, suffering in the sect is better than losing his life out there in the cultivation world." Array Peak's master, Xianxia, suddenly said, "Actually, Su Zimo is not entirely to blame for today's incident. That Feng Haoyu is quite a scheming fella." The brown-haired youth, Elixir Peak's master, remarked wistfully. When Xian frowned in displeasure and shook his head. "Feng Haoyu is merely competitive, but he isn't bad by nature." The brown-haired youth shrugged his shoulders. "Forget it. Take it as though I've said nothing." Xianxia hurriedly changed the topic as the five of them conversed idly for a while more before going their separate ways. Su Zimo had just arrived at his cave abode in Weapon Peak when Little Fatty caught up to him. "Bro, hold on," Little Fatty called out. Turning around to see the descending Little Fatty, Su Zimo chuckled. "Thank you for speaking up for me quite a bit today." "That's nothing." Little Fatty waved it off casually. As though he had just recalled something, Su Zimo apologized. "Because of me, you've offended quite a number of people today. I'm afraid things in Spirit Peak might be tougher for you in the future." "Heh, don't worry about it, bro. Even though I'm only level 7 chi condensation right now, there's still 6 months more to the end of the year. I've got hope to reach perfected chi condensation too. By then, there won't be many people who can match me. If anyone's unhappy with me, They can meet me in the spirit arena. Little Fatty replied in a relaxed manner. When he was done with that, he sighed. Bro, that final challenge you issued to Feng Haoyu was a little rash. Oh, Su Zimo could tell that Little Fatty was hinting something. Little Fatty asked, Bro, do you know of the 3 major secret skills of Ethereal Sect? Nopes. Su Zimo shook his head. Little Fatty explained, the reason why Ethereal Sect could become one of the 5 main clans of the Great Zhou dynasty is because they have the legacy of these 3 major secret skills. Even if you're promoted to an inner sect disciple, you can't get to cultivate those skills. Only legacy disciples amongst the inner sect disciples have the possibility of learning them. Legacy disciples? Su Zimo frowned. This was the first time he had heard of that title. Little Fatty nodded his head. Actually, every sect has legacy disciples. They are the prodigies that are highly valued and groomed by the sects. Some sects call them as core disciples. Understanding, Su Zimo asked, You mean to say that Feng Haoyu is a legacy disciple? Not yet, Little Fatty replied. But he's almost certain to be one once he promotes to become an inner sect disciple. That's because he's already begun to cultivate one of the 3 major secret skills, Ethereal Sword. I heard it was because my master went to persuade the sect master personally. When he heard that, Su Zimo's expression turned grim. The fact that he had the rights to cultivate the 3 major secret skills before becoming a legacy disciple was enough to tell how much the sect valued him. For the secret skill to be deemed as the support of one of the 5 main sects, it was definitely nothing to scoff at. But of course, to Su Zimo, the factor that determined the victor wasn't on Feng Haoyu, but himself, outside the spirit arena of Spirit Peak. The moment he laid his hands on Sun Tao, he discovered that he had a hidden ailment within his body. If he did not remove this hidden ailment, the fight against Feng Haoyu at the end of the year would not be favorable for him. Little Fatty went silent for a moment before chuckling. But bro, since you made this choice, I'll still be on your side. It doesn't matter if you're forbidden from Spirit Peak. I'll spar with you from time to time during these 6 months to raise your fighting power and help you familiarize with duel techniques. All right? Su Zimo nodded. It's just that we'll be a little tight on time. After all, you've got to raise your cultivation and learn about refining weapons and elixirs at the same time. No matter what, we'll just do what we can and hope for the best. After Little Fatty left, Su Zimo brought the spirit tiger with him back to the cave abode. Sitting on his stone bed, Su Zimo's eyes no longer concealed his worries. If this was before he had cultivated the marrow cleansing section, Su Zimo was absolutely confident that he would be able to take down Feng Haoyu with just the horrifying might of his physical body and melee strength. But now, there were some logical yet unexpected changes in his body ever since he started cultivating the marrow cleansing section. Marrow cleansing implied the swapping of blood. Even though the new blood was extremely strong, it contained obvious signs of its demonic nature. Back on Spirit Peak, Su Zimo's killing intent rose upon seeing his spirit tiger get injured. Subconsciously, that activated his blood and veins, and he felt his body showing signs of demonic conversion. This was a feeling he had experienced back when he activated the sanguine ape transformation. Heaving a deep breath of air, Su Zimo channeled his blood, causing a tremendous aura to surge forth from his veins into every part of his body. He could clearly feel his body expanding and strengthening. The expansion was even more obvious than his flesh being filled and his tendons tightening. This was a complete transformation. His clothes were torn apart by his body, turning into shreds. Even though he could not see his own appearance, Su Zimo knew that he definitely did not look like the refined scholar he was right now. At the side, the spirit tiger glared uneasily. It wasn't just because it felt foreign towards Su Zimo's appearance. The aura Su Zimo was emitting was chilling and horrifying. Lowering his head, Su Zimo caught sight of his left hand's fingernails growing out, jade white and sharp as blades. Merely making contact with them gave off the sound of metal clashing. With a single thought, those frightening nails retracted. The spirit tiger was entirely stumped. Su Zimo's palms were no different from its own palms, where it could retract and release its claws at any time. Green veins popped up and lined all over Su Zimo's arms. thick like pythons coiling around in a frightening manner. How could this be the arm of a human? Using spirit chi, Su Zimo conjured a water mirror. Through the shimmering light, he caught sight of a half-human, half-demon appearance. With bloodshot eyes, it was like a mix of an ape and human. His arm trembled and the water mirror disappeared. His entire body was almost transformed save for his right hand that retained its appearance. Fair and tender with long nails, it looked like any other human's. His right hand had always been somewhat strange. Su Zimo had started realizing it back when it could create a level 3 spirit fire. However, he did not know the exact reason why. Heaving a deep breath of air, Su Zimo's blood began to calm down as his demonic appearance faded too. This was the consequences of demonic cultivation. The effects were not so obvious in terms of tendons transformation, body tempering, and bone strengthening. However, now that he was swapping blood through marrow cleansing, Su Zimo was showing signs of truly turning to a demon. This was not what he wanted. No matter what, he was a human and did not wish to become a true demon. He had yet to cultivate the marrow cleansing to an initial success yet. But once that was done, or if he had achieved phenomenal success, his blood may undergo endless changes and he may never be able to revert to his current appearance. He could almost imagine the consequences of him failing to control himself earlier on at spirit peak and revealing his demonic state. First, he might be killed on the spot. Second, he might be forced into a blood oath to become someone's spirit beast. If Su Zimo had revealed his demonic appearance, no one would take him as a human. The only way demons could survive in the cultivation world was by becoming the spirit beasts of cultivators. It was either that or he would have to leave the sect and live within mountains and forests from now on, mixing around with true spirit beasts while cutting off all ties with his family and kin. That was something Su Zimo could not do. Yet, he was not willing to give up on demonic cultivation as well. What should I do? He was lost. Naturally, the greatest challenge to Su Zimo right now was the fight against Feng Haoyu at the end of the year. Right now, he had no way of controlling his blood, and if his blood churned while he engaged in melee combat, he was definitely going to reveal his demonic nature. By then, many seniors of the sect in the audience would take him down before Feng Haoyu could. If he wanted to win Feng Haoyu, he could only rely on immortality cultivation methods, making use of fighting techniques between chi refinement warriors. However, he was almost blank in that department since he had never practiced for it. There were still 6 months till the end of the year face-off. Raising his cultivation, refining elixirs and weapons while mastering sword-wielding and fighting techniques between chi refinement warriors, Su Zimo made up his mind to pause on the marrow cleansing section. It wasn't just because he did not have time. More than that, he did not dare to carry on. At least, the only thing he could do was to stop his demonic cultivation before he found a way to stop his hidden ailment. Retrieving the weapon tripod from his storage bag, Su Zimo began to work on the step of spirit gathering. He had a hunch that he would be able to figure out the technique to spirit gathering soon. That was the most important step in weapon refinement. Weapon refinement masters had spirit perception, a sense gained over a long period of time through countless weapon refinements, and was extremely precious. There was naturally no way Su Zimo could have attained it having only started on weapon refinement for less than 3 months. However, he had a spirit perception as well. His was a sharp sense towards danger. Was it possible to use his spirit perception towards spirit gathering? Gathering a scarlet level 3 spirit fire in his right palm, Su Zimo warmed the tripod. After a moment, he dug out a pure gold ore from his storage bag and placed it into the weapon tripod along with other materials and began smelting. Under the high heat of a level 3 spirit fire, the materials in the weapon tripod turned to liquid state extremely quickly and began to bubble. Spirit chi seeped out from the materials, swirling thickly within the weapon tripod. The impurities within the materials were being purged as well as they condensed. Before long, smelting was over. Extinguishing his spirit fire, Su Zimo rested while waiting for the temperature inside the tripod to lower for forging. A while later, he suddenly stood up and created a pair of spirit hands, reaching into the weapon tripod to create. Before long, the shape of a flying sword appeared in the weapon tripod. Fourth step, tempering. The level 3 spirit fire made its appearance once more, heating the flying sword to a scarlet state as Su Zimo hammered within. He had spent more than 3 months familiarizing himself with the first 4 steps of weapon refinement. By now, he was so well versed that every single step was fluid like water without any delays. Within 15 minutes, the tempering was over. He was at the most crucial step once again, spirit gathering. Heaving out a breath of air, Su Zimo frowned. He had failed countless times at this step and had destroyed many flying swords. How could he solve this issue? Spirit perception, danger, spirit gathering, failure, flying swords destroyed. All of those terms and countless images flashed through his mind. All of a sudden, his eyes twinkled with a bright light. He had just thought of an idea. Su Zimo's heart palpitated uncontrollably as his eyes could not conceal his joy of excitement. That idea could eliminate the problem of spirit gathering, and in fact, he might even attain a 100% success rate through it. Even advanced weapon refinement masters who could create superior-grade spirit weapons would not dare to claim a 100% success rate for creating inferior-grade spirit weapons. They would only dare to claim they had a high probability of success. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo suddenly kept away the weapon tripod. In theory, spirit gathering should be conducted within the weapon tripod. The reason for that was because no one could guarantee the success rate of spirit gathering. If they failed, the flying sword would explode on the spot and the shards would cause huge damage all around. The more spirit patterns gathered, the more destructive the impact of the explosion should the spirit gathering fail. In fact, it might even endanger the weapon refinement master's life. If it was done inside the weapon tripod, the shards of the broken flying sword would merely strike at the walls of the weapon tripod and the weapon refinement master would not be injured. Now that Su Zimo had removed the weapon tripod, he was exposing himself completely to the potential danger. This was a way too dangerous move. If any seniors of the sect saw this, they would definitely try to stop Su Zimo. However, the gleam in Su Zimo's eyes was only getting more intense by the moment. He was going to expose himself to as much danger as possible that way. His spirit perception would unleash its full potential. Su Zimo manipulated the thick spirit chi in the surroundings and channeled it towards the flying sword. All of a sudden, a sense of danger rang in his mind. Instantly, he stopped his spirit pattern creation. The sword was unchanged and undamaged. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. If he had continued earlier, the flying sword would have exploded on the spot. His spirit perception had informed him of the danger beforehand. The cicada senses autumn coming before the wind even starts to blow. Adjusting himself, Su Zimo channeled the spirit chi towards the sword once more. Another warning. Stopping his motions, he continued to adjust without any hurry. For the following period of time, Su Zimo continued to test the waters with spirit gathering, abandoning each time he sensed danger. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Finally, the spirit pattern on the sword was clear, but Su Zimo had not sensed any danger. The spirit pattern was being etched in. Buzz! With a slight quiver, the sword gave off a clean, ringing sound that reverberated through the cave abode. Success! A clear spirit pattern could be seen gathering on the sword, shimmering brightly. Even though it was only an inferior-grade spirit weapon, he had created it personally. A never-before sense of pride rose in Su Zimo's heart as he looked at the flying sword hovering not too far away. Weapon refinement masters were in danger of exploding flying swords from failed spirit gatherings. However, with his spirit perception, Su Zimo could sense that danger beforehand. That was akin to a premonition of a failed spirit gathering attempt so that he could abandon it and readjust for a new attempt. This method of spirit gathering was something never seen before, and it was difficult to replicate as well. It was a spirit gathering method unique only to Su Zimo. At that moment, Su Zimo did not know it yet. However, his act of removing the weapon tripod was something that would have a huge impact in the future of weapon refinement, where countless weapon refinement masters would attempt to imitate. As the scarlet sword gathered its spirit pattern, the surrounding spirit chi was sufficient for a second pattern. A bold thought crossed Su Zimo's mind. Since he could have a 100% success rate with this spirit gathering method, he could attempt for 2 spirit patterns to create a middle-grade flying sword. Composing himself, Su Zimo continued to heat up the flying sword that was gleaming red. Swoosh! The spirit chi surged and gathered towards the sword. No! A warning rang out inside his mind as he stopped it right away. It was another arduous cycle of failing and attempting. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed and he had not succeeded yet. Each attempt brought forth a warning to him. By now, the spirit chi within Su Zimo was almost spent and he was worn out mentally as well. He could no longer hold on. Seems like I thought too lightly of weapon refinement. Su Zimo shook his head. Right after he created the inferior-grade spirit weapon, he had a momentary hallucination that he would be able to craft a supreme-grade spirit weapon of his own before long. Now, he knew that it was way too idealistic of a naive thought. But no matter what, creating an inferior-grade spirit weapon was no longer an issue for Su Zimo. Furthermore, he had even created a spirit-gathering method that was unique to himself. If he made good use of it, the day would definitely come where he could create a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Heaving a sigh of relief, Su Zimo dipped the scarlet flying sword into cold water for the final step. Quenching. Shing! The moment the flying sword met with the cold water, white steam billowed out as the energy created through the mix of heat and coldness solidified the sword and spirit pattern. Looking at the unusually sharp flying sword shimmering in his palm, Su Zimo let out a grin. For the next few days, Su Zimo was in no rush to leave his cave abode. Instead, he chose to remain in seclusion to practice his self-invented spirit-gathering method. As he had expected, he was truly able to achieve a 100% success rate for spirit gathering after removing the weapon tripod. The pity was that he could only create a single spirit pattern each time. He had yet to succeed on a second spirit pattern. Initially, Su Zimo thought that the materials used were the cause for it. However, he still could not create any results even after using the pure gold crystal. Puzzled, he decided to stop his efforts on weapon refinement for the time being. His victory at the year-end weapon peak face-off was assured with a 100% success rate of creating inferior-grade spirit weapons. He had 6 months left and he still had to raise his cultivation, learn fighting techniques and elixir refinement. Towards refining elixirs, Su Zimo had zero knowledge. However, he had no intention of boasting about his current feats. The fact that he was able to create an inferior-grade spirit weapon after just 3 months into weapon refinement was something that would shock the world. Furthermore, Su Zimo's intention was to defeat Feng Haoyu completely during the year-end face-off. If news of his feat was spread now, there was a chance that Feng Haoyu could avoid the challenge. This day, Su Zimo headed out of his cave abode and flew towards Elixir Peak on his flying sword. He intended to spend his time on learning the craft of refining elixirs. Because the 5 peaks weren't really far apart, it did not take long before Su Zimo arrived on Elixir Peak. Every afternoon, inner sect disciples that were elixir refinement masters would head forth to explain more about the craft of refining elixirs, and disciples of all 5 peaks were welcome to learn. Elixir and Weapon Peak were similar in strength. Both were the 2 weakest peaks in Ethereal Peak. However, there were slightly more disciples in Elixir Peak than Weapon Peak. The reason was simple. An elixir refinement master could create elixirs for himself, which was a huge booster for raising one's cultivation. However, weapon refinement masters could only create spirit weapons. Even though they boosted one's fighting strength, it was of no use to one's cultivation. There were many cultivators who were talented in weapon refinement but failed to form a core. Because of that, they still died of old age with a lifespan of 100 years. Most importantly, refinement of elixirs was comparatively simpler than weapons because it did not require the step of spirit gathering. Spirit gathering was something so difficult that through the history of time, there were no weapon refinement masters who would dare proclaim a 100% success rate. Su Zimo was the only one. Su Zimo's arrival at Elixir Peak attracted quite a bit of attention. After the events of the Spirit Arena, there were now extremely few trial disciples of the 5 peaks who did not recognize him. The feud between him and Feng Haoyu was something everyone knew about. Of course, the disciples of Elixir Peak were unsurprised at Su Zimo's appearance on Elixir Peak too. Afternoon. An inner sect elixir refinement master standing at the front of Elixir Peak Square gestured with their hands and the crowd gradually went silent. Fellow sect mates, There's a few things to know before you start on elixir refinement. The Intersect Elixir Refinement Master said slowly, there are 9 grades of elixirs. Typically, a Grade 1 elixir is suitable for Qi refinement warriors. Grade 2, Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Grade 3, Perfected Golden Cores. If a Qi refinement warrior were to consume a Grade 3 elixir, not only would it not benefit them at all, they might even die on the spot. Su Zimo nodded in agreement. The logic behind it was simple. It was the same as when he had devoured the scarlet flame fruit. If one's body was unable to endure the overwhelming energy, they would just rupture and die. Anyone who can create a Grade 1 elixir is an elementary elixir refinement master. Grade 2, Intermediate Elixir Refinement Master. Grade 3, Advanced Elixir Refinement Master. My name is Bo Shuezhen, and I'm an Intermediate Elixir Refinement Master. The many disciples below looked at him in awe. Have you guys heard of the saying that every medicine contains 30% poison? Bo Shuezhen continued. It is the same for elixirs in the cultivation world as well. However, the poison now refers to the impurities contained in the elixirs. The less the impurities, the better the quality of the elixir. If an elixir could contain at least 89% impurities, it would truly be a poisoned elixir for cultivators. The crowd chuckled. Senior Brother Bo, how do we differentiate between the qualities of elixirs? A disciple from Array Peak who had just started on learning about elixirs as well asked. Bo Shuezhen's gaze paused momentarily on Su Zimo before chuckling. I see that we have disciples from Weapon Peak around as well. Actually, the difference in quality for elixirs is the same as spirit weapons. Both have obvious patterns. The only difference is that they are called spirit patterns in weapon refinement, whereas for elixir refinement, they are called elixir patterns. There are 5 different tiers of qualities for every grade of elixirs. The lowest quality would show a single line of elixir pattern. Of course, an elixir refinement master would not have to gather the pattern personally. That is merely a representation of the amount of impurities within. An inferior grade elixir would have a single elixir pattern with an impurity content of 40%. A middle grade elixir would contain 2 elixir patterns at 30% impurity. Following that logic, a superior grade has 3 patterns and supreme grade has 4. If one could create an elixir with 5 patterns, it would be 100% pure, and that's called a perfect elixir. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. If it was as Bo Shuezhen had mentioned, and the same theory applied to spirit weapons since a supreme grade spirit weapon had 4 spirit patterns, could there be an even stronger perfect spirit weapon with 5 spirit patterns gathered? In theory, Su Zimo was right, perfect spirit weapons did exist. The reason why no weapon refinement masters in the sect had mentioned it was because spirit gathering was way too difficult. Notwithstanding 5 spirit patterns, one could even count with their fingers the number of weapon refinement masters who could create supreme-grade spirit weapons in the whole Great Zhou dynasty. If one were to say that spirit perception was a sense gained through experience, one would have to require immense luck to gather 5 spirit patterns and create a perfect spirit weapon. Luck, affinity, status, providence, environment, harmony, situation, mental state. A perfect blend of a myriad of factors were required for the possibility of creating a perfect spirit weapon. And that was with the prerequisite that the weapon refinement master himself was at the paragon of weapon refinement. Bo Shuezhen's voice rang out once more. There are 6 steps for elixir refinement as well. The first step is material selection, which involves the choosing of spirit herbs and elixir recipes. Every elixir requires a different recipe. Within the sect, you can exchange for recipes using contribution points. Outside, you'll have to purchase them with spirit stones. Naturally, the rarer the recipe, the more expensive they will cost. Even grade 1 elixirs have different types and functions. There's the essence nourishing elixir, which is used for stabilizing one's foundation and nourishing their essence, and there's also spirit regeneration elixir, which is used for recovering spirit chi. Something like the spirit gathering elixir is the most commonly available elixir, which can help cultivators gather spirit chi better. Those elixirs are easier to refine at the same time. Of the grade 1 elixirs, the foundation establishment elixir is the most difficult to refine, requiring the most complex ingredients. As the name implies, the Foundation Establishment Elixir can help perfected Qi refinement warriors with breaking through the barrier to Foundation establishment. The gap in cultivation between Qi condensation and Foundation establishment was a huge one. If one had the help of a Foundation Establishment Elixir, things would be much easier. Su Zimo listened intently. Even after Bo Shuezhen left, he sat on the spot for a long time, making sure he remembered everything he had learned thoroughly before standing up. Arriving at the elixir chamber, he used his contribution points to exchange for an elixir furnace and a recipe for the spirit-gathering elixir before returning to his cave abode. Back in his cave abode, Su Zimo was in no hurry to start with elixir refinement. Instead, he continued pondering over everything he had learned today and took mental notes of his doubts. Thereafter, he memorized the recipe of the spirit-gathering elixir by heart, and just like that, an entire day had passed. Night descended. According to his previous plan, Su Zimo should be lying on the stone bed right now, cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. However, because he could no longer cultivate the marrow cleansing section, Su Zimo could only go to sleep while following the breathing and expiration technique of the first 3 sections: body tempering, tendons transformation, and bone strengthening. Thankfully, he had only just learned the marrow cleansing section, and it was not a habit for him yet. The second day, he got up bright and early and began on his Qi condensation. Retrieving a spirit stone from his storage bag, he gripped it in his palm and started to raise his cultivation. After level 5 Qi condensation, Su Zimo could sense a clear decline in his cultivation speed. If he were to merely absorb spirit Qi making use of the spirit stone, he would most likely only reach level 8 Qi condensation at best by the end of the year. After all, he had to spend a huge chunk of his time on elixir refinement as well as fighting techniques too. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. Su Zimo left his cave abode once more and headed to Elixir Peak on his flying sword. To his surprise, the person explaining things today was Elixir Peak's master, a brown-haired youth. Compared to Bo Shuezhen, the brown-haired youth's knowledge of elixir refinement was way deeper. As he explained, the brown-haired youth's gaze would linger from time to time towards Su Zimo for some reason. After an hour of listening, Su Zimo felt his understanding of elixir refinement deepening, with many of his previous doubts clarified. After the talk, just as Su Zimo was about to leave, the brown-haired youth called him back, beckoning with his hands. Su Zimo went over hurriedly. "How was it? Could you understand?" the brown-haired youth asked, smiling with a warm attitude. Even though Elixir Peak's master looked to be a youth, his tone was no different from that of an elderly person. One could tell that he had reverted to his youthful appearance. "Yes, it's not bad." Su Zimo nodded his head. "Do you have any doubts?" Su Zimo pondered for a moment before asking, "I heard Senior Brother Bo mention previously that every medicine contains 30% poison. Except for perfect elixirs, every other elixir contains impurities. Would that affect the cultivation of cultivators who consume them?" An approving look flickered through the brown-haired youth's eyes as he nodded. "There is a reason why we set 40% impurities as the minimum value for inferior-grade elixirs in the world of elixir refinement. This is a conclusion made by seniors before us through history and experience. Therefore, any elixirs that have a grade, even inferior grade, are harmless to cultivators." With a slight pause, the brown-haired youth continued. "However, seniors have mentioned the impact on one's cultivation should they consume too many elixirs, such that the impurities become sediment in the body and are unable to be purged. Regarding that, there are many different theories to it in the cultivation world, but no one has yet to discover the specific impacts that would be caused." Su Zimo nodded. The brown-haired youth patted Su Zimo on the shoulders. "Go back and practice. Elixir refinement is much easier than weapon refinement, and you'll get better with practice. With a level 3 spirit fire as foundation, you can definitely do it. If you have any doubts in the future, feel free to come look for me at any time." Suddenly, Su Zimo realized he might have been the reason why the brown-haired youth was conducting the session today. Touched, Su Zimo nodded his head. The brown-haired youth passed Su Zimo a storage bag. "There's quite a bit of spirit herbs in here. This should suffice your practice needs. Keep it." Hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo took over the storage bag and bowed deeply, back to his cave abode. Su Zimo retrieved his elixir furnace and prepared himself for his first elixir refinement. Before him, 4 sets of ingredients were laid out neatly according to their types. Su Zimo had already memorized the recipe as well. The first step of choosing materials was completed. Second step, extraction. As the name implies, this step requires the use of spirit fire to purge away the impurities within the spirit herbs so as to extract its essence. Unlike weapon refinement, the level of spirit fire did not determine the outcome of extraction for elixir refinement. Spirit herbs had a high spirit content and was less rigid, requiring the continuous heating of a strong fire. Most spirit herbs are fragile and the temperature they can endure is different too. If the temperature was too high, the spirit herbs would turn into ashes and one would have to conduct a new extraction. If it was too low, the desired outcome of extraction would not be met. That was the reason why elixir refinement masters had to practice continuously so that they understood the temperature requirements of different spirit herbs. Heaving a deep breath of air, Su Zimo took up a spirit herb and started the extraction process. Swoosh! The moment his flames were ignited, the spirit herb turned into ashes. Watching at the sides, the spirit tiger snickered in a mocking manner. Su Zimo glared at the spirit tiger and regained his composure, taking up another stalk of spirit herb for a new attempt. Failure. Again. Another failure, another attempt. Su Zimo's gaze was resolute and firm as he attempted repeatedly, adjusting the temperature time and again. Finally, under the heat of the flames, the stalk of spirit herb turned into essence in powder form. Placing the tuft of powder into a corner of the elixir furnace, Su Zimo continued with the extraction of another spirit herb. It was another round of failures until he finally managed to place another tuft of powder into the elixir furnace, separate from the first tuft. After a full 4 hours, Su Zimo's forehead was filled with sweat, and his spirit chi was almost exhausted. Finally, he had managed to extract the essence of 4 stalks of spirit herbs, placing them in 4 corners of the elixir furnace. Heaving a sigh of relief, he sat down in a lotus position and started recovering his spirit chi unhurriedly. After a while, Su Zimo got up and started with the 3rd step of elixir refinement, synthesis. This step required the mixing of the powdered essence in a specified ratio and order. It was a relatively simple step since the ratio and order were documented in the recipe. However, a single margin of error would affect the content of the produced elixir and in worst-case scenarios, it would be a failed refinement. After synthesis was the 4th step, secondary extraction. This was the most critical extraction. A failure in this step would result in a waste of all previous efforts. The fusion of 4 different spirit herb essences would result in a structural change such that high heat could be endured. This was the time where a furious flame was required. This was also where the advantage of having a level 3 spirit fire comes in. Whether or not an elixir could be formed with a grade would depend on the amount of impurities that could be purged with this step. The Scarlet level 3 spirit fire heated up the elixir furnace repeatedly, turning the powdered essence into liquid form. The 9 holes of the elixir furnace began to seep with white smoke as a fragrant medicinal smell wafted out. If the level of spirit fire was too low for this step, black smoke might be emitted instead along with a pungent smell. After a moment, the secondary extraction was completed. 5th step, formation. This was a step that required absolute focus and the slightest bit of distraction could result in a failure of elixir formation. Su Zimo took in a deep breath of air and composed himself before dividing the essence within the elixir furnace into 9 portions. Fusing together, they gradually took shape and solidified towards a pill form. Right then, something weird happened. Boom! An ear-piercing boom sounded out as the main entrance to the cave abode was slammed wide open. Instantly, both doors dropped to the ground heavily, creating a dust cloud. One must not be disturbed during the process of pill formation. Caught unaware, Su Zimo was totally shocked as he saw the pills that were about to be formed explode on the spot. His efforts had gone to waste. Not only that, because Su Zimo was still stunned, his mouth was slightly agape and he ended up eating a mouthful of dust. He was finally about to bear fruits for the elixir refinement, he had spent an entire afternoon on only to see it go up in smoke. Right then, Suzimo even had thoughts of killing someone. Unable to control his blood in a fit of anger, he transformed to his demonic form. Caw, caw. At that moment, a familiar, mocking cry rang out in front of his cave abode. Turning around, he caught sight of a crane standing at the entrance of his cave abode, flapping its wings excitedly and looking gleeful. Foo! Suzimo was about to cuss when he realized his mouth was filled with dust and coughed furiously. Caw, caw. When it saw that, the crane was even more amused. If it could laugh, it would have done so long ago. This was the crane that had fought against Suzimo on the front peak when he was about to join the sect. Suzimo recognized it right away. Of all times, this stupid bird chose to arrive at this critical juncture. Suzimo was so pissed off that his curled fists were crackling and his eyes were bloodshot. Roar! The spirit tiger leaped up and roared towards Little Crane with widened eyes. Glancing at the spirit tiger, Little Crane's eyes were filled with disdain. Initially, the spirit tiger was rather wary about making the first move against Little Crane that was a spirit demon. However, that look of contempt triggered the spirit tiger instantly. I can't take that lying down. I've got my pride. With a feral roar, it rushed up with fire flaring out of its eyes. Bang! The spirit tiger was sent rolling back even faster and more ferocious than it was when it had pounced ahead. The moment it leapt ahead, Little Crane flapped its wings and knocked it back. Rolling a few times on the ground, the spirit tiger ate a mouthful of dust as well, looking wretched beyond anything else. Flipping up, the spirit tiger spat out its mouthful of dust and hollered, ready to strike once more. Come back! Suzimo called softly. Without any hesitation, the spirit tiger retreated as though it was waiting for Suzimo's command from the get-go. At the end of the day, the spirit tiger was only a spirit beast and wasn't a match for that stupid bird. All right, since you destroyed a batch of my elixirs today, let's use that to write off our feud. From now on, don't come look for me and I won't offend you too. How's that sound? Suzimo decided to negotiate with the stupid bird since their feud wasn't deep to begin with. If he did not resolve this issue, he was not going to have a peaceful life in the future as well. Notwithstanding elixir refinement, Suzimo wouldn't be able to handle it even if the stupid bird came every once in a while during his cultivation. Caw, caw! Little Crane raised its head in disdain. Suzimo frowned. The stupid bird did not seem as though it wanted to let things end here. On account that your elder is the mystical guardian beast of the sect, I don't wish to hurt you. You should not continue to bother me, Suzimo said slowly with a stern and blackened expression. Caw, 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 caw. Little Crane continued to cry out with a taunting look. Without saying anything more, Suzimo patted his storage bag as a blood-red bow appeared in his hands. Arrow, load and strung bow like a full moon. The entire process was fluid like water as though he had practiced it countless times. Swoosh! The sound of an arrow tearing through the air rang out as a black light streaked past Little Crane, missing it by an inch. The speed of the arrow was so fast that Little Crane jumped in shock, totally caught unprepared. Suzimo declared coldly, that arrow was just a warning shot. If you continue to bother me, I'll kill you with my next arrow. Naturally, there was no way Suzimo would dare to kill that stupid bird unless he was tired of living. That was merely a threat. Furthermore, this stupid bird was still in its infancy stage and was merely being playful. It did not deserve death just for that. Caw, caw. Upon hearing Suzimo's declaration, Little Crane was enraged as it flapped its wings. Glaring at Suzimo sharply, it wanted to engage him in a bout. In a swift motion, Suzimo dashed out of the cave abode. This time round, Little Crane was prepared as it flew into the skies instantly. Circling around the skies, its talons shimmered dangerously, looking as though it could swoop at any moment. Suzimo arched his bow once more. Swoosh! 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 He fired 3 arrows with all his might. Little Crane dodged everything in midair with nimble ease. Caw, caw! Cried out loudly, laughing at Suzimo's archery skills. Su Zimo was starting to regret things now. Had he known that this would be the case, he would have pierced the stupid bird's wings with his first arrow while it was unguarded. But now things were awkward for him. Even if he could use his flying sword, he would never be as agile in midair as a spirit crane with wings. He wouldn't be able to unleash his fighting prowess completely. Furthermore, Su Zimo did not dare to engage the spirit crane in melee combat right now. If he lost control of his blood and showed signs of his demonic self, the consequences would be dire. However, if he wanted to make use of his flying sword, he was only at level 6 chi condensation. He might not be able to hurt the crane even if it stood still for him. There was no way for him to fight. After standing at the entrance for a while, Su Zimo realized that there was nothing he could do to the stupid bird and decided to return to his cave abode. The moment he sat down, Little Crane appeared before the cave abode and started yelping before he could even take a single breath. That stupid bird! In a fit of anger, Su Zimo rushed out once more. Again, Little Crane flew away. The moment Su Zimo returned to his cave abode, Little Crane returned. It refused to enter his cave abode and instead stood at the entrance taunting him while crying from time to time. Suddenly, Su Zimo had a bad feeling. If the stupid bird were to continue with this, notwithstanding elixir refinement and raising of his cultivation, even a good night's rest would be a pipe dream. True enough, Su Zimo had just fixed the door to his cave abode when Little Crane broke it once more. Little Crane stood outside with Su Zimo remaining inside. The man, Crane, and a spirit tiger spent their day looking at one another without doing anything. To that, Little Crane found extreme joy. The man and the tiger suffered immensely. For the next few days, Little Crane would visit Su Zimo's cave abode from time to time, crying loudly outside. At times, the man and tiger would catch a breather once Little Crane left. But, the moment they tried to catch up on sleep, Little Crane would return. Not only was Su Zimo unable to cultivate or refine elixirs, even sleeping was a tall task for him. It has been a few days since the man and tiger have slept. Both Su Zimo and the spirit tiger had lost quite a bit of weight. The spirit tiger was on the brink of tears. Previously, it was tormented by Su Zimo for some unknown reason in this cave abode, ordered to roar continuously. Now, a stupid bird had appeared out of nowhere to torment them. By now, the spirit tiger was suffering from mental trauma. It was even contemplating if it should leave Su Zimo for the time being so that it could escape to the forest for a good night's sleep. This morning, Su Zimo sported 2 black eye circles, looking worn out and fatigued with bloodshot eyes. He was in the same state as the spirit tiger. Under the torment of Little Crane, it was yet another sleepless night for the man and tiger pair. Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke. "This can't go on. We've got to think of something." The spirit tiger was listless and shrugged its head drowsily. Counting on the spirit tiger to suppress Little Crane was way too unrealistic. It had a normal bloodline and it was a long way before advancing to become a spirit demon. Even if it could turn into a spirit demon, it had no way of flying and would only be led by the nose by Little Crane. Su Zimo's current methods were not enough to suppress Little Crane as well. Neither the man nor Crane could injure the other, but Su Zimo could not afford this waste of time. He had considered asking seniors of the sect for help as well. However, given the Crane's status, it wasn't a guarantee that he would receive any help. Furthermore, Su Zimo had his ego as well. Was he going to be defeated by a stupid bird? After a long silence, he looked at the nearby spirit tiger and said sternly, "I'll go out for a while. Don't follow me. As long as I'm not here, the stupid bird won't bother you." The moment the spirit tiger heard that, it was invigorated and so touched that tears nearly streamed down its cheeks. If Su Zimo had not left, the spirit tiger was prepared to head out to tide through this predicament as well. Patting the spirit tiger on the head, Su Zimo left the cave abode and summoned his flying sword, speeding towards Array Peak. After much thought, he concluded that only an array formation could suppress the stupid bird. If he could set up a large array formation in front of his cave abode similar to the fog that was protecting the sect, he would be able to get rid of the stupid bird once and for all. Su Zimo had zero knowledge about formations and he had to learn from scratch. However, it was better than wasting his time in the cave abode accomplishing nothing at all. Before long, he arrived at Array Peak. It was early morning at that time, and there weren't many disciples on Array Peak. Most of them were cultivating in their cave abodes. The Array Peak Square would only be filled with more trial disciples come afternoon when it was time for intersect array formation masters to share their experience. Similar to talismans and elixirs, formations are divided into 9 grades. Elementary array formation masters are able to lay out and dispel most Grade 1 formations. Grade 2 formations, intermediate array formation masters. Grade 3 formations, advanced array formation masters. There were many types of formations, but generally, they could be divided into 4 types: killing, trapping, illusionary, and buffing formations. The 8 distresses formation was a type of illusionary formation, whereas the fog formation protecting the sect was a combination of a trap on top of an illusionary formation. In layman terms, the principle behind forming a formation was to make use of different obscure formation patterns while gathering spirit chi to activate various effects. Unlike the other 4 peaks, Array Peak had a symbolic structure. On the west of Array Peak was their spirit arena, and beside it stood the 10 formations pagoda. There were 10 floors to the pagoda containing a different formation on every level. Each time a cultivator entered, they would fall into a formation, and they could only ascend to the 2nd floor if they managed to dispel it. Following that logic, only cultivators who passed through the first 5 formations were qualified to be called elementary array formation masters. Su Zimo's arrival did not cause much of a stir. However, many Array Peak disciples were surprised. There were only 6 months left to the year-end face-off. Everyone knew that Su Zimo had to work on elixir and weapon refinement alongside preparing for a duel against Feng Haoyu. There was no time at all. Most disciples present at Array Peak thought that Su Zimo's appearance to listen in on formations was because the latter had chosen to give up on his duel against Feng Haoyu and scoffed it off. However, none of them knew that Su Zimo was here because he had no choice. He naturally hoped that he could spend all his effort on refinement of elixirs, raising his cultivation and working on fighting techniques. However, the appearance of that stupid bird had ruined all his plans. From that day on, Su Zimo stayed in Array Peak temporarily. Of course, there was no way Array Peak would provide Su Zimo with a cave abode. He spent his days in the Array Chamber, rarely appearing and delving into books to learn of the various formations. Starting with the most elementary formations, he learned and dug further, exploring and researching. There was naturally no way Little Crane would let Su Zimo off. However, it was embarrassed to create a ruckus inside Array Chamber where Su Zimo was hiding. Instead, it merely gloated internally. "Humph! You can't hide in there forever." Su Zimo spent the next period of time on Array Peak. Not only had he memorized all the Grade 1 formations in Array Chamber, he was now researching on Grade 2 formations. As Little Crane was a spirit demon level beast, Su Zimo had to rely on the power of Grade 2 formations to suppress it. Grade 1 formations could kill, trap, or bewitch spirit beasts. However, spirit demons were way stronger and could break through Grade 1 formations with sheer brute force. Su Zimo spent less than a month to memorize and comprehend Grade 1 formations. The reason why he progressed so quickly was because he was putting all of his effort and time into formations. In the cultivation world, there weren't many people who would be this extreme. However, Su Zimo was forced to a corner by Little Crane and could only use every single moment he had on learning about formations. Compared to Grade 1 formations, Grade 2 were much more complex. Su Zimo spent more than 2 months before he memorized and understood most of the Grade 2 formations. 3 months. He had spent a whole 3 months in Array Peak. It was undeniable that Su Zimo was a smart person with a talented endowment. That was something that Dai Yu had discovered when he first cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. Coupled with the pressure from Little Crane, Su Zimo's wholehearted efforts into learning about formations were rewarded handsomely. There were 2 floors in the Array Chamber, and the 2nd floor was filled with Grade 2 formation manuals with almost nobody around. Because Su Zimo had spent his later 2 months on the 2nd floor of Array Chamber, most Array Peak disciples thought that he had left long ago and gradually forgot about him. This morning, Su Zimo came forth from the Array Chamber. The sun was a little piercing to his eyes after such a long time. Standing in front of the array chamber, Su Zimo recalled everything he had learnt for the past 3 months before heading towards the 10 Formations Pagoda. No matter how much he understood and knew about formations, he had to give it a test. The 10 Formations Pagoda was the perfect test to determine where Su Zimo was after 3 months of formation studies. On the pagoda's left was Array Peak's Spirit Arena. On its right, a tall stele etched with dense lines of words was erected. The upper portion displayed names, the middle portion displayed the number of floors cleared, and the final portion displayed the time taken. Su Zimo glanced at it casually. Because it was in the morning, there were no other trial disciples near the 10 Formations Pagoda. There was only an elderly person who was sitting upright with a stoic expression on his face, looking hale and hearty with vigor.